In the present world, anyone with an attitude will be targeted, and immediately an angel will appear, leaving only a small part of their body behind. However, this young man is not afraid. He dares to attack and beat the angel, then flies up, choking and breaking the angel's wings as if they were worthless. Ryu Min, the young man who had entered the 20th round in the final battle by himself. He had defeated each of the guards. After that, he entered a vast area resembling a temple. He stepped into a magic circle. The circle began to glow, and the system suddenly announced that at least 5 people were required to enter. But currently, he was alone. Sukana wondered why only Ryu Min had survived this far. Because the conditions were not met, the system had to destroy him. Ryu Min, in anger, fought back with all his might, but it was ineffective. His body slowly began to fade away with each passing second. Ryu Min had died, and the conditions were met to trigger the time loop, and he would return to the first round. It was his last reset, after 99 failures. Ryu Min truly returned to the real world in South Korea at the time before the round began. Today is New Year's Eve, and people are gathering in the square to welcome the new year. A few minutes ago, a group of young people gathered here to celebrate, as they were about to become adults at the age of 18. They were excited because now they didn't have to pretend anymore and could freely buy beer, liquor, and eat. Dongmin, when asked about his dream after graduation, smirked and said he would become a gangster. Since life is short, he decided to pursue his dream rather than follow reason. The rest of the group was shocked by this, wanting to cut ties with this crazy guy. From a distance, Dongmin saw Ryu Min. He had always bullied Ryu Min for being poor and weak. Dongmin laughed with his friends, thinking that even after graduation, he would still not spare Ryu Min. He glanced over at Ryu Min, saw him take off his hat, and suddenly felt that today, he looked completely different from usual. Seeing Ryu Min, Dongmin became angry. He decided to go to Innova to start a fight with him, but his friends stopped him because it was still New Year's. Everyone here was celebrating the new year together, but suddenly, a strange voice echoed from the sky. Light from the 10 directions of the Buddhas illuminated the entire night sky. Everyone looked up. A brilliant, seductive, and dazzling angel appeared, leaving everyone on the ground stunned. Some people thought it was a special event organized by a television station to surprise everyone for the new year. Everyone had to exclaim that she was incredibly beautiful, even more so than movie star. Only Ryu Min understood what was happening, as he had experienced this scene 99 times after each reset. The angel began to laugh lightly and said that humans were weak creatures, and all had fallen before her beauty. She said that women are more dangerous when they know they are beautiful, and seeing the confusion of the people on the ground, she felt happy and content. Someone below thought it was all a scam, so they cursed at her. The angel immediately changed her demeanor, her gaze becoming cold and displeased. Instantly, the head of that person exploded after insulting her. Everyone panicked, realizing this was not a TV program. The angel sternly declared that humans had no right to question angels. She said that if anyone still tried to equate themselves with angels, the result would be the same as the person earlier, with their head exploding. She arrogantly hovered in the sky, beginning to explain the rules of the game to everyone on the ground. Ryu Min sighed as he had been through this scene too many times already. The game was simple. You had to pass 20 rounds each day at the beginning of the month. The souls of humans would be sent to another dimension to participate in the game. There, the only task was to complete the assigned mission. If the mission was completed, the player could return to the real world with a generous reward. However, not everyone survives. Only half of the participants are spared. Upon hearing this, the people on the ground began to panic. This game was only for people aged 15 to 29. Everyone was confused, but Ryu Min remained calm and cold, showing no signs of worry. The angel began filtering the list and would send 1.8 million people to participate in this game. After explaining and choosing the participants, Tiu Sa, the beautiful angel, began performing magic to transport the contestants into another space. Everyone was transported to a space where they could not see each other. Here, players could alter their appearances, with only one opportunity to decide. Rumen decided to keep his old appearance with the nickname Haku. In a quiet hill area, Haku's appearance looked really cool and impressive. He had used this appearance 12 times in 99 resets, so now it felt like a part of his body. Other players also began to appear, some choosing the looks of their favorite K-pop idols, and everything was possible here. Everyone wanted to be the best version of themselves here, but for Rumen, that was a very difficult decision. This was a survival world, and if you stood out too much, you would become a target, and dying here would mean death in the real world as well. The tough guy Dong Min chose a muscular appearance, which made Rumen sigh, not knowing what to say. The angel appeared again and began to criticize everyone's appearance here, wanting to see how they would react to being judged. There were 1.8 million people in this space, and one person commented that this number was even more unreal than Bitcoin. The angel got angry, thinking everyone was stupid for not realizing that this space was divided into many different servers. People started opening their personal stat boards. Ryuman just sighed, feeling down, because he had to start from scratch to earn money again. The angel began explaining the rules of the game, which involved passing 20 rounds with the reward being any wish. Then, everyone was guided to open their item inventory. In the inventory, there was an ancient stone that could only be used once. Just hold the stone and think of your wish, and it would activate automatically. Each stone had a unique function, and its strength depended on luck. The angel snapped her fingers, and the mission board appeared. Round 1 required players to defeat 100 goblins, but only those who killed half of the goblins the fastest would have a chance to survive. The goblins started appearing. Some people thought they could handle them, but just as they said that, the angel summoned even more goblins. This made everyone change their expression, and now 10,000 people on this server had to face 50,000 goblins. The battle between humans and goblins officially began. The aggressive goblins rushed at high speed. Ryuman, hands in his pockets, walked forward arrogantly, making everyone curious. His eyes turned red, and then he delivered an invisible kick, quickly taking down one goblin. First impressions are very important, whether it's for work or a date, but this was a survival battle, so Ryuman paid special attention to making a strong impression. He used his kick, leaving all the contestants in the area speechless at his skillful technique when fighting the goblin horde. What he wanted most was to attract the attention of the angel, who was watching from above. He grabbed a knife, slid through like the wind, and struck a fatal blow to a goblin. Everyone was buzzing and felt that his nickname Haku was really cool. Killing goblins in this game was fairly easy, which gave everyone extra motivation since these were the weakest monsters in all the games. A young man was just about to roll up his sleeves to fight when, unexpectedly, a goblin stabbed him. Those around him watched in shock, and everyone fled in panic. The goblins began killing all the players here. In situations like this, people no longer thought of this as a game. The only thought in their minds was survival. The survival instinct of humans surged when faced with death, and the option of escape became hopeless. Ryuman had chosen to run away in the first 2 attempts, but then he realized that running away in this desolate place was useless. Some ran far but were blocked by the magical barrier. Additionally, those living in modern times who had never fought any creatures would feel weak when facing the goblin. However, if they gave in, there would be consequences, and to survive, they had to overcome their fear. When the enemy comes, they must fight and face it. The angel watched from above with satisfaction, believing that humans could not resist the goblins and could only run away, then die. However, she was particularly focused on a young man with the nickname Haku, who was standing out for his monster-slaying achievements. She wondered whether he was a real player or just lucky, as he had already defeated 7,100 goblins. She was curious about Haku's identity, but the security system was too good, and she could not find any information. This made her very angry. Nevertheless, she tried to appear cheerful and said that humans could not harm her dignity. Haku continued fighting, killing goblins one by one, and his experience kept growing. He dodged an attack and continued killing goblins. More of them arrived, but Haku easily took them down. Your hand-stealing companion has been infected with goblin blood. Now, the goblins have shifted from predators to hunted victims. After a round of monster hunting, you reached level 4. You allocated stats into agility, as it not only improves evasion but also enhances attack and movement speed. The goblins were about to attack again. Black Fang threw a dagger, killing one and causing the rest to pause momentarily. You sighed, quickly retrieved the thrown dagger, and before the goblins could comprehend the situation, you defeated them like cosplaying as Gojo. After eliminating all the goblins, the quest to kill 100 was completed. The system announced that Black Fang was the first to complete the quest in this area and led all other regions. Being the top player in the first round, you received a reward of a selectable weapon and a treasure chest. For Black Fang, initial weapons were worthless, so you chose a compact and easy-to-use dagger. While you pondered the mundane world, everyone else was still struggling with goblins outside. This recurrence was different from the previous 99 times because you had earned the Final Traveler title. Since this was your 99th recurrence, the Temporal Ancient Shard could no longer be used. It was your last. In this game, something stronger than ancient shards exists. Titles, but they come with difficult conditions. The priest has a limited skill to resurrect, but only with 30% health. But with Black Fang's title, you could resurrect with 100% health, showing its immense power. You activated this title and set it to private mode to avoid public attention, yet its effect still worked. Everyone in the area gradually completed the quest to kill 100 goblins. Some were left as mere flesh without souls. The angel spread her wings, making the scene more lively, while others logged out and disappeared. Additionally, 50,000 more goblins were added to help players complete the quest faster, which seemed beneficial but was actually very strange. The battle between humans and goblins neared its end, with blood everywhere. Some petty players used corpses as shields to protect themselves. Some exerted all their strength to strangle goblins for survival. Black Fang remained unmoved, indifferent to the world. The angel rejoiced at seeing players fight for their lives. Once enough players passed round 1, the goblins vanished simultaneously. Survivors who had not completed the goblin kill quest were annihilated, their bodies gradually disappearing. The angel congratulated those who cleared round 1 and announced regional and overall rankings. Black Fang ranked first with a time of 10 minutes 21 seconds. The reward of 1,000 gold would be sent upon reaching level 10. The angel was delighted to see you lead the entire region she oversaw. She was curious about your power, but also angry that the system's security prevented her from understanding why you were so strong. Even so, in front of Black Fang, she pretended to understand, thinking she knew the reason for your strength. Black Fang merely smiled, knowing she was fabricated. You arrogantly demanded from the angel a better reward, as the top 1 prize was too small and undeserving. Other players were shocked at your confidence. The angel's expression changed hearing your request for a VIP Pro reward. The angel pouted, wanting you to repeat your words. Black Fang, without hesitation, repeated the request. Other players were astonished, while the angel's expression grew irritated that Black Fang dared to command her. She wanted to strike, but having used that power once, she couldn't use it again. She devised a plan, landed, accepted your request, but required going to a private place to avoid other players' attention. Everyone envied Black Fang's ability to negotiate with the angel. Before leaving, you glanced at Wrong Min. Both passed through the forest. The angel thought this human was too greedy, not obedient like the others. After thinking, she decided to withhold any rewards, believing greed must be punished. She intended to kill you upon stepping over a rock, fearing other players would revolt if she did it openly. But if she killed you discreetly and placed you in a cooler, no one would know or complain. He returned with a cute expression and asked her what kind of reward she wanted. However, he was hit with a strong punch, sending the car flying, causing her to be confused about what was happening. She angrily stood up and realized he had disappeared. Black Ku sneaked up behind her, grabbed her by the neck and pulled her forcefully as if nothing could stop him. He continued to hold her remaining wing, kicking her to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Black Ku realized all her plans and pointed out the weapon she had hidden in her wing. She began to justify that everything was just a misunderstanding, but Black Ku insisted that she had lied and called her burial. Without much explanation, he pulled out a knife from his pocket and prepared to act. Pushed into a corner, she threatened to blow up his head. Black Ku just laughed and said that she couldn't do anything now, silencing her. She couldn't threaten him anymore, so she began threatening that if he killed her, the angels would chase him. Black Ku knew well that these angels were just selfish beings, indifferent to allies or enemies. She continued threatening that if he killed her, he wouldn't be able to return to the real world. But Black Ku knew that the system would automatically send him back without the help of angels. In this game world, angels were just pawns monitoring players. After a bit of reasoning, he decided to charge forward and punch her hard to shut her annoying mouth. The system recorded him as the first person to kill an angel and granted him a title along with angel blood. He used the angel blood and the ancient seal appeared on his body. The title First Angel Slayer also granted a double stat boost when facing divine creatures. Black Ku knew about this reward from his revenge on an angel during his 13th reset. This reward was only for one player. Additionally, the ancient slaughter seal increased stats by 1% each time he killed a target, up to a maximum of 100%, and this effect lasted until the round ended. However, what made him want to kill angels the most was the angel blood. With this item, he could change his class to Death God, an enemy of angels and a unique class. Every time a player reaches level 10, they can choose their class. The system has a total of 30 classes. To change classes, players need a special item. Besides the basic classes, there are special classes that are more advanced than the regular ones. These special classes have additional stats and powerful ancient seal. Black Ku used the reward and selected the X3 experience effect for the second round to quickly level up and change his class. The first round ended, and the surviving players returned to the real world. Everyone thought they had just had a strange dream, but luckily, they all shared the same dream. Some people were still in a coma, and when they were called to wake up, they realized that those people had left the Earth server. Zhang Min's friend had died, and the group realized that those who hadn't woken up had been eliminated and killed by the evil spirit in the game. Zhang Min, who was once a bully, now had trembling hands and feet. Although terrified, he felt that the world was now fairer, because no matter if born at the starting line or not, all beings were now equal. His friends felt injustice because they knew Zhang Min would eventually become a failure, while they still had dreams and ambition. He fumbled around looking for Rumen, and thought he had died because he was too weak. He saw a player in armor and realized that outside the game, they could also open the status bar and inventory. He picked up a stone from the ground and easily crushed it. This action made him even more arrogant and self-satisfied. National television began reporting on the incident, where over 10,000 people suddenly fainted at Jiangnan Square. They had recorded images of angels exploding the people, causing 10,000 to faint in broad daylight. This news was then widely spread on social media. This phenomenon occurred not only domestically, but also globally. The online community was buzzing, and keyboard heroes began commenting positively on this video. Everyone thought it was just a script made to gain views and likes. Everyone thought it was just a joke. Ryu Min was also following the news. Some people were in a vegetative state, others were clinically dead, and most of the celebrities had died. After the virtual crisis in Canada, 11% of the population died, and Ryu felt that the biggest concern was the survivors still alive. If they possessed the ability to explore and upgrade their ranks, these people would become powerful entities, because no modern weapons or elite armies could control these players. And for the world to remain stable, the only solution is for Ryu to control all the players with superior power. The repeated sabotage from previous resets cannot happen again. This time, Ryu had several candidates in mind who could help him conquer the 20th round. Long John entered the dorm room and saw his younger brother Ryun sleeping. Their family wasn't wealthy and their parents had passed away. A car accident had completely changed his life since he started wearing a headscarf, and the biggest challenge was taking care of his younger brother Ryuga. He turned on the lights and called one to get up and prepare the luggage for $1 million deal. One didn't understand what was going on but obediently prepared luxury items, and both of them went out together. Seeing his brother's serious demeanor, one realized that this time was probably very important. Noticing that his brother still didn't understand, Ryuman asked one to check the trending topics online. When he heard that his brother had passed the first round, one was shocked and worried whether his brother had gotten hurt. Since their parents died, Ryuman had made many efforts to fill the gap they left behind. He always mentally prepared to face the hardships of life. Ryuman understood his brother's thoughts and reassured him, saying that in the future he would be even more powerful, so there was no need to worry about small matters. Now the only thing Gun needed to do was follow him. Looking at the wound on Gun's hand, Ryuman remembered the Teju gang. Today, both of them would go to the residence of the Teju gang, who specialized in bullying the military. When he mentioned this, one was startled because he had always hidden it from his brother to avoid being a burden. Ryuman wanted to apologize to his brother, knowing the truth a few hours after returning from the first round of previous resets. One had gone out to meet someone, and Ryuman was tired and resting. By the afternoon, when the hospital called, he rushed out in a panic. His younger brother had gone blind from being beaten by the Teju gang. At that time, he was still weak and couldn't protect his brother, but now he was in a different position, much stronger. This was a significant step forward compared to previous resets. Now anyone who touches one would be dealt with by him. If they came for him, he would be ready. At the warehouse, the fat Teju still enjoyed bullying the weak and beating his underlings. But the other underlings were scared when they saw the scene and didn't want to be bullied by him. After beating them up, he started talking about wanting to buy a car, but not having enough money. He asked his underlings how to make money without working, but meeting a teacher like him, who wanted to eat without working, only received food. The bald-headed man recognized that the person running in style was Ryuga. They planned to take money from one, but Teju knew one wasn't home. Even if they killed him, there was nothing to steal. The house only had a small boat which was just used for fishing. He also knew that one was living off his older brother and had no parents. Just as they wanted to search, Ryuman and Ryu one arrived. Seeing the two of them, they laughed gleefully, saying, "Speak of the devil and the devil will come." He loudly called Ryugun a bastard, but when he saw Min, he seemed a bit scared. Min smiled brightly when asked his name. Min said he was one's older brother. Teju cracked his knuckles, trying to intimidate them, ready to beat Ryuman and his brother senseless. Three of his underlings stepped forward, and one of them who measured Ryuman's height got a punch and was left stunned. The guy with the messy hair rushed at him, but Ryuman dodged and countered with a punch that sent him flying into a metal bin. The remaining two attacked together, but were knocked out with 2 punches and surrendered. Teju remained arrogant, thinking that Ryuman had learned some kind of fighting technique from somewhere and was showing off. He put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly, but he didn't look very attractive, appearing to be sickly. He faced Ryuman and said that physical strength was very important, asking if he had read the news. Hearing that he didn't know anything, you just sighed. He charged forward, throwing a punch, but you easily dodged it, even avoiding the next punch. At this point, he started to realize something was wrong. He couldn't even touch Min, not even a single hair. Min continued to create a blue aura around his hand and landed a powerful punch to his face, causing Teju to stagger. He wobbled and attacked again, but Min had already disappeared from in front of him and reappeared behind him, delivering a second punch. He couldn't react in time, holding his face and grabbing the tooth that had fallen from his mouth. How nice, no need for a dentist, and teeth just fall out on their own. Taeju lost control and charged at Min but did no damage. Min grabbed his hand and delivered a strong punch. His face was now horribly disfigured, swollen like a sticky rice cake from Min's punches. He charged in to punch Min but was immediately met with Min leaping up and delivering a dragon kick, sending him flying into the wall. Min asked if it hurt. No matter how many times he was revived, Min never forgot the image of his blind and injured younger brother. The fat guy started to get scared and begged for mercy, but the law of karma waits for no one. Min walked up, grabbed his hand, and reminded him never to touch his brother again, then broke his finger. The henchmen watched this scene and quickly ran away, choosing the fastest escape route. Taeju promised not to harm Gun again but to prevent revenge. Min decided to break his wrist too. On the way back, when one wondered, Min showed off a real-life skill to his younger brother. In the air, Min materialized an extremely sharp knife. He explained that the other guy couldn't hit him because his agility stat had reached 11. The average person has a stat of 3, while athletes can reach 10. One asked what would happen if his brother leveled up, but Min didn't want to answer and kept the secret about being a regression pretender. Because during his 11th regression, Gun had been kidnapped by another player, even after revenge was taken. Min didn't want that to happen again and would use all his abilities to protect his foolish younger brother. Then, the two brothers went into a convenience store to eat. Ryumin withdrew all his savings and told Gun to choose whatever he wanted. Today he would treat him to everything. Gun was shy, afraid of wasting his brother's money, but still chose the beef hot pot with a happy and content expression. The two brothers enjoyed the expensive beef, and Gun ate happily because it was the first time he had ever had such a delicious dish. Min spent the rest of the money playing Viet Loss, making one panic. Still shocked, Min surprised him further when all the numbers he chose won. Min smugly laughed and said that all those numbers were winning numbers today. Before 5 p.m., whose richer still remains unknown, the 1049th lottery draw was ongoing. Ryugun Yuzo bit his nails anxiously because of the money he had put into this gamble. But Gun was shocked when all the winning numbers were the ones his brother had chosen. One choked up, hoping this wasn't a dream. His brother happily assured him it wasn't a dream, and one jumped up in joy as they won the grand prize. Ryumin was happy for the first few times, but after winning so much, the excitement faded. Now, what Min wanted most was to make a lot of money. Because in the future, more than 900 million people would die. The economy would collapse, and rare items in the game would be sold for exorbitant prices. Min felt that the current lottery winnings were enough to change the world. He then went to the non-hyped bank to carry out his next plan. When the bank staff learned that Min was the one who won the lottery at the Xian Hui branch with 115 winning tickets, they immediately called the president down to greet him. He was now like a VIP client, and if you had a few billion in your account like Min, life would be much easier. The bank president cheerfully greeted him and led Min into the VIP room. Once inside, Min handed the winning tickets to the staff for verification, and the amount he received was 22.5 billion, with Gun's after-tax amount around. Min hurriedly filled out the paperwork to collect the money and was preparing to invest in Bitcoin because the price would soar by 500% next month. Min then informed his younger brother that he had invested 1 billion in Bitcoin, leaving one stunned at such an amount. But now, money was nothing but fleeting. Min dreamed of numbers that could help him continue experimenting. Hearing that, one wished Min would remember that, and Min assured him he would, as he had done it countless times. Then he told one to pack up. Today, both of them will move into the penthouse, no longer having to live in some remote, desolate place. Jong Min is testing himself somewhere, and feels lucky to have the X2 power relic. He still has the owl, so when Ryumin causes trouble, he goes to the inn to teach Ryumin a lesson. He knocks on the door repeatedly and presses his ear to listen for any sound, ready to rush in if he hears anything. The landlord, hearing the knocking, comes out to see the stranger. Only then does Rong Min learn that his belongings have been moved elsewhere. When asking for the address, the landlord doesn't know either, which angers him since no one will give information. Seeing his anger, the Ryu brothers head to the luxury apartment complex. Min has rented a 330 m2 apartment with a view of the countryside. The place is fully equipped with luxurious amenities, so the cost is very high, making Jen want to move out because it's too expensive. But for Ryumin, money is meant to be spent. The more extravagant, the higher the security. At the beginning of the month, players fall asleep, making it the most vulnerable time. Besides natural factors like disasters or earthquakes, there's also the risk of being killed by assassins hired by other players. Even the top players in that world will die if their real-world bodies are destroyed, which worries Source. Source feels useless enjoying luxury, while having to fight in another world while his brother wins. Ryu-min pats his brother's shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink, let's go down to the second floor for breakfast." Min keeps bothering Ryu-min, but he ignores it. This grudge will surely be repaid fully. The next morning, Ryugun prepares and tells his brother, "Let's buy rice cakes to give to the neighbors." Seeing Hyun truly as his brother, the two go together to buy rice cakes to share. The brothers spread joy, befriending neighbors and the kids in the apartment complex. After a busy morning, they've greeted everyone, with only one apartment left. The penthouse owner has also bought the 44th and 45th floors, and Min guesses they might be famous. Seeing no one open the door just as they were about to leave, Korean actress Seo Aaron appears with her bodyguard. Seeing the superstar, Jen quickly hides, while Ryu-min keeps a cold demeanor only outwardly. The bodyguard blocks them, thinking they are fans. When learning they live downstairs, he tells them on Arin's behalf that she doesn't eat sweets and opens the door for her. Ryu-min finds him arrogant and rude, telling his brother not to worry. Of course, Jen doesn't mind, his mind only on Seo Aaron, while Ryu-min understands Gen Z. Nowadays, people just watch trending movies. I'm busy earning money, no time for idols. Social media reports many artists have died. Now only 50% of famous artists survive. Arin reads the news, her face changes. The more famous actors than her have already died after joining the game. Thanks to her grandparents giving her the relic, she easily passed round 1. Otherwise, the news would be on the papers. Everything she owns, including the penthouse, is provided by her company, making her feel lucky. Arin confides in her bodyguard, unsure how she'll survive the next round. He reassures her, "Trust me and rest." At first, Arin thought the company sent the bodyguard to monitor her, but through the game, she realizes without him, she might have died in round 1. Arin remembers the rice cakes and really wants to eat them. She is afraid of bothering them, while the bodyguard thinks she's a celebrity and they would always disrupt her life. But looking at the brothers' demeanor, she doesn't understand how they could be a nuisance. She wonders how a neighbor over 15 who has played the game remains cheerful, optimistic, and full of life. The bodyguard sighs, thinking killing 100 goblins is easy. Only fools would lose. Arin thinks he's impressive, but his skills are in the real world, while in the game, he's only a silver rank challenger. Even seeing Shadow's expression, Arin still felt more sympathy for the goblins than for humans. To survive in this survival game, Arin needed to befriend someone skilled, so she really wanted to make friends with Shadow to protect herself. However, she knew luck wouldn't come easily. On January 31st, Ryu-min returned home and told his younger brother that he had just made 15 billion won. It was the 4th time Ryu-min had won first place in exams, and the chairman asked him for his secret. He simply replied that his grandparents had sent him a vision. The Bitcoin he invested in had increased in value to 150 billion won. One worried about withdrawing the money, fearing the price would drop. But for someone like Ryu-min, having billions was no big deal. The two brothers ate pasta, went shopping, and snacked together until nightfall. The next day began, and Ryu-min held his younger brother's hand tightly, hoping he would survive and return safely. Min smiled brightly and teased his brother, saying, "You still don't trust me. If I can't beat them, who else can?" He patted one's head and told him to go to sleep, promising he would be by his side when he woke up. Everyone returned to the game, and Ho stood out for leading in the previous area. Seeing everyone whispering but no one approaching, he realized how famous he had become. As the new day started, Ryu-min again held his younger brother's hand, hoping he would survive. Min smiled confidently, sure he could overcome any challenge. He patted one's head and told him to sleep, promising to be by his side upon waking. Everyone returned to the game, with Ho now prominent for his top performance in the previous round. He realized his fame had spread across the server. Another angel appeared, causing a stir among the players, announcing that the previous angel had an accident and she would supervise round 2. The angel spread her glittering golden wings, casting radiant light below, then announced the round 2 mission. Round 2's main mission was to select a regional representative within 3 hours. In this round, all players could participate without fear of death. The angel looked at everyone with satisfaction, pointed upwards, and explained that the regional representative had the power to command others. They could order someone to crawl, or even demand someone sacrifice their life. A power that sounded very Oxylex. After 3 hours, all players would cast their vote. The ballot required only the name of the person they wanted as the regional representative. It sounded simple, but was this task really that easy? Everyone was excited because the task seemed easy, and the angel wished them success before leaving. Meanwhile, differing opinions arose. Some were happy for the easy task, while Min felt frustrated after preparing thoroughly to fight. All this reminded Shadow of memories from previous regressions. Despite the chatter, he stuck to his plan. Shadow entered the forest, knowing full well that in this game, main missions always came with side and hidden objectives. He decided to grind to reach level 10 quickly, as it was the first step to obtaining a new profession. When a robin monster appeared in the forest, Shadow didn't hesitate and immediately jumped up to stab it. Thanks to the Mortician's effect, each kill increased his stats by 1% until reaching 100%. After defeating one, more appeared to challenge Shadow. He sneered and used his knife to eliminate them all. Within 30 minutes, Shadow reached level 9. He quickly allocated all stats because no matter how strong, if a critical hit landed, he would die. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength boosts physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence boosts magical damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack speed and dodge rate. Luck raises critical hit rate and item drop chances. Each stat is important, especially for the death profession, which uses both physical and magical damage. Only increasing all stats is the ideal choice. While hunting monsters, Shadow sensed lurking danger. He turned and drew his knife, knowing someone was watching him. "Show yourself or don't make me angry. When I get mad, it gets exhausting." A girl stepped out from behind a tree, and Shadow immediately recognized her as famous celebrity Seo Aaron. Her bodyguard also appeared behind her, explaining that they meant no harm. "Thank you for giving us this chance. We have no intention of attacking you." Shadow wasn't fully convinced, but he didn't act overly cold either. As soon as he saw this bodyguard, he immediately recognized him as Ah Sang-chun, the trusted and powerful right-hand man of Mahjong Lok. His nickname is Celestial Demon, and Mahjong Lok is the eldest son of the country's largest corporation. At the same time, he was also among the targets Hako was aiming for, and his real goal was to recruit the priest to ally with him within 20. It was only now that he remembered that Mahjong Lok had once been rumored to sponsor a movie star for professional purposes. The future has changed in ways you didn't expect. Arin Seo explained that they've been monitoring Hako's every move from the start. She wanted to propose cooperation because she knew he had claimed the top spot on the server in the previous round. Hako just sneered. How could a collaboration work when one weighs 800 pounds and the other barely half a pound? He strode forward with confidence in his own abilities. "If you want to move fast, go alone. If slow, you need teammates." As Hako turned away, Arin Seo collapsed under the pressure of facing him. She wanted to team up with the top player for safety, but even someone as clever as her was pushed aside immediately. Chun realized from the start that those at the top, ruling alone, naturally have enormous egos. Ego players have their rights. Incidentally, seeing Hako gain XP, the two went hunting monsters to level up. The robin creatures in the forest, once hunters, became prey when facing Hako. 5 glons appeared, making Hako visibly excited and feeling lucky. 1, 2, 3 glons, did you miss a beat? All were wiped out in a single strike. He reached level 10 and qualified for promotion. The secondary mission for round 2 was to level up before the voting time. Successfully completing it grants promotion items and a new class, along with a 50% discount voucher for daily items. First-time participants in secondary missions are often confused and dazed, yet full of smile. Everyone knows the best classes, but few know how to obtain promotion items. Promotion items are only granted after completing special conditions. Warriors must raise their strength stat to level 10 and defeat 30 monsters within the time limit to receive promotion items. Berserkers need to hunt within the time limit, and assassins must assassinate monsters multiple times. Each player must complete class-related activities to earn promotion items. During his newbie days, Hako struggled and sweated to complete the hunter class. Once he obtained the death class, he moved to a new position, no longer constrained by previous regression. He used items from the previous round's angel to advance to the death class. Daytime effects of ancient divine artifacts double attack power. Nighttime increases attack speed by 50%. Resting at night sharply reduces the chance of being detected by enemies, and the aura of the 10 directions of Buddhas surrounds Hako. Completion rewards include the death side. Rank increases from novice to apprentice, with VIP pro levels distinguished. Players are divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Regular, Apprentice, and Novice at the bottom. Like PC games, leveling up increases rewards and unlocks new skill. He gained a new skill, Death Sigil. Effects are visible only to the caster and the target. The target receives 100% extra damage when attacked simultaneously, applicable to only one target at a time. He can also equip the Death Scythe, a very rare and sinister weapon. Being the first to level up on the server, he received a gold bag and the neutral tracking skill. This skill costs 20,000 gold and detects target locations, but requires coordination with Zafar and Nem to work. He immediately tracked Hong Young-min, a weak link trying to cause trouble. The target was 190 meters away, and he was curious about what he intended to do. Arin Seo and her bodyguards were severely injured and forced to flee, after being ambushed by Ian Min and his gang. The bodyguard thought negatively that Arin had slowed him down. Otherwise, he could have escaped. Ian Min's gang was arrogant due to numerical superiority. Their goal was to hand over Arin idle to them. Hearing this, the bodyguard's face darkened. He thought if he had spoken earlier, he would have left her behind. He had no intention of dying for this beautiful girl. All actions were strictly for the assigned mission. If Arin Seo couldn't be protected, Director Ma Jianglok would be disappointed. Young Min then threatened as if ready to attack Innova. The bodyguard could only use the law to threaten, but killing here would be investigated, so who will prove it? Even if there is evidence, their faces and names might not match reality. While thinking about how to fight with this battered body, Hako suddenly stood beside them, observing. Hako asked what the other two were doing here. Yang Min interjected, and Hako immediately ordered silence. The bodyguard shouted that they were hunting Arin, and if Hako stepped in heroically, he would make sure to respond. Hako wanted to confirm the bodyguard's words, while Yang Min remained arrogant. Hako radiated a fiery red aura, holding the scythe of death, confident like the ruler of the forest. He emphasized that he would stop anyone who touched them to ensure they were not harmed. Just like the first time when the dragon fruit appeared in instant noodles, today Hako would teach them what a festival really meant. He realized this would help strengthen future relationships, because Gi Younglok would be impressed by him. If a large corporation took notice, the rewards would certainly increase, and he would be generously repaid. By the way, he wasn't fond of the young punks in front of him. Young Min and his crew approached, threatening that if anyone dared to move forward, they would be punished, but the situation wasn't truly dangerous yet. Still, they knew their limits because they had seen Hako tear apart the goblins by himself. Last time he was top 1 on the server, Hako lowered his side, crossed his arms, and said that if they kneeled and begged for mercy, he would reconsider. Yang Min felt humiliated in front of the crowd, especially with the pretty girl watching. The humiliation reminded him of the time in the real world when he had punched through a wall with his bare hands. He thought that if he was lucky, he might be able to knock Hako out with a single punch. It was a nice scenario, but unfortunately he was Saitama. He sneered, cracked his knuckles, rotated his shoulder, and moved forward, intending to punch Hako directly. Hako put away his weapon, feeling it was unfair for one side to use fists while the other used a weapon. Even winning would be boring. These words made Yang Min furious, and Hako jumped forward. Yang Min waited for this moment and threw a straight punch, but Hako easily dodged and delivered a crushing blow to his stomach, sending him flying 7.749 miles. Lying on the ground, still swearing, Hako moved forward and kicked him squarely in the face. He grabbed his shirt and threw a series of painful punches to his face. It felt more like being struck with a hammer than being punched. The final punch from Hako knocked him unconscious. His companions shot from behind, but Hako dodged. He moved forward and used his scythe to sever the arm of the one who dared to shoot. The other two watched the scene without fear, and one of them charged forward. Hako saw this reckless move and marked it with a death mark, swiftly cutting the charging one's leg with his scythe. The remaining one paled, but Hako did not show mercy for daring to hold a weapon in front of him. One of his arms fell off, but Hako didn't want to kill. He just wanted to scare them so they wouldn't dare approach again. Though badly injured, he still rambled, and Hako used his scythe to instill fear in them. Young Min hid behind a large tree, but hiding from Hako was futile. He showed no mercy, speaking 4 words to Yang Min before severing his arm. He wished the punks would stop crying like children, because what they had gone through was nothing compared to the past they once admired him for. The one who was hurt now wanted to harm others, so Hako cut off his other arm. The bodyguard shuddered as he saw Hako sever the arms of the broken man without mercy. For many, this was ruthless, but he appreciated people who stayed cold-headed like that. He made a note of Hako's name, the one who dared to oppose the president. After finishing the task, Hako checked on his friends Heen and told them not to worry about the punks anymore. As you all can see, they are all disabled, and now they need to go back to vote. Why did Arin and the bodyguard bow to thank Black Scorpion for saving their lives? Why was Arin worried about those scumbags dying but didn't care about you, since they're nothing compared to those animals? He looked at her and thought she was too weak. He guessed she wanted to present herself as a saint to maintain her image as a celebrity. The bodyguard wondered why Black Scorpion didn't kill all those lowlifes. Black Scorpion simply explained that killing them wouldn't bring any benefits for him, because fewer people means fewer chances to get through the game. The bodyguard listened to Black Scorpion's explanation and thought it made sense. Feeling impressed with Black Scorpion, the bodyguard thought he needed to report this to the president. This impressed the bodyguard greatly, and he was sure he needed to report it to the president right away. Before leaving, he spat on the head of the lowlife and then left with Arin. At the voting area, the players began to clash with each other. Everyone wanted to become the representative of this area. Some even wanted to fight over this position. Each person gave a valid reason to be chosen as a representative. Suddenly, a voice rang out, silencing them, and they all listened to him. He was the boy Mint Chocolate who explained everything and made a suggestion. Everyone listened to him because he had a persuasive rhetoric. He saw that everyone was drawn to his captivating voice and smiled maliciously. He was smug because his persuasive rhetoric had worked from the first round. Thinking back to the first round, when he got his persuasive rhetoric from a random fragment, he was disappointed that it didn't work on monsters. And when he was surrounded by monsters, his persuasive rhetoric didn't work on those who were higher ranked than him. But in this difficult situation, he found a way to use the rhetoric effectively. He used his words to persuade everyone to help the girl attacked by monsters. Then he charged forward to eliminate the monsters. This demonic persuasion helped him clear the first round. He was cruel, but if he was lucky enough to persuade others, he would become the regional representative. He started using manipulative tactics and games, asking everyone to pick a maximum of 5 candidates for easier voting. Everyone found it reasonable and began voting for their candidates. He grew more pleased as everything went smoothly. The first person to nominate Mint Chocolate was impressed by his ability to organize and calm people down. This made him very pleased, thinking he had gained another fool to follow him. While he was basking in his success, someone raised their hand to nominate Black Scorpion. He thought this was acceptable since the top-ranked person from the previous round would naturally be nominated. The third person nominated the second-ranked player from the previous round. That player was Documentary, followed by Black Dragon, who was third. Mint Chocolate decided to pick 4 people and suggested that each person would speak before voting. He volunteered to speak first. As soon as he opened his mouth, the young man named Documentary appeared and insulted him. "Shut up with your nonsense. Do you think anyone will listen to a cheap bastard like you?" Mint Chocolate was shocked, thinking that he had been exposed. He tried using his persuasive rhetoric again to check if he had been exposed. He lectured the young man like a 9-fingered mentor, causing him to lose control, then shouted, "If you want to live, vote for me." The young man, Mint Chocolate, saw his aggressiveness, continued his scolding, and advised him to stop humiliating himself. He went silent for a moment but suddenly pulled out his knife, catching him off guard before he could react, and he was quickly attacked. Indeed, as a wise man once said, arrogance always brings harm. Everyone who witnessed this scene was in shock. When the young man who was just standing in front of them was logged out, the community of players began cursing him, but he didn't care. He charged forward, stabbing each one of those who had been gossiping carelessly. This feeling was amazing for him. No cops, no snitch, no cameras, and he could harm people without any consequences. He raised his hand and pointed at the survivors, threatening that if they didn't vote for him, they would meet the same fate as those who had died. This horrifying scene made everyone tremble with fear. His next target was to eliminate someone. If he could kill this person, he would be free to claim the top position without any obstacle. Meanwhile, Black Hook had killed over 200 monsters in more than 2 hours, but still only reached level 16. The long battle without much level increase showed that the higher the progression, the slower it becomes. However, the upside was that hunting monsters had become much easier now. With the Death Oracle and the Butcher's Oracle in his hands, one item doubling damage and the other doubling stats, he felt he had a significant advantage. It was time to leave as the voting time had arrived. All the players were summoned back to the starting point. The players who had not been present before were frightened by the scene in front of them when they were summoned. Seo Aaron and Sang Chun panicked, wondering what was happening. While everyone around was guessing, Black Hook stood aside and thought to himself. It seemed that this time Dung Zich was in charge again. He was the leader of a well-known gang in Korea and the second strongest warrior in his district. Unfortunately, this guy's personality was extremely unpleasant. Black Hook thought he needed to defuse this bomb before it exploded, but it wasn't the right time yet. While Black Hook was still lost in thought, Dung Zich spoke up, interrupting him. He sneered and asked where Black Hook had been, saying he had been waiting for a long time. Black Hook felt annoyed and asked him what he really wanted. It seemed like Dung Zich had prepared for this question. He immediately asked Black Hook to join his side. This statement made Black Hook frown. However, he only saw Dung Zich still showing an unkind attitude. With knife in hand, Dung Zich spun it a few times and said that if Black Hook agreed, he would spare him. Black Hook felt very uncomfortable and asked if he wanted to start fighting right now. Then Black Hook ordered Dung Zich to kneel and apologize. If he did, Black Hook would spare him. Dung Zich felt his pride was insulted and got angry, threatening that if he became the regional representative, he would not spare Black Hook. Before Dung Zich could finish, Black Hook interrupted him. He summoned the scythe from the void and didn't forget to mock Dung Zich. As soon as Deng Zich saw Black Hook's weapon, he began to feel scared, realizing he had encountered someone he should not have crossed. Facing Black Hook's challenge, Deng Zich held on to some of his dignity and replied that he would never kneel to anyone, whether it was Black Hook or anyone else. He was not only stubborn but also challenged Black Hook. Seeing Deng Zich's anger, Black Hook thought to himself that if he showed his power, the election would become complicated. Instead, Black Hook decided to make Deng Zich the representative to exploit him in the next round. He thought it was time for the angel to appear, and just as he predicted, the angel appeared. The angel appeared in front of everyone. Black Hook coldly told Deng Zich that they would meet again tomorrow. He also warned Deng Zich that next time he wanted to challenge someone, he should check their information first, or else he wouldn't know which cat would bite the mouse. Deng Zich was furious, but in his heart, he remained determined to make Black Hook pay 100 times over if he became the representative. Back to the angel, she began asking everyone about the selection of the representative. She announced that the election was about to begin and didn't care about their life or death. At the same time, she declared that the voting would begin immediately. At this moment, the system screen appeared and the official vote began. Each player had only one vote and had to choose the representative they trusted. The representative with the most votes would win. Players who didn't vote within 5 minutes would be eliminated from the round and disappear. Everyone turned their gaze toward Deng Zich. He felt pleased inside, but as soon as he saw someone not looking at him, he immediately threatened them. The voting quickly ended. Deng Zich realized he had only received 2,412 votes, while Black Hook was in second place, very close to him. Deng Zich was furious, unable to describe his anger, even though he had done everything and still received so few votes. At this point, the angel spoke up, saying she would give command authority to Deng Zich, allowing him to give orders to everyone. He waited for a long time for this opportunity. In his heart, he was determined to make Black Crow understand the consequences of offending him. However, after receiving the blessing, Deng Zich discovered that he only had 10 uses of the power, and these powers could not affect an A-level person. While Deng Zich was still confused by this surprise, the angel continued to make another equally surprising announcement. They also had an additional side mission to level up to and find items to upgrade. She said that the mission window had been set to appear like this in the new phase, but it seemed no one had noticed it. At this moment, one of the players spoke up and asked what they would do to level up if there were no monsters. The angel changed her expression, then calmly opened the system and announced that only 80,000 people would be promoted to this time. She also announced that Black Crow was the first person to successfully level up. She also told Fred that Harko was a Death Knight. Upon hearing this, the players present began to murmur. The thug standing on the side felt jealous and wondered why he could change his class at this moment. He even intended to use his power to command him to respond. Back to the angel. She announced that within 2, the rankings would be rewarded according to the order of completing the side mission. And the person at the top was none other than Ryuman, with the account name Hackle. She was surprised as she looked at the leaderboard, noticing that Hackle not only ranked first in this area, but also led the entire server. She was impressed by Black Crow's ability and couldn't stop admiring his Death Knight class. She even thought that the nickname Black Crow really suited his abilities. She gestured for him to answer her about that nickname. She even doubted that he had known in advance that he would receive this powerful Death Knight class. Black Crow faced the angel's questioning, maintaining his cold attitude and calmly denied it. He believed that becoming a Death Knight was his destiny. In his heart, he silently laughed because even the angel didn't know how to achieve the Death Knight class. They only knew it was a special class. The angel found his clever answer interesting. In this area, there was another person who had changed their class, so Black Crow was the only one on this server unaffected by the command power. After hearing the angel's explanation, the players present were completely confused. The angel happily explained that the command power couldn't apply to those with a class. Therefore, a representative couldn't command someone with a class. Furthermore, there were only 10 opportunities to use the command power. Thus, being a regional representative did not mean having unlimited power. Each of the angel's words pierced Deng Zich like daggers, making him very uncomfortable. He felt humiliated, thinking to himself why she had to say these things in front of everyone. The angel was now happily rewarding Black Crow. After a moment of hesitation between armor sets, Black Crow decided to choose the professional hunter's leather armor. Then he chose to triple his experience points to quickly fight monsters in the 3rd round. At this moment, the angel spoke up to announce that the 3rd round had begun. The system screen appeared, announcing that the players' souls would soon be transferred to their bodies in the real world. Back in reality, Rong Min was terrified as he sat up quickly in bed, looking at his arm, which was still intact. He swore that he would never pick a fight with Black Crow again. Back to Seo Aaron, she was looking at Sang Chun standing in front of her and thanking him. But he quickly responded that she didn't need to do that because he was her manager and bodyguard, so protecting her was his duty. Seo Aaron happily listened. She asked him how to meet and thank Black Crow, but since he didn't want to reveal his identity, there was no way. Upon hearing this, Sang Chun suggested that Seo Aaron give an item to Black Crow in the next round. This idea pleased her very much. After agreeing, Sang Chun then bid farewell and left. He received a call from Chairman Ma. He congratulated him on successfully changing his class to Dark Knight. He also informed that he and Seo Aaron had only reached level 8 and were still injured. In addition, Sang Chun had something important and wanted to meet Chairman Ma at the hotel. However, he didn't know that his entire secret process had been monitored by Ryumin. 10 minutes earlier, Ryumin had returned to the real world and quickly investigated Sang Chun's bodyguard information. He decided to follow him. After reasoning, he guessed that Magi Amlok might come to meet him. At this moment, Amlok was standing on the upper floor of the building, constantly thinking about Ryumin. He thought that you had caused trouble with his subordinates, and he would certainly not let this go. Even if you were the leader, he could not accept anyone touching him, but no one should touch his wife. Sang Chun's voice interrupted Amlok's thoughts as he spoke from the doorway, and the two began chatting happily. Sang Chun thanked Amlok, but he simply replied that there was no need to thank him because he had done nothing for Sang Chun, even though they were not from the same area. Sang Chun politely nodded and said that just meeting him made him feel full of enthusiasm. Amlok thought that Sang Chun was flattering him too much, too fake. Sang Chun quickly sat down in the chair across from him and congratulated Amlok for successfully surviving. Upon hearing this, Amlok just smiled and thought that the second round they participated in was just like a candy-grabbing game. He modestly said that leveling up successfully was just luck. Sang Chun thought that luck was also a skill. Moreover, standing in second and third place in all the areas was not easy. Sang Chun continued to assert that his greatest honor was serving Amlok. Amlok realized that he had something to say and stared at Sang Chun, saying, "Go ahead, little brother, if you have something to ask." Sang Chun knew he had been exposed, so he awkwardly asked about the location of the leveling up item. Amlok coldly replied that the item had dropped while he was hunting monsters. But inside, he secretly laughed because that item was obtained thanks to the ancient language fragment of the Dark Knight that he possessed. It turned out he had gotten lucky in round 1, as his ancient language was almost a cheating item. It could help him change his class when reaching level 10, but for Amlok, even if it was a subordinate he trusted like family, he could not reveal this demonic information, because human nature is easily changeable. Thinking this, Amlok quickly changed the subject and asked Sang Chun if his injury was caused by Haku. Sang Chun objected and said that it was Haku who saved him. Amlok curiously asked Sang Chun to tell the whole story of what happened. After a moment, Sang Chun explained that if Haku had not appeared in time, he and Seo Aaron could have died. He believed Arin had a very good chance of survival. However, this would cause psychological trauma and prevent her from continuing in the entertainment industry. Amlok vaguely asked about the situation of the thug. Sang Chun knew they had been tortured by Haku to the brink of death, and if the number of people decreased, then fewer would survive the round. After a moment of silence, Amlok thought he should compensate Haku, but ultimately decided against it, as he had not revealed his identity. Therefore, he asked Sang Chun to thank Ryumin for him in the next round. Amlok's gaze was sharp as he asked Sang Chun about the nickname of the thug. Ryumin stood hidden behind a tree, watching Sang Chun's action. He marveled at his loyalty, and once he had determined where Sang Chun would go, he decided to turn back. Ryumin thought he should thank his younger brother for the unintentional way his sibling had helped him meet Arin and discover the relationship between her and Sang Chun. Ryumin thought that by using the excuse of being neighbors, he could easily gain the trust of Jinglok. However, he needed to consider whether to bring Jinglok into round 20, as his Dark Knight's ancient language was too strong, almost cheating. However, nothing is perfect. This skill also has unpredictable disadvantages, such as lacking an ancient language upgrade bonus and being forced to become a Dark Knight. The biggest disadvantage was that to use the full power of Dark Knight magic, one had to accumulate dark mana, and this type of mana could not be easily acquired. This skill was very suited for someone with perverted taste like Jinglok. Ryumin feared, thinking that teaming up with a pervert like him posed many dangers. He decided to temporarily view Jinglok as a rough diamond and would later adapt as needed. Ryumin realized that there were many other talented people besides himself, and he would start looking for companions to grow with. When the morning came, the scenery changed, and while the man at the store was worried about sales, a girl suddenly appeared from outside. Hoa realized that lottery tickets were no longer being sold, while rent and labor costs were rising. They seemed to have no way of managing. Seeing her father's concern, the girl smiled and said she was about to graduate. She assured him that she would help by finding a part-time job to increase their income, but he quickly refused. He advised her to focus on her studies to fulfill her dream of becoming a doctor, but she immediately disagreed. The situation had changed by then. She reassured her father that she had passed the second round, even though the lottery was completely discontinued, costs were rising, and they could hardly make ends meet. She would still help him and had been rejected, but she firmly insisted on pursuing her dream of becoming a doctor. She had also gained a special ability that increased vitality and physical capabilities for ordinary people. While the two were happily chatting, Ryumin suddenly appeared. Ryumin walked into the convenience store, surprising the owner when he saw him. He was the winner who matched the numbers on 100 lottery tickets. Ryumin greeted the owner and asked if he remembered him. He said, "I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets here." The owner was confused about why he was there. Ryumin bowed and sincerely apologized, explaining that he had seen the news and kept winning first prizes, which caused the store to stop selling lottery tickets. He apologized for unintentionally causing damage, but the owner politely responded that there was no need to worry. He said, "This is not your fault. Not selling lottery tickets won't make me starve." However, Ryumin still felt guilty and wanted to make amends. Even though the amount wasn't large, his heart was worth 10 million won. The owner and his daughter were surprised and told him not to do that. They said, "Take it back," but Ryumin insisted the owner keep it because he still had a lot to do. The daughter took the money and said she would return it after running after him. Seeing her run after him, Ryumin asked who she was. She replied, "I'm Minjula, your classmate." She was very surprised to find out that he didn't recognize they were classmates. He apologized, saying he wasn't good at remembering faces. But that was a lie from Ryumin. He knew she had a special ability to buffer support effects for teammates. Fate had brought them together during the regression. It helped him a lot, and now, he used the excuse of a chance meeting with Julia to bring her to his side. Julie told him to go somewhere to talk, and Ryumin nodded in agreement. Julie gave him back the money from earlier and said they couldn't accept such a large sum, so he should take it. Ryumin understood that they wouldn't take it because she was an honest person, and even in tough times, she didn't want to live in debt. Julie urged him to take the money. She was a little hurt from holding the money, but Ryumin still refused. He wanted to make up for it because he felt guilty and wanted his conscience to be clear. Whether the amount was large or small, he still wanted her to take it. Otherwise, he would feel guilty and keep thinking about it. Julie thought accepting the money would be too burdensome, while for him, the amount wasn't that much. He left, leaving many lingering feelings. Julie couldn't persuade him, so she said that taking 1 million was enough instead of 10 million. Ryumin told her to ask the store owner, but the owner was her father. She was very surprised to learn that the winner of the Vietnamese lotto was her classmate and asked, "You really don't know we're classmates?" As soon as she entered the store, she recognized him. Ryumin knew exactly who she was but claimed he wasn't good at remembering faces. This was their first conversation. He felt a little guilty for pretending not to know her to put her at ease. He didn't have a girlfriend, but he was flirting expertly. Julie stood up, reintroduced herself, and pointed at his face, asking, "Do you remember now?" Ryumin happily responded that he would remember, while Julie was extremely disappointed when reality slapped her in the face. Despite being a beauty, she had to reintroduce herself to a classmate. At least they had the chance to get to know each other, and when graduation approached, Ryumin thought they wouldn't stay in touch anymore. During this business trip, he took the chance to ask for Julie's phone number and asked her to use Ryumi's phone to enter her own number. Before leaving, he said something with hidden meaning, claiming that meeting today was fate and that they would stay in touch from now on. Julie felt shy when he asked for her number, her heart racing at the question. She knew he only saw her as a friend, but perhaps she had genuinely liked Ryumi. They accidentally met the first time when she caught a group attacking him. She called the police to handle the situation and then followed him to make sure he got home safely. However, seeing him continue working as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he appeared. Despite being injured, he was cheerful while working and meeting people. From then on, she began to feel interested in Ryumi, but lacked the courage to talk to him. Over time, her feelings for Ryumi grew stronger. She even didn't dare to approach him. But she never expected to meet him in this situation. She felt as if this was a God-given opportunity. So she couldn't pretend not to know Ryumi while holding 10 million won in her hand. She wondered whether she should invite Ryumi to a nice meal to show her gratitude. Ryumi sat on the bed, scrolling through his phone, and received a message from Julie, wanting to invite him to a meal. Everything went according to the plan he had calculated. Indeed, she felt she owed him. He unconsciously smiled thinking about her, suddenly inviting him to eat. If he naturally became close to her, it would be easier to make her an ally. He got off the bed and decided to help Julie, taking her to round 20 with him. Raya-1 was watching TV and noticed his older brother dressed nicely to go out today. He asked if he was going to meet a girlfriend, but Ryumi casually replied that with his looks and wealth, he couldn't avoid meeting some girls. He also reminded his younger brother not to skip a meal, because he would be eating out. As the door closed, Ryagun began to doubt his brother's light, always showing off. Was he really going on a date? At a steakhouse, Ryumi and Julie sat across from each other. They ate while chatting cheerfully. Julie blushed shyly, surprised to have a private meal with him. She felt this was a very lucky day. They sat eating in a relaxed atmosphere, saying nothing more. The mood began to feel slightly awkward. She felt she should say something, so she asked him why he had won the lottery 4 times in a row. Ryumi replied it was thanks to the ancestors' blessing, then forced a smile. The lottery winnings meant he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Now he could hardly think of anything he couldn't buy, only caring about keeping friends. He and she continued discussing their first mission. Their goal was to eliminate goblins in Ryumi's area, code ending in 5, while Julie's was 7. Thus, they couldn't meet in that area. She felt regretful for not being able to meet him in that world. Ryumi smiled, thinking she didn't need to be disappointed, because they would meet eventually. Later, as the number of people decreased, areas would merge. Julie reached level 10 in her profession, becoming a buffer. This meant she could enhance effects for teammates, and Ryumi felt lucky that she was also a buffer. She used her power, applying the blessing effect to boost all of Ryumi's stats. She transferred that energy to him, increasing his stats by 50% for 3 hours. He was impressed. If she reached max level, the stats could increase by 100%. Fortunately, she enhanced him from the start. This was the purpose of today's meal. The reward he received last time upon promotion was a random bag of gold, influenced by luck stats. Thus, the higher the luck, the more gold received. Julie said she could bless him if needed, as using this skill required no effort. In fact, this meal was her way of thanking him for giving her that 10 million. She said she would refund the money soon, but noticing Ryumin seemed well off, she gave him an item instead of money. It was a purple crystal. After eating it, they said goodbye and went home separately. On the way, he checked the inventory for the item Julie had given and found it was a low-tier death magic crystal. This item contained pure mana and could be embedded into equipment to boost stats. He was completely surprised to receive such an item. Just reading the description, it was hard to imagine its true effect. Only at level 20 would its rarity become clear. When a player reached level 20, a combination feature would unlock. When activated, Ryumin could combine a weapon with a magic crystal, even choosing the upgrade direction. Magic crystals come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Red increases damage, orange increases strength, yellow increases luck, green boosts agility, blue improves intelligence. Indigo reduces damage taken, while the purple death magic crystal is the rarest, with an extremely low drop rate and the ability to increase all stats. Ryumin suddenly remembered he needed to open the gold pouch before it expired. However, first he had to boost stats using the Ancient Butcher, achieving the Lord of Insect Extermination title by defeating 100 caterpillars. Each target impaled added 1% to stats, and the effect also counted for insects as long as they were alive. The moment had come, he gathered all his luck and opened the gold pouch. Up until now with his fortune, he usually received around 3,000 to 6,000 gold, not knowing how much this time. Ryu Min was stunned to see he received 9,999 gold, the maximum possible. The blessing effect was truly valuable. His total gold now reached 16,249, enough to buy epic-level items. However, the item he wanted wouldn't appear for another 2 weeks, so he kept it for now. As soon as he entered the house, his younger brother Ryugun ran up, asking about his date, wondering if he should eat or not. He thought Ryumin had gone to meet a girlfriend, but Ryumin ignored him and told him to stop talking nonsense. He told his brother to order something tasty, and Ryugun replied that Ryumin had no idea how much he craved black bean noodles. 10 months ago, the brothers were extremely poor, yet now his investments had grown to $150 million. Like before, in 2 weeks the value might drop sharply. Before that happened, he planned to take his driving test. In the theory test room, Ryumin sighed in frustration. He couldn't remember how many times he had taken it, just completing it to get it over with. He quickly finished and stood up to leave. The proctor was surprised when the handsome young man scored 95 in such a short time. The result was clear. In just 4 days he obtained his license. With so much prior experience, he wondered how many years had passed. How old was he now? After getting his license, he immediately bought a supercar and didn't take long to choose. He had driven this model before. 2 weeks passed quickly, and it was time to withdraw all his investments. Seeing him smile knowingly, Ryu-1 asked what happened and learned that he had just sold all his virtual investments. The amount gained this time was $300 million. Previously, lottery winnings were only $60 million. Now it had soared to $300 million. Ryu-1 was relieved he no longer invested in virtual money, only to be hit with a cold shock by his brother. He said he would switch to stocks, making Ryugun worried since his brother knew nothing about the field. Ryumin simply said, "It's just a dream, trust the ancestors." Ryumin looked at his adorable younger brother. The worry was natural, but he knew the future. The company he planned to invest in was ranked 85th with a value of about $900 million. That was Jinglok's Celestial Consulting. Not very prominent now, but after round 4 they would launch a special system and develop rapidly. Holding a large share and management rights, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and earn significant profits. Initially, he planned to invest $280 million to own 31% of the share. As soon as Ryumin clicked invest, he heard Ryugun's plea, please make his dream come true. Sure enough, his younger brother was still skeptical. That midnight, Ryumin went to the store to buy the necessary gear. All his accumulated gold was for today. With gold, he could buy items and normal skills, truly convenient. Though all were common tier, it was still possible to buy rare or epic materials. Today he needed to buy a bone necklace. This item increased strength and attack speed, and for its effect the price was still quite reasonable. He used the 50% discount coupon he earned from the leveling up quest to buy items. With that amount he could still buy many items, so he had plenty of gold left over. At first he planned to buy a normal set of equipment, but with an extra 6,000 gold he could get a normal skill. A normal skill would be more useful than equipment, so he decided to earn an additional 6,000 gold. Fortunately, the next round would have plenty of monsters. Finally, round 3 arrived. The players were transported to a remote village. Everyone looked around anxiously. A high fortress wall surrounded the village, with a giant sparkling crystal in the center. Everyone looked worried at the sight except Dong-sik, who remained expressionless. Some said he was the gang leader. He threatened everyone with his sword, demanding that they vote for him. Normally, someone else should be the representative, not a murderer like him. A nearby person spoke up, saying it was unfair to say that about him. Dong-sik heard it but only smiled, as he now held power in his hand. Hearing the gossip, he shouted for everyone to be quiet. He expected this to happen, but he just hoped that the angel girl would stay silent. Suddenly, Young-min stepped out from the crowd, bowed, and respectfully greeted him. He knew that Dong-sik was the gang leader and a famous figure in the underworld. Josik was surprised and asked if Young-min was Dong-sik's subordinate. He replied that not yet, he only wished to join the gang. Josik wondered if Young-min was crazy. Young-min answered that Dong-sik was his role model. He really wanted to join Dong-sik's gang, so he knelt down and begged him to take him as a disciple. Dong-sik sneered. He had met countless crazy people, but this was the first time he met such a determined child. Dong-sik admired Young-min's spirit. He told him to stand and asked if he was blind. Dong-sik asked why he wanted to join even though he didn't see his army approaching. Young-min replied that it didn't matter what others thought. He respected Dong-sik and only wanted to follow him. Dong-sik was pleased and said he would take him as a disciple. The people around whispered that Young-min was crazy. Ryumin watched everything unfold, delighted to see Young-min accepted as a disciple. Suddenly the angel appeared, light shining everywhere, announcing that 90 people were missing today. The quest window appeared, showing round 3's goal. Protect the sacred artifact for 3 hours, with a total of 856,302 participants. Currently, no one had completed the mission in this area. There were 4,900 participants, but none had finished. Everyone was surprised by the shortage of people. The angel thought it impossible for anyone to die at this moment. People in the real world were killing each other. The angel worried about how many would continue to compete. She was concerned players would keep killing each other, as only 1,225 survivors remained. The angel smiled and said everyone feared the dwindling survivors, forgetting that each round only halves the participants. She continued, saying this round might leave only a quarter alive, so it was not surprising. Round 3 has 4 waves of monsters, and everyone must cooperate to protect the sacred artifact. Every 30 minutes, monsters appear in front of the castle and attack the sacred artifact. At the village center, there are 4 attack waves in total, and everyone must coordinate to protect the artifact. Participants will be rewarded if the artifact is defended for 3 hours. Otherwise, they face penalties. Ranking depends on the number of monsters killed. Dong-sik was delighted, as he held power and this round would be easy. The angel said Dong-sik could command, but if he died to monsters, his position would be vacant. If someone else killed Dong-sik, that person would become the new representative. She announced that monsters would appear in 10 minutes, then disappear. Josik heard this and was furious, as everyone was targeting him, wanting to kill him to take the representative spot. Ryumin approached him and wanted to talk, saying that he had something very interesting. Akko will protect him from the other players. I will protect you from the other players, meaning he would act as his personal bodyguard. Everyone was surprised to hear that the great player would protect that bastard. This meant they would have to face the great player, something no one knew how to handle due to the immense influence of Black Vow. The reactions from the others showed that the offer was very tempting, but but everything that's free comes with a price. Nevertheless, Zich asked Ryuman what he wanted in return, and Ryuman replied that he must obey all of his commands. That was the condition. He understood that Ryuman was asking him to become his subordinate. He wondered why Black Vow would make such an offer. He continued asking, "I have to obey orders, but what kind of orders?" Ryuman answered that he couldn't say, and he just needed him to obey unconditionally. Zich gritted his teeth in anger. "So you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Don't think this is some back alley where you can fool me easily." But what would happen if he refused? He worried that Black Vow wouldn't attack him without reason. Ryuman urged him to decide quickly. As Ryuman predicted, he would surely refuse because he couldn't lower his honor. Everyone was very surprised and didn't understand why he did that. If he agreed, he could go hunting at ease. The feeling that honor was more important than life itself. Everything unfolded just as Ryuman had remembered. Now what Ryuman needed to do was draw a line. If he refused, Ryuman couldn't do anything more. Then Ryuman left. Josik was angry, unable to believe he had to accept that offer. Suddenly, an announcement stated that round 1 would begin soon. Everyone prepare for the appearance and attack of the monsters, and protect their achievements for the next 30 minutes. No matter how many monsters were dealt with, round 2 would still continue. The official time for round 1 began. Josik knew he couldn't fight alongside those who had conflicts with him. Ryuman saw him going somewhere and decided to follow to see what was going on. The status window showed 9,800 monsters. Zik hurriedly ran away. He didn't understand why Black Vow wasn't moving. Was he planning to fight alone, confident that he could eliminate them all? He looked down and thought that Haku would fight for a while then run away. Below, the robins started rushing to attack. Haku used his powers to deal with each wave of robins. Zik was surprised by how strong Haku was. He didn't know if he would be that strong at level 16, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to level up quickly and grow stronger. The battle between players and monsters was becoming more intense. Everyone took turns blocking the monsters, not letting them get near the crystal. Zik went down and started attacking the monsters. Thanks to his abilities, he could predict the monsters' movements. Suddenly, an arrow flew close to his face, wounding him. He thought about tearing the archer into 100 pieces. Another player began attacking him. He quickly grabbed a knife and stabbed directly at the player. Then he threw the arrow that had been shot into him directly at the one who had tried to sneak attack him. For a moment, he wondered if he should accept Black Vow's help. But as a man, he couldn't easily accept help. He had to find another way to hunt without being disturbed by other players. Seeing Black Long on the right hand of the player ranked in the top 3 of the area, he decided to approach and ask him for protection. After dealing with the monsters, Black Vow had killed 502 out of 100 monsters. He'd received triple experience from the previous round, along with several butchery effects, enhancing his stats when killing monsters. All of Black Vow's stats had reached 100%. Additionally, Black Vow's gold was close to 20,000. Thinking for a moment about the future, Black Vow turned back and slashed, clearing the monsters trying to approach him. The remaining monsters saw this and immediately ran away, turning from hunters into the hunted. The first wave of attacks was over. Players were given a short rest, but nearly 1,000 people had lost their lives. Dung Suk was still alive just as Black Vow had predicted, but he was struggling as players surrounded him, aiming to take him down and seize the representative title. A player stood behind him and threw a knife at him, but he was assisted by Dong Min, which made him extremely confused. However, what mattered more was that he was gradually weakening after the battle. At this rate, he would be unlikely to survive. The second wave of attacks had begun, and the number of monsters was growing. Black Fang, with superior skills, easily defeated each opponent one by one. After completing all KPIs, he leveled up from apprentice to normal level 20. He also unlocked the combination feature to craft unique items that other players could not buy in the store, and the progress did not stop there. His Zihui was enhanced to 120% damage and learned an exclusive skill called Deathbringer. The effect within a 500 m radius generated dark energy and nocturnal illusions. Players could deactivate the skill when wanting to use Nightfall. Combining ancient godly incantations, Black Fang became as powerful as a winged tiger. When monsters approached, he immediately tested the new move. He activated Deathbringer, shrouding the surrounding space in darkness. With this opportunity, just a few swings of the scythe could take down multiple targets. After the second wave, he quickly bought a detection skill to locate targets within a 30 m radius, followed by waves 3, 4, and 5. Only 1 hour remained. Survival depended on passing through. Players all tried to succeed, but the goblin count rose to 10,000. While preparing to eliminate them, Dung Zich was chased by a group of players aiming to steal the representative title. He used a decoy for defense but could not hold for long, so he had to flee. On the run, he encountered Black Fang. Cornered, he begged for protection and agreed to follow Black Fang's orders, but as Ryuman had warned before, life was not that simple. Opportunity came only once, and after refusal, survival was no longer his concern. A commander who lost authority was not worth keeping. Although Deng Zich regretted not agreeing earlier, it was too late. He turned back to face the group of players, willing to die if it meant taking some of them with him. Suddenly Dong Min appeared, sparking hope, but before he could rejoice, the bastard charged and struck him directly. He collapsed violently to the ground, and before he could raise his head, Dong Min repeatedly struck his face. The blows deformed his face. He never expected a gang leader to be betrayed by Dong Min. This was the karmic retribution he would inevitably suffer, marking the end of Deng Zich. The bastard Dong Min lifted his leg for a powerful strike and then stopped. The system announced that the regional representative with the nickname Life is a documentary had been defeated. His power would be transferred to the finishing blow executor. Dong Min smirked. Now he had the right to issue 10 commands, and his current target was Seo Aaron. Players witnessing the new representative, Dong Min, betray the one he pursued, could not accept it. They intended to attack him, but he sought out Black Fang for protection. He agreed to follow all of Black Fang's orders, but had to kneel and beg to be accepted. He hesitated but had no choice obeying Black Fang. Whoever was humiliated, Dong Min would endure. Black Fang watched with disdain, but since he held command rights, he agreed. He stepped forward, pointed at the players chasing Dong Min, and presented 2 options. 1. Give up the representative title and hunt smaller monsters. 2. Face the scythe of death. They chose the first to preserve their lives out of respect for Black Fang. Dong Min was also shocked. With just a few words, Black Fang had reversed the situation. To him, Black Fang was the only trustworthy one. He ordered Dong Min to use the command rights 10 times to destroy the artifact. He was unhappy because using all 10 commands would prevent enslaving Seo Aaron, losing the target. He questioned, Ryuman remained silent and instructed compliance, so he obediently commanded 10 people to destroy the artifact, including his own friends, forcing him to awkwardly explain. But the command rights took effect, and everyone rushed to destroy the artifact. Once the system announced the artifact was broken, the main mission failed and players were punished. An angel appeared, wiping them out in 30 minutes. The game continued until time ran out. This was also a hidden side mission they had to complete. Players rejoiced when the reward was only 2,000 gold but still successfully protected the artifact. When destroying it, Black Fang received 3,000 gold as a reward from this quest, even surpassing the monster kill reward in round 5. However, Black Fang did not want to destroy it personally due to a special reason. The system then announced that if 10 players destroyed the relic together, all would be permanently penalized with a 50% stat reduction. Dong Min's bad friends began to get angry and criticized Black Fang. He could not escape punishment and had to receive the same penalty as the others because he represented the group. Angrily, Black Fang stomped through the wall, an action that affected his power stats and marked a turning point in his life. Black Fang began opening a shop, using the gold he earned to buy necessary items, including the assassin's hood and the clever long robe. He continued combining items in the system and used the necklace he purchased along with mana stone. Immediately, all +1 stats were added to the necklace. The remaining items were also embedded with mana stones to boost their stats. Although these mana stones were low-level and provided small boosts, something was better than nothing. The space gradually darkened, colder than a gust of wind. Players showed fear on their faces. In previous life, out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived. Survival seemed an extremely difficult task. A god began to appear, a boss that only players at level 40 could defeat. But since this was the final regression, Black Fang wanted to claim the reward himself sooner. A crack appeared in the sky, and light from the 10 directions of Buddhas began to shine down. Black Fang decided to take a risk because he had a title from his previous angel kill. The title First God Slayer doubled all stats when facing divine creatures, and the god's avatar was a divine creature. Players speculated that just the appearance of this boss might allow them to survive unscathed. The god's avatar created a bounded area, trapping all players inside, preventing escape. 300 people were trapped within, all stats reduced by 50%. Then, the divine creature summoned countless beams of light piercing through the players. Dodging in this area was impossible. When the divine creature focused on the other players, Black Fang realized it was his chance. Black Fang knew this boss had no ears, so it could not detect him. Black Fang jumped 5 meters into the air, used the death seal, and struck the boss with full force in the eye. By the time it realized, it was too late. The eye attack caused the boss to lose 60% of its stamina due to the death seal effect, leaving it with 40% health. Black Fang immediately fled, knowing the boss would create a new zone to chase him. When the boss was distracted, Black Fang quickly dodged, jumped, and swung his scythe straight into its other eye. The boss had caught Black Fang in its zone, but with both eyes gone, it was no more than a punching bag to him. While the boss summoned beams of light, Black Fang used Shadow Veil to block its vision. Light could not overcome darkness, and the system was designed that way. Black Fang raised his scythe and executed the finishing move, cutting off one wing of the boss and then the other. The boss had 10% stamina left, but Black Fang did not finish it immediately and instead retreated. The god's avatar was ready to unleash a radiant halo, transforming into the punishment god avatar with immortality status. If Black Fang had decapitated the boss earlier, it would now be impossible to kill it. It summoned countless void holes and fired ultraviolet beams searching for Black Fang, but all missed. After 60 seconds, the boss lost its immortality. Black Fang charged, raised his scythe, and decapitated the boss. The system announced that Black Fang received countless rewards, confirming he was the first to kill the god's avatar. He also received the title Punishment God Challenger, reducing 80% of damage from divine creatures. Additionally, Black Fang obtained the Ezra Refiner and the Holy Light Rune, rewards for being the first to kill the Punishment God avatar. Black Fang's main target was the Ezra Refiner, as it was needed to craft god-level items. The Holy Light Rune increased Black Fang's intellect by 1 point and boosted divine skill effectiveness by 1% per level. Currently, Black Fang reached level 30, meaning his intellect increased by 30 points and skill effects by 30%. Hidden quest completed. All surviving players received 3,000 gold. Everyone admired Black Fang's power. Alone, he was able to defeat a massive boss, astonishing even the angel, and this was the first time Oliver admitted human strength. The angel approached Black Fang and asked a few questions, all abstract, which he answered perfunctorily. Other players admired Black Fang's heroism, as he thought of them and saved everyone here. The angel continued to ponder why humans could still unite despite many conflicts. According to Black Fang, angels are mostly selfish and cannot understand human morality. The leaderboard appeared. Huckold had defeated 3,631 monsters, and naturally, Black Fang was first server-wide this round. The second-place player hadn't even defeated 1,000 monsters, showing Black Fang's overwhelming superiority. Top rewards began to be distributed. He didn't overthink it and opened the rewards, which included various items, spells, and selected resistances. The items' names were unremarkable but highly effective, helping him resist all negative states. In this wilderness, a single negative effect could be life-threatening. Next, since he didn't choose triple XP, he received 4,000 gold. The angel delivered grim news. Players ranked 1,225 and below would be eliminated. With a snap of her fingers, she sent the non-top players to the Western Bliss realm. Round 3 ended. Arin woke up, surprised to achieve the summoner profession. She could now summon fairies, which helped her safely complete round 3, with support from a cute fairy creating shields. Her bodyguard was always by her side, helping her reach 3rd place. She held the magic stone she just received, wondering if Black Fang would like it. Dongming woke up full of resentment and anger, smashing his night lamp as all stats were permanently reduced by 50%. In his fury, he received a call from his friend, scolded for using command power to destroy the glass orb. Dongming replied, "I was powerless at that moment." His friend shouted back, "You should have died and freed the land." The friend continued, "Instead of hurting friends, you should have just gone away." Dongming explained his suffering but was still cut off and called a traitor, forbidden from replying. Now in reality or the other world, he was treated as a stranger by Dongming. He angrily called many others, but all reported the number was temporarily unreachable. He felt every tree, flower, house, scene, and person had their own life, and now he no longer needed friends. If anyone dared provoke him, he was ready to confront and handle them all. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sun. Sang Chun went to report round 3 results to Chairman Ma Yi. When asked about the profession, he said he reached level 11 as a knight. He also mentioned Seo Aaron reached the same level and became a summoner. Thanks to her fairy's shield, Sang Chun hunted monsters safely. Chairman Ma was pleased and wanted him to maintain a good relationship with Seo Aaron, possibly dating if things went well. Hearing this, Sang Chun worried, but Ma only intended him to be a chap boy to observe weaknesses easily. Sang Chun asked, confused, "Should I date her?" Ma smiled broadly, pleased to see this face after a long time. Sang Chun felt relieved because Seo Aaron used my bodyguard to address him, showing she knew she liked him. Ignoring trivial matters, Ma moved to the main topic of Sang Chun's urgent report today. He bowed respectfully, apologizing for not yet following the chairman's order to assist Black Fang. He hadn't conveyed his message to Black Fang either. Then, he sat and recounted all of round 3's events to Ma. Ma was impressed that a powerful creature, an incarnation of a god, was defeated by Black Fang alone. Sang Chun sensed Black Fang needed no one's help, which made Ma question human strength. as Black Fang's power exceeded imagination, making him feel embarrassed considering his own ability. He hoped to meet Black Fang one day. Since this incident had justifiable reason, he didn't worry further. Black Fang was regarded as a powerful dark knight, convincing Ma that the matter was justified and didn't require undue attention. He asked about the gangsters from earlier and told Sang Chun to investigate. Ma Gyeonglok was drinking and listening to Sang Chun saying that the detective had narrowed the search to Seoul and would definitely find the person within a month. After round 4, they would be able to trace the person's whereabouts, so they were searching gradually during this time. Gyeonglok asked about the amount of gold Sang Chun had collected, and Sang Chun answered that 10,000 gold had been found. He told him that when he gathered 20,000 gold, he should learn the tracking skill available in the shop. Sang Chun shared many stories from that world, then returned to reality and reported that last month, a shareholder bought a large amount of stock from Chairman Ma. Ma heard but still couldn't remember which company the stock was from because there were too many assets to track. Sang Chun added that it was from the Tian Mai Consulting Company, where Gyeonglok was focusing his resources. When asked about the ownership ratio, Sang Chun revealed it was around 31%. The company was worth 900 billion, and a shareholder owning 31% meant an investment of about 540 billion. It was a wealthy person he didn't know, but clearly, they wanted to directly participate in management. He picked up the phone to call his subordinate to inquire about the person who had invested a large sum in the company. Ryu Min had been holding the phone since the afternoon, knowing he was a major shareholder of the company. Focused, Ryagun burst into the room, loudly asking about his rank, making him so scared he dropped the phone. A neighbor kid bragged that he had reached level 11 and earned a profession, and Ryumin wanted to respond to undermine the boy's influence. Afraid of trouble from his mischievous younger brother, Ryumin modestly said he had only reached level 12. Ryo happily asked about his profession, but Ryumin replied in a low voice that it was a secret and sent him outside. As soon as he lay down, the phone from the director of Tian Mai Consulting, Ma Gyeonglok, began to ring. Ryumin played dumb to make the other person let their guard down. Gyeonglok greeted him and suggested they meet for a meal to discuss matters. He suggested Friday, but that day was important to Ryumin, so he rescheduled to Saturday. He was sure the man would call because Tian Mai Consulting was set up to gain recognition from his father. Therefore, he would not treat a major shareholder badly. Before meeting, Ryumin needed to acquire the item he needed first. There were many ways to get the item, such as finding it in several places during some rounds, or it could be a special reward. It could also drop from a boss monster after being defeated, or from regular monsters in rare cases, but it still could happen. There was also a less known way, which was Ryu Min taking advantage of real-life circumstances to find the item. He entered the warehouse and tracked a player named Jang Seo Kian, because he was about to appear here. He didn't forget this name because he had kidnapped his younger brother. He remembered his voice. He used an item to probe Ryagun's inner thoughts. From that, he discovered that Ryumin was a false regression and was eventually defeated after causing trouble. Ryumin had done this since the 11th regression, so there was no more hatred, and now he was preparing to obtain the inner thought item. He wanted to get the item before any other events occurred. Today, that bastard had captured a girl and brought her here. The girl, after being untied, kept apologizing and begging him to spare her life. A few days ago, he was walking down the street when he saw a girl who matched his taste. He followed her and used his item to suddenly appear and tie her up like the Flash. He found it interesting to scare girls like this because his life had been boring, and the thrill of risking it all was fine with him. His glowing item allowed him to shine and blind the opponent. In real life, he was confident and sought out new pleasures, stopping at a coffee shop where he found a cute employee who matched his taste. He ordered a large iced Americano and started a conversation with the girl. After some flattering words, he learned she was the owner of the shop. All the part-time staff here had quit. Due to the strange world now, they could die at any time, so no one wanted to take on the job. After learning that the girl in front of him was 32 years old, he cheerfully confessed and asked for her phone number. She seemed frightened by the confession, which made him angry, thinking that he was not attractive enough. He slammed the table, refused the coffee, and wanted to demand a refund, feeling disrespected. As he walked away, he grumbled, thinking she was just pretending to be polite and look down on others. That night, he decided to attack her from behind while she was cleaning the shop. It was just because of the look she gave him at that moment. Back to reality, he ignored her pleas. Ryumin appeared from behind wearing a white mask and carrying a scythe, making him mistake him for a person cosplaying a game character. When Ryumin swung the scythe, he realized that the boy was playing the same game as him. Ryumin told the girl to leave. When the man yelled at him, Ryumin rushed forward and punched him, knocking him to the ground. After he went silent, Ryumin told the girl again to leave quickly. With only the two of them remaining, Ryumin appeared with a sinister look, announcing that the game had officially begun. Hearing Ji-min joke, the man became furious. "You motherfucker, I'll kill you, you bastard." Ji-min noticed his violent attitude, but quitting early wouldn't be fun anymore. The more he was provoked, the more out of control he became and charged at him to attack. His fast attacks were easily dodged by Ji-min, which surprised him. Ji-min looked at the weapon he was using, then swung the scythe, slicing off his attacking arm. One hand in his pocket and the other holding the scythe, he asked, "Does it hurt?" The man tried to hold his wound, his face panicked and trembling. Seeing that he was not apologizing, Ji-min attacked again, striking his stomach. The man tried to use his light skill to escape, but was unable to in front of Ji-min. His skill from the dark prevented any light source from appearing. Ji-min had anticipated that he would use this skill, so he had activated the dark skill beforehand. After thinking for a moment, he rushed forward to cut his wrist and ankles. The man screamed, tears flooding his face. "Hey, you demon, why are you treating me like this? Why?" Ji-min swung the scythe directly at his thigh. "Then why do people exterminate pests?" He explained, "Because they exist only to cause harm," continuously attacking the man's body. Though his body was covered with wounds, he still glared at Ji-min arrogantly. Seeing him, Ji-min continued to swing the scythe. He lay face down on the cold ground. In his subconscious, he quietly asked, "Ji-min, why are you doing this to me?" He wondered, what grudge do I have with him? This isn't fair. He exclaimed, "Damn it, this is so unfair," tears streaming down his face. He decided to end it all by committing suicide to stop the torment, trying to bite his tongue, but Ji-min stopped him in time. He continued to swing the scythe over his wounded body. "Until you beg me to release you, you won't die," he said. The man, in pain all over his body, just wanted the agony to end, whispering, "Kill me, please, please kill me." Hearing his helpless plea, Ji-min finally revealed the truth. "Jiang Seo, this is what happened." He reminded him that they had met before. "We have met before." Hearing his name mentioned by Ji-min immediately made him alert. He even thought that you were related to that woman. But no, Ryu-min had nothing to do with it. He continued telling him about how he kidnapped his younger brother. Then he even threatened to make you reveal confidential information. He still didn't realize that he had done this before. Of course, he couldn't remember because it was an event that hadn't happened yet. Ji-min came here to eliminate him because she was aware of the inner thoughts and wanted to prevent such an event from happening again in the past. The ancient spell exists here, and the activation condition is hearing a sincere voice from someone's heart. If Ji-min hadn't come today, this scumbag would have raped that woman. Then she would have begged for her life with a sincere voice, and he would have gained the inner spell and committed even more atrocities. This had been proven through many of Ji-min's regression. Even though it wasn't related to this incident, the 12 previous convictions confirmed that he was useless and had fallen deep into society. The guy said, "Please, Ji-min, just kill me already." But Ji-min refused. He made him bite a blade, because he wanted to watch him die slowly in agony. The guy started feeling uncomfortable and blaming Ji-min in his mind for not being allowed to speak. He didn't realize that Ji-min had already read his inner thoughts. Everything he silently thought, Ji-min knew it all. The inner spell allows reading the thoughts of the target in front of them. If you observe closely, you can even catch glimpses of their inner thoughts. The distance to read the inner thoughts is 30 meters. Ji-min began to tease the scumbag in front of him. After a fierce battle with many fatal wounds, he finally breathed his last. Though there were no witnesses, Ji-min wanted everything to be clean. Then he used his skill to erase all traces and eliminate any evidence at the scene. He happily took off his mask and left, satisfied with today's results. Now he needed to go home and prepare for the meeting with Ma Gai-ong-rok tomorrow. In the early morning, Ji-min wore an exquisite outfit and styled his smooth hair. His sharp-eyed younger brother thought he was going on a date today because he dressed so nicely. And usually, he never dressed this seriously. Ji-min revealed that he was meeting a business partner today. His younger brother nervously asked, "Are you planning to get into business?" Ji-min didn't reply, casually typing on his phone. His younger brother was suspicious of his all-in investment decision. He worried that if it failed, his older brother would be upset. Ji-min read all of these thoughts thanks to the inner spell. He sighed in amusement, seeing his younger brother worrying about him instead of their shared finances. He smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. If the meeting goes well, I'll tell you the details." Ji-min put his phone in his pocket and left. He didn't forget to remind his younger brother to stay home because it was dangerous outside. Ji-woo sighed and agreed to his brother's words. At home watching the news, the boy knew that criminals were using powers to commit crimes. Abroad, they were even facing the issue of criminals using their strength to escape. Ji-min realized that the information was accurate. Because at the right age, criminals still had the opportunity to become players. The players were getting stronger and the population was decreasing each month. If not, that would be strange. Ji-min thought that there would come a time when the players would hunt like beasts and treat regular people like slaves. That would be when the players reached their peak strength, and to prevent the coming chaos in the world. What Jiu Min needed to do was to elevate his reputation and achieve supreme power to dominate everyone with his own title. When leaving, he turned back to remind his younger brother to be careful when going outside. His younger brother was curious to know what business plan he was about to discuss. Jiwoo pinched his younger brother's cheek. "Just wait here, I'll be back soon." He reminded him to buy something more expensive than black bean noodles, because aside from the 7 plots of land like Manhwa, he didn't have anything else. You quickly moved to a secluded spot with tall wall. This is the place where Ma Gai-ong Lok chose for lunch, known as a hotel under the Asan group. In fact, this is one of Ma Gai-ong Lok's hotels, and this information is highly confidential, known only by people like Jiwoo Min. Additionally, maybe some of his relatives know as well. Jiwoo Min wants to use this information to raise his value in his eye. Now, you have to play the role of a naive young boy to fit your character in front of this person. You went to the reception and pretended to be confused about your appointment here. The staff recognized you as the person the chairman had an appointment with and pointed to a nearby seat for Jiwoo Min to wait. Jiwoo Min nodded in thanks, then moved to the seat, acting awkwardly, showing the innocence of someone just out on the street. When you looked up at the light showing your innocence, someone came over to greet you. Both were surprised to meet each other. The other guy asked, "We've met before, right?" At the Galleria Forest Resort Hotel, Jiwoo Min recognized him as the bodyguard following actor Seo Aaron. Earlier, he and his younger brother had given rice cakes to the neighbors. The bodyguard bowed and apologized for the rudeness that day, but secretly thought Jiwoo Min was just a young boy under 20, yet an investor with 280 billion won in shares. Jiwoo Min realized these thoughts through body language, but agreed with his doubts. It's impossible for a 20-year-old kid to own hundreds of billions. Jiwoo Min smiled and rubbed his neck, cheerfully introducing himself. You acted innocent and said, "I didn't expect the chairman of the Thien Ma Consulting Company to live right here." The bodyguard raised his hand. "I'm not the chairman, I'm in Sang Chun, head of the unit." Sang Chun invited Jiwoo Min into the waiting room, since the chairman was running a bit late. When Jiwoo Min sat down, Sang Chun turned to the outside, texting the chairman. "Chairman, I've met him in person, and he couldn't possibly invest that amount on his own. He must be doing it on someone else's behalf. Please be careful." Jiwoo Min understood all of his thoughts. You guessed right, Sang Chun came earlier to scout the situation. In an important meeting, Ma Gai-ong Lok would never be late. When Jiwoo Min glanced, Ma Gai-ong Lok appeared, smiling and greeting. "Hello, I'm Chairman Ma Jung-lok of the Thien Ma Consulting Company." Jiwoo Min raised his hand for a handshake. The three of them sat at the table. Jiwoo Min wondered why Sang Chun joined without asking him first. It seemed like he wanted to take control. Ma Gai-ong Lok invited Jiwoo Min to eat first, and then 5-star dishes were served in front of him. Jiwoo Min took a large bowl of rice, enjoyed it, and complimented the taste. Seeing Jiwoo Min's actions, Ma Gai-ong Lok thought Sang Chun was right. He was too young to invest 280 billion won. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't dare. He was sure someone was backing Jiwoo Min. While eating, he thought too much, believing there was a family member or sibling behind him. He put his chopsticks down and began asking Jiwoo Min about his age, wanting to know how old he was. "I'm just 20 years old." Hearing that, Ma Gai-ong Lok was surprised, adjusting his tie. "I'm 29, it's nice to meet someone of the same age." He seriously asked Jiwoo Min why a young person had so much money. "Are you from a wealthy family?" Jiwoo Min played the innocent role. "I'm just an ordinary student until a few months ago." Jiwoo Min revealed he won the lottery 4 times in a row. Sang Chun and Ma Gai-ong Lok were shocked. The total prize money was around 66 billion won. But Jiwoo Min had invested further into Bitcoin. Sang Chun remembered reading an article about Jiwoo Min seeing the numbers in a dream. Jiwoo Min interrupted, "I didn't dream it." He thought this was the only way to get Ma Jung-lok to accept him. "You started talking about the ability to see the future through an ancient language that you know. This language could help me foresee events in the coming years." Jimin claimed to be a prophet, able to see the future, with a face full of confidence and arrogance. Magi Alok immediately became suspicious, thinking that Jiwoo Min was just talking nonsense. He asked again if he was serious. Jiwoo Min quickly proved his words were true by saying that he had won the lottery, and then invested all the money into Bitcoin. Since he could see the future, he was confident that investing in it would be risk-free. But Magi Alok still wanted to make sure that Ryu Min wasn't lying. Therefore, he asked him to prove his ability by guessing what he would do in the next few seconds. For Jiwoo Min, this was easy since he could read his thoughts. However, in order to avoid trouble, he set a limit on his power. "Sorry, I can't use my ability freely. It will activate automatically without my control." Magi Alok believed in his ancient language after hearing this because it was a very powerful one, so it seemed reasonable. He suddenly realized that you had invested 280 billion into his company. Yes, I know that the Manhwa consulting firm will grow strong in the future, so I invested in it. Magi Alak wanted to know how much the company would grow, and Jayu Min raised his hand and said that within 6 months, he would be able to get onto the Kospi list without any problem. Magi Alak smiled when he heard this. Inside, he felt happy. If that were true, it would be amazing. Not only would he be recognized by his father, but he would also be able to sit in the chairman's seat. He paused for about 5 seconds to adjust his joyful attitude, because after all, this news might not be accurate. Jayu Min then said that if he wanted to succeed, he would need to completely change his business model. Sang Chun immediately got angry at this excessive request. Chairman Ma Jinglok demanded that Jayu Min correct his attitude. Jayu Min calmly continued eating and talking about changing the type of business. And of course, the company's name should change as well. Sang Chun stood up, showing his disapproval of Jayu Min's way of speaking. Jayu Min looked at Sang Chun with a serious gaze and said, "At this point, do you still think I will be easily persuaded? Both of us are players, so we should understand each other. You revealed your ancient language, which caused great harm to yourself." Jayu Min continued to lead them with flowery words, saying that he wanted to collaborate in the future and would always support the company's growth. He had invested 280 billion won, and to succeed, they had to cooperate with him. Sang Chun panicked, fearing that his chairman would believe Jayu Min's flowery words. Jayu Min sighed when he saw that Magi Alak hadn't said anything. He realized that he didn't believe in his ability anymore. Sang Chun immediately believed it. He didn't trust Jayu Min's words. Jayu Min asked him if he had ever wondered why he moved to the apartment below the penthouse. "Don't tell me you think it's a coincidence." He suddenly realized something unusual. Magi Alak also turned back and asked about it. Sang Chun hurriedly explained that about 2 months ago, Jayu Min had moved into the apartment below Seo Aaron's. Ziyumin continued to talk about this. "Yes, that was just a few days after I got the ancient language to see the future." Magi Alak became angry when he found out that his subordinate hadn't reported this information to him. He thought that if Jayu Min didn't know the future, he wouldn't be able to do such strange things. But that thought was quickly extinguished, because maybe Ziyumin had known that he was supporting Seo Aaron. Ziyumin smiled when he realized his thoughts. He noticed that it wasn't enough yet. He realized he still hadn't fully earned his trust, so he said that this hotel was his property. He also revealed that he was the eldest son of the Asung group. The Manhwa consulting company was secretly established to gain recognition from his father. "Am I right?" Sang Chun stood up and shouted, asking how Jayu Min could know information that only Magi Alak's relatives would know. Magi Alak demanded that his subordinate calm down. He coldly said that all the information Jayu Min said was completely accurate. However, this information wasn't enough to convince him that Jayu Min had the ancient language to see the future. Because everyone in his family knew these secret details, he suspected Jayu Min was sent to trap him. Everything Jiumin knew was truly unbelievable. Everything was so hard to understand. Mr. Ma Jinglok thanked Jiumin for investing in his company. However, to change the business strategy according to Jiumin's wishes, he needed to organize a shareholder meeting. After saying that, he apologized and wanted to leave immediately. Hearing these firm words, Jiumin had no choice but to use his final move. He didn't expect that this would be the only way to maintain this important relationship. To prove that he could truly foresee the future, Ziyumin revealed information about round 4 to Mr. Ma Jinglok. He was sure that this information would make Ma Jinglok trust him more. After sharing the confidential information, Ziyumin quickly left. Sang Chun bowed and apologized to the chairman for his recent outburst. Ma Jinglok waved his hand happily, saying it was fine, as he was only worried about Sang Chun. Then Sang Chun expressed his thoughts about Jiumin. He doubted the ability to foresee the future. If he really had that ability, he could stay silent and enjoy life. Why would he help the company? However, Chairman Ma thought differently. He believed that Jiumin's intention in wanting to collaborate was to make more money. Sang Chun raised his chin, still not understanding the reason behind Jiumin's action. With 280 billion, he could live comfortably for life without needing to work, so why help them? Chairman Ma agreed with the analysis of Chi Fen. However, he also thought that if Jiumin was truly a prophet, they needed to make him an ally. Information about the next round would bring great benefits to them, and if Jiumin helped the company grow, it would be a win-win. As for whether he was really a prophet, only time would tell. Jiumin walked confidently on the road, firmly believing that after round 4 ended, Chairman Ma would believe that he was the prophet. However, he didn't reveal all the important information to Ma Jinglok. He only told him and his subordinates about the mission in round 4, that it wasn't about killing monsters. He also mentioned that there would be a massacre among the players, so they had to be particularly cautious. Jimin walked while thinking of an ideal scenario for himself and his younger brother. They would protect his family when they knew he was the prophet. After all, having a prophet on their side was always better than siding with the enemy. He took out his phone to call someone but saw Yuri rushing by in a beautiful outfit. While waiting for the green light, she noticed a sports car parked in front of her shop. She felt the driver was careless for blocking the entrance to her store. As she was thinking that, Jimin opened the car door and apologized for the inconvenience. He invited Yuri into the car to drive around and chat. On the red sports car, Jimin drove like a skilled driver. Yuri found it interesting as it was her first time sitting in such an expensive car. She asked about the price of the car and Jimin answered casually, "It's not that expensive, only about 900 million won." Yuri was very surprised when Jimin spoke so casually about it. With that money, she could open many more convenience stores, but Jimin spoke so lightly about spending money. Yuri thought what he said made sense since, after all, he had won 60 billion in the lottery. They both felt like they were from two different worlds. Yuri awkwardly thought it seemed like they were going on a date. Suddenly Jimin spoke up, startling Yuri. He said he had something to confess to her. He reassured her that it wasn't anything strange and hoped she wouldn't misunderstand. Yuri blushed, feeling awkward but trying to stay calm. "What misunderstanding? What do you want to confess?" Jimin reminded her about winning the lottery through a dream, but today he clarified that he knew it through an ancient language and had the ability to foresee the future. He said that his profession was a prophet, and the ancient language allowed him to foresee future events. Yuri was very happy to know he was a prophet and thanked Jimin for sharing the truth with her. She thought that even though they were friends, revealing such a truth was very difficult. So when she heard Jimin being honest with her, Yuri also told him about the ancient language she possessed, which was a protective language. Within a 10-meter radius, she will have as many thin protective layers as there are people around her. Honestly, telling the truth to Jimin made her feel relieved. She asked him why he shared the ancient secret with her. Jimin decided to act deeply, because keeping the secret made him feel uneasy. "Moreover, I think if I didn't confess the truth, he wouldn't believe what I was about to say." Yuri was very curious about what Jimin was going to share. The car sped down the quiet road. Inside, Yuri was surprised to learn information about round 4 from Seo Min. Seo Min also warned Yuri to be careful, because no one knows what the opponents will do. Yuri felt very grateful, realizing he genuinely cared enough to share the information with her. She shyly glanced at Jimin, thinking that maybe he had some feelings for her, and she hoped it was true. That afternoon, Jimin returned home, still unable to believe that Yuri had liked him for so long. She had hidden it so well, he had no idea. Though slightly embarrassed about it, at least she would trust his prophecies, which would make her an easier ally. After a tiring day, Seo Min lay down on the new bed he had bought at Tai Gong's store. He fell into a deep sleep as a way to reward himself. Time passed and the last day of the month arrived. Just 5 minutes into the new day, Seo Min purchased an epic item. A dark glove that can only be used at night. Its stats were very high and the ability to make weapons semi-transparent was very useful. Combined with Death Knight, its power would be unstoppable. Jaewon knocked on his older brother's door, asking if he felt confident to conquer this round. The younger brother worried and told him to survive to return to the family. Seo Min felt annoyed at being criticized like that. Then he fell asleep to enter round 4. The name Dong Min appeared, holding his head in confusion about what had happened to bring him here. A status window appeared with a punishment command. All stats permanently decreased by 50%. He could no longer use command more than 10 times. Overcoming round 4 was a tough problem for him. Additionally, there were those wanting to seize his representative role, and concerned friends would also come for revenge. At that moment he finally woke up, looked around and realized he was in a pure white, very strange space. The whiteness made him feel like a lab rat. Looking back, he discovered the person who had put him in this situation. Someone stood at a distance, controlling everything, and didn't hesitate to kill the embodiment of the punishing god. He thought silently that if he were strong enough, he could have smashed the dark case's face. Though extremely frustrated, he was powerless. Because essentially, a roadside weed cannot fight the clouds. To save himself and survive this round, Dong Min decided to ally with Dark Case. He recalled the previous round's deal. If he became Dark Case's subordinate, he would be protected. "I don't need a subordinate like you anymore." Dark Case's cold and indifferent words felt like a bucket of cold water to him. "No more command uses left. Why keep a regional representative without command? Most player professions are already taken. Even if you had command now, it wouldn't matter." Dark Case crossed his arms, smiled, and said, "You have no value left. You're just a moving target." Dong Min went numb hearing this. He began observing the other players around him. Dark Case then adjusted his tone, saying he was just a nominal target, and no one actually wanted to kill him. Because these players' fates were short, and perhaps everyone already understood that. Being a regional representative was now only nominal. As players leveled up, the number Dongmin could control with command decreased. Compared to the risk, it was negligible. Hearing Dark Case's words, Dongmin found them reasonable and easy to accept. At this time, Seo Aaron and Sang Chun arrived as well. Dongmin was surprised and gritted his teeth seeing them gather here. Both greeted Dark Case happily and asked if Dongmin remembered them. Sang Chun glanced and mocked him. "We want to thank you again for saving us from this butcher." Dongmin got angry at being called the loudmouth. Dark Case raised his hand to stop him, telling Dongmin to control his unnecessary emotion. "One thanks is enough. No need to come looking for me again." Besides thanking him, there was also a message of gratitude from his company's president to Hei Su for helping them. He wanted to convey an additional message from the president. However, Hei Su immediately closed his eyes, shook his head, and said there was no need to speak further as he did not want to receive it. Then Arin took out a sparkling purple magic stone and with both hands sincerely thanked Hei Su. At first glance, he realized it was the lowest level magic stone. Arin felt that this gift was insufficient, so she wanted to give him this stone as well. Before she could finish speaking, Jiumin quickly took the stone. Since this was a precious item, there was no need to refuse. Holding the stone in his hand, he promised himself that he would try crafting this low-level magic stone when he returned. Seo Aaron was worried, unsure if Hei Su would like this gift. She was also afraid he would be angry for receiving a seemingly useless gift. Jiumin understood her thoughts clearly, and just as he expected, she did not realize the value of the magic stone. If she knew, she certainly wouldn't have given it. Dongmin, standing nearby with his arms crossed, also thought he had something similar. That thought caught Jiumin's attention. Dongmin scratched his face, reminiscing about his own stone, the Black Gold Force Stone. As far as Jiumin knew, the Black Gold Force Stone was a rare drop from monsters. It was even harder to obtain than a magic stone. At this point, owning such a stone was impossible. Jiumin smiled, knowing that Dongmin had such a valuable item. He wondered whether this was luck or misfortune. Then Seo Aaron asked if he needed a protective shield. She also revealed that she had advanced to a summoner and could summon spirits to create a shield if he needed. Jiumin thanked her for the offer but declined, feeling it was unnecessary. After hearing the refusal, Seo Aaron looked embarrassed. She bowed and wished him luck in this round. Dongmin also quickly left, but Jiumin called him back. "You'll regret it, I told you so. You're a walking target." Dongmin still didn't understand the implication, as Jiumin had previously said no one would target him. Jiumin quickly clarified, "I said there wouldn't be many, not that there would be none. The benefits of the regional representative still exist, not gone yet. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have professions, some have not, meaning there are still those who can exercise command authority. Do you think among thousands of players no one would target you?" Dongmin looked at him, asking, "What should I do now?" Jiumin smiled brightly and replied, "I'll help you, so you won't become an easy target." Dongmin happily tried to thank him, but Jiumin interrupted, "I didn't say it would be free. To pay me for helping you, see the stone Marcel Arin gave me earlier. Now if you have a similar item, give it to me." Dongmin hurriedly opened his status bar and handed over the item. After receiving it, Jiumin asked, "Anything else?" Dongmin felt like his equipment was being taken away. "I've given you everything, but don't worry, even if you wanted to give me more, I wouldn't take it." Jiumin put his hands in his pockets, turned his back, and kept his promise to protect Dongmin. Light shone from all directions. The archangel manifested. "Humans, today you gather here once again to offer your tributes. Although the numbers have decreased, the players were surprised. Could there have been a fight in real life? Only Jiumin, who had reincarnated 99 times, felt this was normal. If nothing had gone wrong in the past month, that would be strange. The archangel, seeing the players' reactions, excitedly announced the rules for round 4. The main mission: slaughter each other for 3 hours. The players panicked at the word slaughter. The archangel clarified again, "You only need to kill the players next to you. Simple, right? The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by having them kill each other, unlike previous rounds. This time there will be no monsters." A young man raised his hand and asked, "So if half of us survive, each only needs to kill one other person, right?" The archangel smiled brightly, raised a delicate finger and replied, "That is a secret. If I revealed it, what fun would it be? You will be informed right after you kill someone else." However, below, Jiumin's expression turned clearly contemptuous because he understood that it wasn't happiness, but simply that she was following orders from above and was forbidden from revealing anything from her superior. In his view, the angels were merely messengers delivering information to them in this brutal survival game. There was also another game master. The fact that she marked a specific rule proved she had received instructions from the game operator. The angel crossed her arms and added, "Killing players alone will not complete your mission. Only the top 521 will survive. and the ranking criteria remain a secret. Furthermore, being the first to kill does not guarantee first place. The broadcast ends here. Now begin the slaughter. As Ada finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a 3-hour countdown timer. The remaining players fell into confusion, hesitant to act first because they had no prior grudges. From a distance, Dongmin observed everything, feeling a thrill for this round as he had his eyes on a few targets. Xiumin looked at him and realized her guess was entirely correct. He was considering taking down even his friends. Dongmin smiled brightly, knowing that if others hesitated, he would become the strongest. While planning to strike his group of friends, Xiumin suddenly approached him, startling him. "Black Fang, what's wrong?" Xiumin replied. "I said I would help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? Then I'm keeping my promise." As soon as she spoke, a deep red scythe appeared in her hand. Before Dongmin could comprehend what was happening, Xiumin slashed straight at his neck, toppling him. Immediately, the system triggered a side quest. The task was to eliminate the regional representative within a set time, with the reward being a lottery ticket for the lowest tier mana stone. This ticket allowed for a random draw of 1 to 5 lowest tier mana stones, exactly what Xiumin had been aiming for. She acted against Dongmin to claim the side quest reward, though that wasn't her only reason. Witnessing this, the surrounding players began loudly criticizing Xiumin, but Xiumin glanced over, recognizing them all as hypocrites. For not long ago, they had targeted the regional representative and tried to kill Dongmin, yet now they feigned righteousness. Some even confronted her directly. "Hey Black Fang, you can't just kill like that. You have no humanity left. Murderer, you're a murderer." In fact, they weren't entirely wrong, as she had previously killed Jiang Xiaoqian. And she wouldn't stop there, taking countless more lives until round 20. However, it's worth noting that she never killed without reason. Especially in this round, she had no choice but to kill in order to survive. Despite having clearly heard the rules from the angel, the self-righteous continued to condemn her. They even tried to use this opportunity to eliminate Black Fang, seeing her as the greatest threat. But they had no idea that Xiumin had read their minds, and she smiled confidently, arrogantly. They thought they controlled the situation. How ridiculous. They kept gossiping until the system announced, "Player Black Fang has become the new regional representative." Instantly, everyone fell silent as she now had unprecedented power. Jiu Min crossed her arms, mocking the hypocrites before her. "What's the matter? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Or is it that you're scared now that I'm the regional representative?" She quickly realized those trembling players likely hadn't changed their roles. A few hit a nerve and vehemently argued back. Black Fang's nickname also shifted from yellow to red, because in rounds like these, anyone who kills changes their name color to red. The more kills, the darker the red, distinguishing those who had taken lives. Instead of targeting innocents, they prioritized killing murderers, thinking it would ease their conscience. Yet by killing murderers, they too became murderers, unintentionally encouraging each other to continue the massacre. Though these players hesitated now, it would lead to many deaths. Xiumin continued provoking them, and a few immediately jumped to oppose her, labeling her a killer. Called a murderer from the start, Xiumin had no choice but to explain. "This game only has two options, kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long and still don't understand that simple rule. Stop pretending to be righteous and face reality. If one's life is in danger, they will certainly react to defend themselves against the threat." Yumi said sternly, his face lit by the light. "Now is not the time to sit idle. If you're too worried, keep arguing, just like we did last time when we voted." Xiumin knew that even if he didn't say these useless words, they would soon dive into the Innova network together. But by then, it would be too late. At least his words helped them save some time. From his memory, if that happened, the number of survivors might no longer be 521. He used bitter words to psychologically affect them, increasing the chance of survival for more people. The players began to tremble when they heard the words just spoken. Two players presented their own views, which eventually led to a heated argument. Mean words began to echo, making the place more lively than ever. Seo Aaron worried about having to kill others to survive, while Sang Chun believed that if they didn't kill, they would be the victims. He said, "Why care about the lives of strangers we don't even know?" He fully agreed with Harkov, then reminded Arin to make up his mind as well. Killing someone isn't a pleasant experience. After that, Arin looked at him with a skeptical gaze, as if he had killed someone before. Sang Chun quietly walked away and replied, "No, I was just guessing." Now both of them were ready to kill to survive. A debate started, and someone suggested killing Black Ball. But that was a crazy idea, because how could they kill a player who had reached level 30? Another person retorted, "Even if we all attack at once, we still can't kill him." Someone signaled for silence, fearing others might overhear. Jiumin could only click his tongue since he had heard everything. The man panicked when he saw him looking. A young man with a kind demeanor rebutted the hypocrites. He said, "What are you all talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone." The person next to him agreed, If we kill someone, we ourselves will become murderers just like him. Another person shouted, "Who gives you the right to be so kind? Someone has to die for him to survive." The person beside him suggested killing the criminal. But how do we distinguish who is a criminal? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands? The young man got angry when he was mocked from afar. The two continued arguing, with the outsider provoking them to fight. Provoked, the man changed his target to the despicable one. They prepared to use their skills and innova against each other. Hako could only shake his head in disappointment, as they were all talk and no action. He didn't need to worry, because soon they would dive into a fight. In the chaos, suddenly Dongmin reappeared. This was the hidden rule of this round. After killing someone for 10 minutes, the player would respawn. Dongmin sat up, feeling confused as he didn't understand why so many people were staring at him. He rubbed his neck, wondering why he had been talking to Black Ghost before this. When the players witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked and shouted loudly. Others also began thinking in their own ways as they saw Rong Min being resurrected. Everyone started drawing their weapons, while a girl tried to stop them, fearing not everyone could be resurrected. She didn't manage to finish her sentence before being attacked from behind unexpectedly. A stranger stabbed her from behind with his claws. Blood splattered on him, leaving him stunned. Those witnessing this were horrified by the brutality. Some realized it took 10 minutes for Rong Min to be resurrected. They thought they should wait for her to be resurrected before continuing. The other players agreed to wait. After 10 minutes, the wounds on the girl's body healed, and she was resurrected. When she turned around, she was confused and didn't know who had killed her, but the killer appeared suddenly from behind. This time, he was attacked by another person who used a large scythe to strike his back, killing him instantly. The killer, after murdering, grinned arrogantly. "So after 10 minutes, they come back to life, right?" His words made many people feel disgusted and fearful. Jae Min stood proudly, watching everything. He thought that while the resurrection ability had been proven, the players still wouldn't easily accept murder. But that's how people are. They are influenced by circumstances and reveal their own madness. Sure enough, all the players started fighting each other, without holding back. Everyone was slaughtering each other, and reminding themselves that the other players would eventually be resurrected. About 1,000 players were killing each other brutally. Now this place resembled a battlefield. Jaemin also summoned his scythe to join the fight. The players saw him and became cautious, but they were all wiped out by his swing. 3 players behind tried to team up for a sneak attack, but they were no match for him. Because he had the detection skill, any sneak attack was completely useless. Besides Jae Min, there was another person in this team known as Black Fire Dragon, who was continuously slaughtering. He possessed the devouring ancient art, making this situation a feast for him. Looking at the blood on his hands, Jae Min guessed that he had killed about 10 people, and he needed to keep resurrecting to atone for his actions. He was very pleased because each time he killed someone, his stats increased. The devouring ancient art helped his progress bar fill up every time he killed an enemy. When the progress bar was full, he would receive a random stat. He continued his relentless slaughter to increase his stats. He was delighted that his progress bar was filling so quickly, and wondered how much it would increase if he killed Black Ghost. But he quickly dismissed the thought because he knew that if he faced that powerful figure, the consequences would be dire. He glanced at the other players and happily enjoyed himself, thinking he could safely level up. He continued to swing his axe, killing each player, treating it as his own playground. The players he killed continuously resurrected and offered their lives to him. He didn't know how many people he had killed, and his goal was to reach the top 1 on the leaderboard. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw Black Ghost appear in front of him. Jaemin activated his death form, causing the entire space to darken. His scythe also became semi-transparent. He was carefully observing, but before he could react, his head was suddenly severed from his body. As expected of Black Ghost, he thought he should avoid him. The sound of clashing swords rang out and countless players fell to the ground. The soldier standing by, witnessing a girl resurrect after 10 minutes, knew this was true and grinned proudly. He thought this was his chance to get revenge on those who had stabbed him in the back. He hurriedly walked to find his close friends and win them over. Dongmin immediately approached, greeted him, and then punched him hard in the face. Dongmin showed a devilish expression and delivered a series of blows to his friend's body. After the fierce battle, that friend finally died. He turned around, his face filled with disgust, and began searching for others to take revenge on. If hell truly existed, it would be like this, a place filled with violence where people only know hatred for each other. Seo Aaron held a weapon, her expression serious, with blood all over her body. Sang Chun looked at her, silently thinking that he could endure some of it, but Seo Aaron would definitely struggle if this affected her mentality and work. He thought that Seo Aaron must be struggling, and if this affected her work, he wouldn't be able to face the chairman either. If that happened, he had no choice but to retreat. While he was thinking, someone suddenly charged from behind, grabbed Arin's hair, and attacked unexpectedly. Sang Chun quickly charged, counterattacked, and pierced the attacker with his sword. Then Arin followed suit, charging to finish the man off so they could easily pass this round. Although she was just a bodyguard, she still listened to him. If he asked, she would follow. Arin felt shaky after killing the man. She stood up, regained her composure, and asked the bodyguard how much longer they had to fight. Sang-chun replied there was still about an hour left. Arin spoke while trembling, "I can't watch them die anymore." She couldn't understand how people could do this. Sang-chun felt discontent and thought she was too weak. She must have been overly protected. Still, he couldn't help but say something contrary to his thoughts. "If you're tired, rest. You've killed about 50 people already, that should be enough to rank. The rest, leave it to me." Seo Aaron thanked him, but in his heart, he was glad because now he could fight freely without worrying about her stealing points. And he could focus on his own score. There were only 10 minutes left until the end of this round. Seo Min was fully focused on eliminating opponents, as he didn't want to lose the first place reward for the entire area. He rushed forward at high speed, swinging his scythe forcefully. Each swing brought his enemies down. Despite the great damage caused to rise to the top, Seo Min had set a rule for himself. Anyone I've already killed doesn't need to be killed again. The ranking in this round isn't just based on how many people you kill. You need to kill as many different people as possible. If you kill the same person multiple times, it's only counted as one kill. And Seo Min continued moving, passing by Zong Min. He didn't care when Zong Min happily killed his 3 friends repeatedly. Those guys probably wouldn't survive this round, because if they kept getting killed over and over like that, they wouldn't be able to score for themselves. The round was about to end in 1 minute. With little time left, Seo Min quickened his pace to score more points. He observed, noticing that the players before him had been eliminated, but the blonde guy hadn't, so Seo Min rushed to him and slashed him in the back. Just as he finished off that guy, the round ended. An angel appeared with a bright smile. "Fighting each other, do you find it enjoyable?" The players looked at her with dissatisfied expressions. "Is anyone happy to kill each other?" Alex looked at the bloodstains on the ground. She twirled her shiny blonde hair and continued, "Anyway, you've all completed the task of killing each other well. Before we see the results, let's resurrect those who have died in front of you." Seo Min felt like she was just showing off, because resurrection was the system's ability. The players were resurrected back into the game. Zong Min's friends began mocking the bastard. The angel heard their yelling, and her face became frightening. From now on, anyone who speaks will have their voice turned into 7 ounces of nonsense. Her gentle voice made the group fall silent. Even Zong Min had to be quiet. The angel put on a delicate expression when she saw everyone had quieted down. "Now, if everyone has been resurrected, let's check the results." Then she revealed the side mission of this round, surprising everyone. She snapped her fingers and the system board appeared before all the players. The side mission was to eliminate the regional representatives within a certain time frame, and only one person had completed this mission. No one else but the idol under the young singer. At this point, the others were angry, but it was too late. They regretted not taking action against Hong Dong-min. Zong Min was furious after being tricked so bitterly. The angel then revealed more about how the results would be calculated. The ranking will be based on the number of different people you have killed. Even if you kill one person many times, it will still only count as one kill. By the time the player realized the mistake, it was too late. While the angel smiled, laughing, saying these were truly Musi 2 Kai minds at work. How easy it was. Ah snapped fingers once more, and the final results for this round appeared. Across all regions, Black Orb still led in kills with 722. Next to him was the Foolish Mage with 521, while the Fallen Dark Knight Singer had 433. This time the singer took first place alone, surprising the angel who stared at him. Other players also praised non-stop, as the singer alone wiped out 70% of the people here. The angel applauded enthusiastically, eager to give a reward for this outstanding achievement. The system panel displayed countless reward notifications. Among them was an intermediate armor voucher. Upon reviewing, he chose the blood-soaked assassin's coat. This coat provided strong stats, high defense, and a special reward including a 50% stat boost pen for round 5 and 5,000 gold. Information about round 5. Having regressed many times and knowing round 5's difficulty, Seo Min immediately chose the 50% boost pen without much thought. The angel above further announced that their region had 30 people tied at 521, and anyone lower would be eliminated. Looked excited as the elimination process approached. Despite pleas, the eliminated players quickly vanished into smoke. Dong Min escaped unscathed, and Seo Aaron and Sang Chun also passed this round easily. Round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors across the region, while in Seo Min's area, only 521 remained. After a few moments, their souls would be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 would begin at midnight on February 3, 2024, at the Imperial Hotel. Sang Chun hurried to find Chairman Ma resting in bed after the intense round. He rushed because he couldn't reach the chairman. Maggie-ma quickly sat up and explained, "You thought I'd die in round 4, didn't you see the results?" Sang-chun rubbed his neck awkwardly. "I saw your name on the leaderboard, but I was still worried." "That last round was crazy, right?" Maggie-ma held her face. "I fainted in bed right after, exhausted. 433 died in that first round alone. If you count repeat deaths, the numbers would be even higher." At that moment Maggie-ma thought he was strong, but the singer was even stronger. Is he even human? Sang-chun wondered if he was an active soldier in special forces. Someone with such skill and courage in Korea couldn't be easily identified. Maggie-ma admired the singer more and more. Whatever his true identity, working with him would bring peace of mind. Chairman Ma thought of Jiu-min and wanted to ask the prophet about Black Orb's background. Sang-chun reminded him that Jiu-min's prophecies were completely accurate. Earlier, Jiu-min had said this was a massacre, a disaster, and that players would have to kill each other. Sang-chun asked Chairman Ma about Prophet Jiu-min and whether he wanted him as a business partner. Ma replied, "Of course he holds 31% of the shares." In reality, the company was almost in Jiu-min's hands. Beyond business following his wishes, they needed to bring him to their side. He instructed subordinates not to underestimate or be arrogant just because he was young. Even if they disliked his attitude, they should respect and follow all his instructions. Only then could they regain all the sweet benefits from this honey jar of a name. Hearing Chairman Ma's analysis, Sang-chun nodded in agreement. He then ordered his subordinates to call him, telling him to hold a survival celebration tonight. He also instructed to bring family if possible, and invite top idol Seo Aaron for prestige. That morning, Jiumin drove his supercar to pick up Yuri and invited her to have a meal with him. To make her feel more at ease, Jiumin decided to pay for everything. It's certainly convenient having a rich friend. As they got in the car, Yuri thanked Jiumin repeatedly for revealing the details about the 4th round, which helped her pass easily. Jiumin thanked her for trusting him and not thinking he would deceive her. Yuri thought that deceiving her wouldn't benefit anyone, and she believed Jiumin would never do such a thing. She felt very grateful because if Jiumin hadn't reminded her to kill at least 30 people, she wouldn't be alive now. But Jiumin thought she didn't need to thank him. Whether she said it or not, she would still easily overcome any challenge, fiercely protecting every grain of rice. Compared to Seo Aaron, who was like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Yuri was like a weed growing outdoors. Then, they both went to the restaurant to celebrate. Yuri kept thanking Jiumin and he could only sigh, not understanding how many times she had thanked him already. Yuri ate while thinking about what she had done in the 4th round. Jiumin noticed that, it seemed she still felt guilty. He advised her not to think too much or blame herself, because she had to survive too. Moreover, it wasn't just him. I and the other players couldn't avoid it either. Yuri trembled and cried because she had killed someone. This scene made Jiumin angry and he yelled at her. "So what? If this happens again, will we just ignore it? So if I don't wake up, what will happen to my family? We have families waiting for us." At that moment, Yuri thought of her father at home. If she didn't wake up, her father would be very sad. Yuri realized she had forgotten the most important thing, her family. That's why she had endured for so long. Then she happily enjoyed the meal with Jiumin to ease the fatigue from the 4th round. After finishing the meal, Yuri thanked him again. But this time she just called him Min. Jiumin was surprised because this was the first time she had called him by his first name without the surname. Yuri said that if it wasn't a problem, she would call him like that. At this point, Yuri's mood had likely calmed down. Jiumin decided to start the main conversation. Jiumin informed her about the 5th round. This would be the hardest round yet, and the areas would be merged. Basically, the separated areas would unite into one. Yuri was surprised because she might meet Jiumin in the 5th round. Jiumin lied, saying they might meet, but not in the 5th round when in fact they would meet there. However, if he said, "we in the area," she would definitely want to meet him. Jiumin wanted to meet Yuri while still hiding his identity. Then Jiumin suggested a way for Yuri to successfully get through the 5th round. He mentioned Haku and told her to go meet him and ask for his help. Yuri was even more surprised when Jiumin mentioned Haku, the leader of all areas. She wondered why Jiumin wanted her to ask him for help. Jiumin explained again to avoid misunderstanding. Instead of asking, he suggested cooperating with him, which made more sense. He needed to temporarily ally with Haku to survive. Yuri was worried because Haku was level 30, a very strong, dominant person, and she was just a weed on the roadside. How could she deal with him? Jiumin comforted her, saying she had her own strength and Haku would definitely need her. The relationship between the two would be symbiotic. Though she appeared worried, Yuri thought differently inside. If she could safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. But her strength was truly unique. Only Jiumin understood it. It wasn't just the small pen she thought it was. Jiumin told her not to worry because Haku would cooperate with her not only in this round, but but also in the next. He had seen the future, so she didn't need to worry. Hearing this, Yuri brightened up again. She thanked Ji-Yumin for sharing this important information and then reached out her hand. She gave Ji-Yumin one of her pens. Ji-Yumin had guessed this would happen because he knew she didn't like to owe others. Now he could confidently go home and use the pen. Thanks to Yuri's blessing and the added stat from the butcher's old language after killing 100 worms, Ji-Yumin's stats had risen significantly. He opened the status window and looked at the stats, sighing in relief when he saw his stat had risen to 84. Thanks to his high luck, he confidently used the magic stone lottery ticket and received the reward from the previous round. If he were ordinary, he would probably pray to the gods for a better item. But he wasn't ordinary. He even exploited the game in an unusual way without needing divine help. He recalled the first time he met the angel. Even without knowing who it was, he was certain everything was caused by a god. Who else could gather 1.8 billion people and throw them into this deadly game? The one behind it all was a god playing with humanity. If he passed the final round and made a wish, he would wish that the god who created this disgusting game would face consequences. With extremely high luck, he received 5 magic stones after using the magic ticket. He felt lucky thanks to his skill in turtle subtraction, not by praying to the gods. He truly felt fortunate. Then, Ji-Yumin began combining the stones. First, he put 2 low-level red magic stones together and pressed combine. When combining stones of the same color and level, he could create a higher-level magic stone. Together with the stone from Seo Aaron and the lottery ticket, he successfully created a low-level purple magic stone. Then he combined magic stones with items to increase stats. After a few actions, he used up all available magic stone. Now he needed to meet Mr. Ma. Dressed in a fancy outfit, the younger brother looked at his older brother. Upon learning that the company president his brother invested in was the heir of the Asung conglomerate, Ji-Yumin didn't hide it and confirmed it was true. Today he was invited to a party as a business partner, with long-term collaboration expected. The younger brother panicked, unsure if he was qualified to attend. Ji-Yumin adjusted Ji-Yugun's tie and reassured him, as Mr. Ma allowed family to join. As they stepped out, subordinate Sang-chun warmly welcomed them. Ji-Yugun politely greeted and received a business card to get acquainted. He also apologized for previously treating him poorly. He added that the party should be seen as an apology and hoped he wouldn't mind. Both were transported in a luxury limousine to the Imperial Hotel. Entering the grand hall, the younger brother was startled when Mr. Ma called his older brother a shareholder. He warmly and politely greeted Ji-Yumin. Both were led to a luxurious dining table with rare dishes. Ji-Yugun's eyes lit up seeing dishes prepared by a 5-star chef. Mr. Ma noticed his attitude and invited him to a small meal. Though not elaborate, it was enough to satisfy. As they prepared to eat, the famous idol Seo Aaron appeared in a mystical black outfit. Seo Aaron bowed and apologized to the president for being late due to attending a fellow actor's funeral. Mr. Ma kindly responded that she needn't worry, they understood. He introduced her to the major shareholder. Ji-Yugun looked at his idol, unable to contain his emotions. Seo Aaron appeared cheerful because the shareholder was a neighbor, but internally she thought the president was teasing her since he looked younger yet was a major shareholder. Ji-Yumin couldn't hide his admiration for Seo Aaron's beauty. Anyone seeing her would naturally react this way. Seeing his younger brother like that, Ji-Yumin pretended some interest to fulfill his Hollywood role. Mr. Ma, noticing Ji-Yumin's expression, looked smug. The kid was just like everyone else, clever or not. He then invited everyone to enjoy the meal. Mr. Ma asked if the dishes suited the major shareholder and his younger brother. Both praised the taste enthusiastically, delighting him, as he had previously tasted and instructed the chef to adjust for the guest. Mr. Ma asked about Ji-Yumin's family, noticing no other relatives came. He didn't hide it, saying his younger brother was his only family and their parents had passed away. Mr. Ma was surprised by the situation and quickly apologized, thinking he had lost face. Ji-Yugun looked saddened by the comment. The atmosphere became awkward, and Mahjong felt someone needed to ease the tension. He glanced at Seo Aaron, finished his tea, and asked her to step outside for a private conversation. Outside the hall, he asked her if the food today was good. After she replied it was very tasty, Mahjong put on a serious expression. Do you think I called you out here just for you to eat comfortably? You're here to help me lighten the mood a bit. Why are you so slow to understand? Mahjong then revealed an important piece of information to Arin. Besides being a major shareholder, Ji-Yumin is also a prophet. His job allows him to foresee the future, true to his title, and what they need to do now is to keep him happy. If they can know information about the next round in advance, the benefits would be huge. So he presented a plan to Arin, use her beauty to please him. He held her hand tightly, making it clear to Arin, do everything to win the heart of that prophet. Arin wanted to object, but Mahjong interrupted her. I gave you the chance to become famous as an actress. Now you owe me this, make Ji-Yumin happy no matter what it takes. Reluctantly, Seo Aaron had to follow his orders. Back at the dining table, the atmosphere remained gloomy. After the conversation outside, Mahjong and Arin returned. He instructed everyone to move to another entertainment area he had prepared, but saw Arin hesitating while trying to charm Ji-Yumin, who paid no attention to her. However, Jae-Yuan, a 14-year-old boy, behaved differently. He shyly approached the beauty and asked for a moment to take a photo with her. Seeing his younger brother interested in Arin, Mahjong immediately texted Arin to change her plan. Switch targets, get close to the younger brother first. Arin felt sad because he was a genuine fan, but she had to deceive him for the chairman's goal. Ji-Yumin from above also noticed this thought of hers. Mahjong happily thought everything was going according to plan, unaware that Ji-Yumin knew all he was thinking. Everyone was led to the VIP room to enjoy the luxurious space and hotel beverages. Jae-Yugun refused, still being a student. Sa-chun was told by Mahjong to bring another drink for him and hurried off. The remaining four, Ji-Yumin also said he couldn't drink alcohol. Mahjong asked him to try anyway. Ji-Yumin ignored him, interrupted, and asked Arin to go take photos with his younger brother, leaving both confused. When only the two were left, Ji-Yumin looked at Mahjong with anger in his eyes. Chairman, do you think I'm that easy to deceive? Ji-Yumin's gaze frightened Mahjong. Ji-Yumin reminded Mahjong of his prophetic work and said he knew about the private conversation with Seo Aaron. Don't think you can hide anything from me. Mahjong panicked upon realizing Ji-Yumin had discovered the private talk. He didn't expect Ji-Yumin could see the future so clearly. You told her to win me over, but also wanted to use my younger brother. That's crossing the line. Mahjong could only bow his head and apologize as his plan was exposed. I made a wrong decision, Prophet. I'll fix everything that upset you. Seeing his sincerity, Ji-Yumin decided not to press further. Mahjong quickly thanked him for the chance to make amends. His subordinate Sa-chun returned at that moment. Mahjong immediately adjusted his outfit and told the subordinate to lead others to the next room. The situation worsened as the beauty strategy had no effect on Ji-Yumin. Ji-Yumin asked if he wanted information about the next round. This lit up Mahjong's eyes. He came to the party hoping to share info about round 5. With this attitude, no matter the information or cooperation, it would be difficult. Mahjong hurriedly apologized, hoping Ji-Yumin would forgive this time. Ji-Yumin just wanted him to hide nothing anymore. From now on, you must trust me unconditionally and stop questioning how the company is run. Also, persuade the shareholders at the next meeting. Mahjong did not hesitate to agree to the conditions you proposed. Ji-Yumin then shared with him the details about the 5th round they would face. This mission required eliminating 500 snails, but it wasn't that simple. The zones would merge. Since the number of players had significantly decreased, previously separated zones would start combining into one. Mahjong became intrigued and asked about a character named Black Sphere. Ji-Yumin shook his head and revealed that he wouldn't be in the same zone as the player named Black Sphere. Mahjong wanted to know more about Black Sphere. Ji-Yumin just smiled lightly and replied, I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet him soon. In fact, he's standing right in front of you, Ji-Yumin thought. And one more thing. He mentioned the name Mahjong had been searching for, Hong Dong-min. When Ji-Yumin said the name, he was extremely surprised. Just as I thought, the ancient script foresaw your future. This is beyond imagination. Ji-Yumin only advised him not to investigate Hong Dong-min, because doing so would bring great loss. He could only share this information because it was impossible to reveal otherwise. In fact, he protected that person because he was still very useful. Mahjong pondered silently and decided not to investigate Hong Dong-min following Ji-Yumin's advice. Then he called Ji-Yumin and returned together to the party. In his mind, he thought tonight he had to relax fully. Heavy rain poured down. In an alley, a man with one arm was running for his life as someone chased him. He was pushed into a dead end and slow footsteps echoed. A sword was raised and struck straight at his leg. In the soaked shirt revealing his muscular physique, the man standing there was Mahjong. He was acting as judge and executioner because this man had committed child rape. After prison, he was released. He lay on the ground begging for mercy, but Mahjong ignored the pleas. He stabbed the man with his sword. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, stop talking, shut up. If more witnesses appear because of you, the body count will rise. Seeing the man silent, he used a skill to let him pass peacefully using dark mana. He thought if it weren't for needing dark mana, he would have killed someone like him immediately. To use dark rebirth, he needed dark mana, and to replenish dark mana, he had to take others' lives. Moreover, killing humans granted more dark mana than killing monsters. He ran his fingers through his messy hair, feeling very comfortable. He felt excited because he had always enjoyed killing criminals, and the Dark Knight role suited him perfectly. After finishing, he approached and absorbed mana to power his weapon. His dark rebirth could only absorb the life force of living targets, not the dead. Suddenly a sound behind him made him turn alert. Fortunately, it was just a cat, or there would have been another murder. Daybreak came. He thought about Jiumin and the ancient script the boy had seen in the future. Perhaps he already knew he was a serial killer, yet still approached him. Ma Jinglok smiled mysteriously, finding it intriguing. Before leaving, he called his subordinate to handle the corpse. 2 weeks later, there was another party with Ma Jinglok. During this time, Jiumin stayed at home with no specific work. He always thought about the future and spent time listening to relaxing music. But today, his resting phase was over. He read on his phone that players would change the world. It was time for him to act. Now he had to find one of the 5 ancient scripts available in the real world. The ancient script he was about to search for this time was the cloning script. A series of news on magazines and official websites reported that 1.8 billion people had been pulled into another world. Now only 90 million remained after 3 months. The economy was in danger due to the loss of the younger generation, and schools nationwide had to close. The endless grief of parents and siblings worldwide plunged everyone into despair. Young Tich arrogantly sat in the classroom, his body still covered in blood. Only the 4th round had passed, yet countless people had died, truly useless beings. The news he focused on mostly discussed human criminal psychology. They were manipulated by the game to reveal their worst nature. They eliminated each other. Meanwhile, Hyung Tich felt very satisfied. Haha, what a mess. If they were players, they'd do the same. What's wrong with wanting to do anything before I die? And that's exactly why they shouldn't always impose boundaries on me. Damn idiots. Limitations and rules stop everything, making him furious, and his nonsense even made him swing his bat harder. Don't do this, don't do that. One hit from him shattered the wooden chair as he pumped chicken blood to his brain. That's why we exploded now. His gaze was vacant and bloodthirsty. Nothing mattered now, nothing could stop me. Anyway, I'm a player, and reckless blood is the only thing I outdo them all in. Hyung Tich stood before the bloody battlefield he had caused. Things had gotten out of control when he craved more slaughter. So, who should I kill next? I just killed someone in real life, but I don't feel anything. Hyung Tich scratched his head, cursing the system. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? Only 1 point per person. Such stinginess, is it because they're civilians? He reminisced with amusement about the previous battle. The 4th round had indeed been amazing. He found it more interesting than killing monsters. A system message appeared. This item will help you gain random stats. Hyung Tich's bloodthirst grew. I want to kill players instead of civilians because I'll get more points. He stared at the post for a while. Oh, is this the online player community forum? Hyung Tich wondered. Can I join the forum to meet other players and kill them? This way, I'll get more points. To join the forum, basic information needs to be filled in. Full name, age, level, and username. Hyung Tich was frustrated. What? They want all my personal information and even an interview. Such a hassle. But I need to join to meet other players. Other players probably didn't think anyone out there would be killing other players. The interview day arrived and Hyung Tich stood before a cafe. Is this the place? They had sent a specific address earlier. Welcome Cafe in Wabu. Nam Wai Hang before noon. You can grow anything you want. Hyung Tich was stunned. This is the place. But damn, they called me out here to this godforsaken place. Not even a bus passed by. He grumbled and opened the door, stepping inside. I'll kill the damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What? The interior is more modern than I thought. He noticed 2 guests sitting. Were they the only ones? One of them greeted. Are you the one we're interviewing? Hyung Tich replied, yes. The person moved closer to him. What's your username? The exchange felt like an AI conversation. Black dragon fire in his hand. Ah, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is 30. Hyung Tich was stunned. Huh, you're a player. 30 chuckled. Haha, yeah, I know. My husband doesn't look much like it, but I'm 30 this year. Please come in. He introduced the other person. This is Lido Coco. He's also here for the interview. Cockle, this is Black Dragon Fire in hand. You two might become teammates. You should greet each other. Hyung Tich didn't have a good first impression. Hyung Tich remarked, this damn guy looks like a sardine. He's a player too. He looks so weak, but still sat down to greet. Hello. Hi. As Hyung Tich sat down, he looked around the cafe. I guess this business isn't thriving much. There were no other customers or extra staff. The owner wasn't surprised by the comment. It was understandable since it was quite far from the city. That's why we rented this place for the interview. Hyung Tich was still curious. Oh, so you rented this place. But shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see any AI. 30 calmly explained. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a cafe, but they also serve meal. Hyung Tich looked around, then indifferent. I see. He quickly scanned the place and quietly made his judgment. Well, there aren't even any cameras here. Hyung Tich quickly dismissed the thought. No, just 2 people to kill. I can't miss this opportunity. He then spoke up. Aren't we starting the interview? Min Jin calmly replied. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll begin when they arrive. His principal suddenly raised the question. One more person, but he still confirmed out loud. So there are 3 of us. He explained while looking outside. Yes, the appointment is a bit delayed, so let's wait a little longer. Oh, here they come. The door chimed with a pleasant sound. Min Jin stood waiting all morning. Are you here for the interview? He replied briefly, yes. The other person hurriedly asked, what's your username? Upon hearing the confirmation that his name was Nguyen Jin, he covered his mouth, moved. A few days earlier, Taehyun had joined an online meeting with the HR department. Welcome, Jami, she was called by the president and responded excitedly, nice to meet you. He continued calling out others. Welcome, Paul Pauling. After taking attendance, Taehyun immediately began the main business. Everyone was present except Da Made Up Honey. Let's start the third weekly meeting of April. Losiak, you go first, he responded affirmatively. The president, he hurriedly asked, how many people are joining the forum this week? Losiak quickly answered, about 2,000. Taehyun sighed in admiration. That's more than last week, he also gently admitted. Yes, the number of players is decreasing month by month, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week. Losiak paused for a moment, then added, I think the article about us has attracted them. He was surprised who hired the journalist. Yami raised her hand in admission. I did, President. Taehyun seemed slightly surprised. I see, didn't know you had connections in this field. She smiled modestly, it's a new connection, but her capability excited him even more. That's amazing, I expect nothing less from a long-time member. Then Losiak, among the 2,000 people, how many actually have skill? He cautiously estimated, excluding players without classes and those under level 10, we have about 1,200 people. Taehyun leaned his chin in thought. So how many are actually useful? Paul Pauling pushed up his glasses, starting to take over. I'll talk about that. He looked at his tablet and provided the information. Notably, Black Dragon Fire is from S45 area. He's a regular level 10 warrior, but he placed third in his area. He seemed quite unsure. Third, he must have a good build for his level, or maybe he's lying. Bob Boring wasn't shy about making a suggestion, but I think he's good enough to be selected as a candidate for an executive position. Taehyun responded casually, right, anyone else? He continued to fulfill his duty of providing information. Another person is Little Coco. He's from the S1227 area, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Finally, Poppering gave a rough statistic. Besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their areas. Taehyun was satisfied and planned the next steps. Wow, quite a lot. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing them. As president, he would assign personnel for this task. Rate my 30-year-old self. The guy was suddenly called, his eyes half closed, saying sorry. Taehyun irritably questioned, are you dozing off? What did you do last night that you're so sleepy now? Minjin stammered that, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. I won't listen to excuses. Handle 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you can't finish, another senior candidate might replace you. He feared and lowered his head in acceptance. Understood, please leave it to me. Taehyun lost patience and changed the subject. Anyway, Losiak, have you contacted the Black Hawk yet? He looked at his phone and muttered, if I had, I would have reported immediately. He narrowed his eyes with a disappointed look. Maybe that's true. I'd give him an executive position immediately if he joined. Such a pity. Taehyun paid attention to the media card. Jami, could you ask that journalist to write a few more articles? We might need more promotional strategies to attract the Black Hawks to join. She mischievously rubbed her index finger and thumb signaling, of course, as long as there's money. He generously promised, don't worry about that. I'll reward you for your contributions. She smiled brightly and made a heart gesture. Hee, thank you, President. Taehyun reassured and continued the meeting. Now let's move to the next topic. At that moment, Losiak frantically interrupted. Wait, President, a well-known person just requested to join the forum. He couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, who? His hand holding the phone was trembling. He struggled to say Black Hawk. Everyone present was stunned. Without any prompt, they all grabbed the chat. Min Jin recalled that shocking moment, and now he was even more enthusiastic. Nice to meet you, wasn't hard to get here, right? He bluntly denied, yes, it was difficult. He scratched his head awkwardly, sorry for that. This place is considered the perfect spot to keep their private matters hidden. Min Jin smiled innocently for a moment, then gestured for them to come in. Anyway, you're really handsome, so I bet many girls like you. He cheerfully led them down this way, pulled out a chair and introduced, please sit, these two are here for an interview just like you. Hyung Tich didn't expect to run into his enemy in this situation, his teeth gritted in anger. Ryumin, on the other hand, lowered his attention when they met, then awkwardly spoke, oh hi. In Hong crossed his legs confidently and replied, I'm Black Wolf. You raise your head and casually state your username. I'm Little Coco, but inside you want to curse 100 times. That bastard really knows how to make people laugh. Hyung Tich clenched his teeth, trying to suppress his anger and confusion as he thought, the one who killed me 5 times, right? He really wanted to ask if the two had ever met outside, and why he liked to kill him so much. Sitting across from him, seeing that he was silent, Min Jin asked, Black Fire Dragon, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? he was startled and stammered. "Hello, I'm Black Fire Dragon." Not saying anything more, In Hong just glanced around, causing the atmosphere to suddenly grow tense. The invisible pressure weighed heavily, making him bite his lip, his mind in a tangled mess. Why is he not reacting at all? He thought that when hearing his name, he should have recognized him, or had he forgotten the name of the person he killed 5 times? In a corner, Ryuman quietly took a sip of strawberry water, his eyes silently observing every move of the other. He wondered if he had been too arrogant before. Although he was also using a fake name, it was that other person who was the real fraud. The familiar gentleman-like appearance helped him quickly recall some personal information. His player name was Kyukuru Bing Bong, a professional con artist who had used all sorts of tricks to make money. Most of the facts he knew were negative, causing his mind to ache. Currently, he wasn't dangerous, but later, with the original script, he would become famous. Or rather infamous due to the crimes he committed. Ryuman's eyes briefly darkened, the murderous intent unmistakable. It was bitter that even criminals could possess power from another world. But luckily, he had met him as expected. He would use him to seize the original script. Only Min Jin didn't notice the heavy atmosphere at the table. Carefree as he pulled out a thick stack of files from his bag and asked, "Has everyone finished introducing themselves? Then I'll start verifying personal information, starting with little Coco." Called out suddenly, you hesitated for a moment before calmly answering, "Yes, sure. My name is Kim Seung Hyun, 20 years old, graduated with a master's degree and currently unemployed." He began scribbling down notes, writing while urging quickly, "It says here you're a level 13 assassin, right?" "Yes, and you're ranked 4th in your area, correct?" "Yes, yes." He acted flustered on the outside, but inside Ryuman silently mocked. All made up except for the player name. The memory of meeting an unnamed player flashed through his mind, making his thoughts waver. Little Coco was indeed a name that existed. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else, but I have to do this to get the original script. His breathing grew heavier, his mind increasingly confused as each second passed. The original script required the holder to kill at the location where it was hidden, while using a false identity. Facing that fake coldness, Ryuman took a deep breath to suppress his fury. Before, that bastard had pretended to be him to kill people and seize the original script. After finishing the notes, Min Jin turned his gaze to Hyung Tich to continue with the next part. "Okay, next is you, Black Fire Dragon." With someone as an example, he seriously said, "My name is Sim Hyung Tich, 17 years old, currently in high school." He seemed pleased and said, "Oh, you're the youngest one here." But behind that polite comment was a contempt that made others uncomfortable. In his mind, a disdainful thought crossed that this chubby kid was just a high school student. How disgusting. That thought barely flashed but was fully grasped by Ryuman, who gave a soft snort inside. If only Sim Hyung Tich knew he had killed his classmate, would he still dare to look down on him? That was not something an ordinary high school student could do. Due to his round figure, Min Jin hesitated before confirming, "You're a level 10 warrior and were ranked 3rd in your area, right?" Faced with the direct doubt, Hyung Tich slammed the table angrily. "Yes, so what? Do you think I'm lying?" He quickly changed his tone to pacify. "Oh no, it's just part of the process. Sorry if I offended you." He flipped through the stack of papers quickly, turning to a new blank page for the next interview and said, "Your turn, Black Wolf, your name is." He casually stated with an indifferent expression, "Kim In Hong, 28 years old, fund manager." He looked calmly at the others, awaiting their reactions. "I've never dropped from the top ranks in the level 30 region. You probably know my profession is death. Anything else you want me to confirm?" Min Jin felt his face flush at those words, his voice trembling, but outwardly he leisurely ate a strawberry and said, "Thank you." Inside, a sense of irritation rose, cursing the useless fund manager, thinking he should only deal with real fraudster. He borrowed money under the name of Black. Min Jin gently placed the paper pad and shoes on the table. His calm words flowed like alcohol seeping into the ear. "I just verified your identity. Let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join PCVK." Little Coco trembled at the mention. Ryuman immediately switched to acting mode, saying, "Well, the world is very dangerous right now. Going out alone is scary, so I thought it would be better to be with other players." He paused a moment, changed the subject, trying to steer toward the Black Fire Dragon, leaving Hyung Tich frozen, unable to give a reason. He hurriedly said, I can't say I came here to kill other players. It sounded like rehearsing during a test. I thought, similar to little Coco, I can't go to school anymore and worry about the next round." He looked at In Hong with a hint of anticipation. "Is that so? What about you, Black Ball?" He lazily replied, "I just signed up because I saw the forum, it sparked my interest." Min Jin could only smile at the response. "Aha, so that's it." Inside, he reassured himself, thinking that no matter what he says, He will surely pass because he is blackballed. A quick glance from him shifted like flipping a face, his voice gentle but dangerous. All right, your initial answers are quite satisfactory. Next is the final part of the interview. A crazed smile appeared on his face, sending chill. Killing, you must kill someone to pass the final part of this interview. Ryumin stayed still, swallowing hard before turning. Killing, but why? Min Jin looked disappointed at not getting the expected reaction. He said, I guess you don't understand. Fine, let me enlighten you. The pressure from each of his words made the surrounding space lose its normalcy. He continued, you must have seen the posts. The government has started cracking down and turned against us. They force us to fear them stronger than they are. His veiny hands clenched, showing determination. Our players will soon dominate the world. That world will become reality much sooner if we all cooperate. His soulless eyes and mad smile made Min Jin look like a sociopath. So we have no reason to be stopped by the law. We need to show the government that players are the law, starting by defying it. Min Jin covered his mouth, panicking because he didn't dare to go OOC. So that's why we have to kill. Enjoy the emotions of the opponent, Min Jin arrogantly added. Exactly, that's how we show the government our will. Everyone slowed their breathing, trying to catch every word. He continued, to show them that we are not controlled by the law. Min Jin opened the info notebook, smiling professionally. Do you understand now? Little Coco, Ryumin nodded shyly, pretending to fear his gaze. Seeing the silent atmosphere, he continued, anyone who doesn't want to continue the interview, leave. If you leave, you will no longer receive our support. He sat in a corner, calculating, realizing anyone who leaves will be removed from the list. Being forced to kill made leaving difficult. With no words exchanged, the two were trapped in heavy silence, eyes fixed on the empty void. Min Jin took it as an invitation, immediately making a half-hearted expression. He noticed everyone was ready. Good, I'll take that as everyone agreeing. We'll start the final part now. Hai-Ung Tich was the first to speak after the bloody event. All right, start killing, Min Jin said, but there was no one to kill here. Contrary to worry, he remained calm. You don't need to worry about that. Min Jin made a grimace as Zam exploded at the right moment. His eyes became sharp, inhuman. I've prepared everything. The rain fell, bringing a heavy atmosphere no one wanted to mention, realizing time was no longer early. The cramped house was filled with the weight of preparation. No one dared to speak, realizing the final moment had arrived. He stood up with a push of his hand. Shall we go? And pulled the other three up. All right, watching the guests hastily rearrange their seats, Bojam couldn't help but feel curious. Oh, are you leaving already? You can stay if you want. After all, you rented out the whole area, Min Jin replied softly. No, we're in a hurry, but if possible, is there a bathroom here? She pointed to a hidden corner. Over there, Bojam turned his head to look and asked further. All right, but in the meantime, may I ask you for a favor? She was slightly surprised by the sudden request. What is it? Bojam handed her the key, smiling as he asked. Could you get my car from the parking lot? I'm in a rush right now, but despite her displeasure, she calmly agreed since Bojam had paid well. Of course, I'll get it right away. She used the red umbrella to shield herself and stepped outside, leaving the four men in their area. The car door opened quickly. Bojam skillfully folded the umbrella, shook off the rain, and got into the car. As soon as his hand touched the car step, a pair of ugly hands suddenly reached out, like a venomous snake. Min Jin's cold voice rang out as her hands tightened around her neck. Don't worry, Bojam struggled wildly but couldn't move. His mouth only let out a few choking sounds. Her windpipe was crushed, unable to provide enough oxygen, making her even weaker and struggling with each movement. Moments later, Bojam passed out, but he still held on tightly. Easy, except for In Hong, the other two were stunned and spoke up. What did you just do? Why her? Min Jin looked at the others behind her and spoke as if discussing afternoon tea. What else are you guys doing? Get in the car. Just as he finished speaking, Bojam's limp hand suddenly jerked sharply. This shocked the Ryumin group even more, sweat pouring down as they couldn't understand what he meant, wondering if she was the coffee shop owner. The white car sped down the trail, cutting through the forest. When the wheels got stuck in the mud, the car stopped, increasing the tension in the air inside. Minji carried her on his shoulder and led the way, the group slowly heading toward the desolate warehouse. We're here. This is where we'll do the final part of the interview. Inside the dark, damp room, their footsteps echoed steadily. He threw Bojam to the ground without hesitation. His dry voice rang out, making the air around them cold. Let's begin. Who will kill her? Without giving anyone a chance to think, Min Jin immediately pointed to someone. How about you, Blackball? In Hong, standing beside him, was unexpectedly pulled out and then stopped in his tracks. Fine, he laughed at his reaction. As expected, I was waiting for you to do this. Ryu Min thought for a moment before suddenly speaking as the situation reached its climax. Wait, his excitement was instantly dampened, his face showing some dissatisfaction. What is it? Little Coco hesitated for a moment before meekly saying, can I do it? A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Oh, you want to do it? Interesting. I wasn't expecting much from you since you seem rather shy. In Hong's voice was probing, but when he hesitated and then nodded, he agreed. Well, I'm fine with it, let him do it. The two men said nothing, beginning to switch positions. As he passed by him, the chaotic lock was instantly released. Do it well, I just helped you out. Ryu Min's cold gaze swept over his fake back. Thanks, I'll definitely use the ancient human language well. Hearing the familiar phrase, he stopped. Huh, ancient language, what are you talking about? Before he could finish, In Hong reached out, grabbed his head, and sharply twisted his neck to the side. He stood and watched as the man's neck was twisted, without any reaction. Min Jin stood frozen, watching everything unfold too quickly in the cold air. The man's body trembled violently, his cold eyes now full of fear. What's happening? He slammed his hand on his head and screamed as if his brain had been pulled out. What did you just do? You dared to kill Black Ball. Are you crazy? Ryu Min looked at his head, his cold eyes giving a warning that made the man freeze. Min Jin sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a strong aura radiating from him, forcing the opponent to step back, fear clearly visible. That gaze, as if he was tracking prey, changed everything. Min Jin wondered what had happened, some change he could not comprehend. The event of In Hong's death immediately triggered a series of system notifications, announcing that he had killed someone while impersonating. This unlocked a hidden feature and revealed an ancient copy which had been engraved onto his body. Min Jin saw him approach, face showing concern. The man was so terrified he had to retreat. After a long moment, Min Jin finally regained clarity, realizing he had to deal with him. Why did you kill him? Min Jin asked. In the cold eyes of the other, Ryumin sat down and answered wearily, he's trash just like me. He gently covered her head with a plastic bag, leaving just enough space to breathe safely. The other, enraged hand trembling, shouted, What? Say that again. Min Jin didn't hesitate, immediately drawing his sword, ready to confront. Min Jin's expression was like a salary deduction, discontent clear. What did you just say? The scene before us just got more interesting. A divine scythe appeared, blazing red, intensifying the tension. Min Jin sneered, I told you this is armor. Now what? The opponent could only remain silent, unable to respond. Min Jin's words left him no time to react. What is that scythe? Is it the main weapon of the Black Sphere? I've never seen anyone wield such a huge scythe. The opponent turned pale, breathing rapidly, panic rising as he realized the threat from Min Jin. Min Jin heard him mutter, he's a coward trying to impersonate me. He smiled, knowing the other was afraid. An itching sensation in the man made him restless. Min Jin realized he was trying to rethink everything. Min Jin said, do you understand now? But the other didn't dare answer, only silent, too afraid to speak. Min Jin replied, sorry for lying. The man trembled, his hand holding the sword weakening. He could no longer hold the sword, and it dropped to the ground unnoticed. Min Jin realized this was not the Black Sphere he knew, but the true Black Sphere. He hurriedly knelt, abandoning all pride. Lord Black Sphere, I apologize for mistaking you. You acted so well, please spare me. The space went silent suddenly, then a sound echoed. He lifted his head instinctively, sensing something brush his neck. Min Jin swung the scythe hard, the opponent's head flying off, rolling all the way to Hyung Tet's location. The head fell right in front, eyes wide in terror, making him stumble backward. His face pale, mouth agape, he could only stand there facing the masked man. Hyung Tet dared not speak, standing still, afraid to act, realizing the opponent was the true Black Sphere, completely different. Min Jin moved too fast. Ryumin's voice, calm and cold, asked, now it's just you and me, what do you think I'll do next? In Min Jin's eyes, no life, only a warning. If you have any denials left, say them now. Though inner turmoil surged, Hyung Tet tried to speak, managing only a few awkward words. I won't beg for mercy, but there's one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever got the chance. Min Jin recalled sitting in a cafe, calmly asking his opponent. You wondered why I killed you 5 times in round 4, right? He hastily replied, unable to hide his surprise. Ryumin paused briefly, then said, the reason is simple, I wanted to keep you under control. He didn't understand but sensed danger in the words. Under control, why me? Min Jin shared his thoughts without hesitation. You are the most skilled among those I've met, so I have to eliminate the competition. Hyung Tet, shocked, stumbled back, unable to control himself. Ryumin gently accelerated the process. Now you can close your eyes and rest. Hyung Tet hurriedly asked, may I ask one final question? Min Jin calmly replied, what is it? The young Tet stammered, "Why do you want to kill me?" He appeared panicked. What have I done?" And then he received an answer that made perfect sense. "Aren't you here to kill this girl?" Fearing for his life, he quickly justified himself. "But I haven't done anything yet." His excuse was weak and quickly dismissed by him. "You haven't done anything, you've just been observing this whole time." Yu Min's eyes flickered, then he decided to lower his weapon. His voice was neither too loud nor too short, yet full of authority. "Fine, unlike those bastards." His only crime was standing idly by. "I'll give you a chance, all right." He rejoiced as if he had just been pardoned. "Really? Your scythe barely touched the floor." However, his half-hearted attitude made the atmosphere unpredictable. Every passing second grew heavier. "Now, you must give up everything you have." He looked at the neatly arranged items in front of him. Yu Min sighed quietly. "Whoa, this guy has a lot of useful stuff." His genius mind started observing and calculating the value of each item. "If I sell all these items, I can earn about 2,000 gold coins." He focused intently on the items on the ground. The man scratched his head awkwardly. "I even handed you the axe I use. This is all my possessions, I have nothing else." He calmly picked up 2 magic stones and replied casually, "I didn't say anything." Seeing Ryuman with no intention to take more, he curiously asked, "You're not taking anything else?" The man got a confirming answer from him. "I don't need them, you can have them." He responded hastily as if saved from death. He quietly felt regret inside. "Anyway, I can't sell these to the shop." He stored all the items in the space warehouse and asked again, "So you'll spare my life as promised?" Seeing that pitiful look, Ryuman suppressed a laugh and nodded. "Of course, I'll let you live." A man of his word, he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much." Ryuman glared at him, then said, "Stop it, you're annoying." He kicked the unconscious body lightly, a faint smile on his lips, and said softly, "From now on, live properly. You can handle these corpses if you want." He was terrified by his presence and bowed in obedience. "Ah yes." Ryuman looked down at Bojam unconscious in a corner of the warehouse, muttering, "I'll take this girl." The man timidly stepped forward. "Let me help." He threw her over his shoulder, voice full of annoyance from exhaustion. "No need, how could I trust you? Go away." He silently watched Ryuman walk off without daring to say another word. After a while, he sighed in relief. "Phew, I survived. Thought I was going to die. But he spared me, even if I lost some valuable items. Life is more important." The man's face showed dissatisfaction. "But why does my heart feel empty? What did I really do wrong? He took my items just because I stood and watched." The sense of frustration inside grew stronger. It's so unfair in just a moment. Looking at his fragile figure, anger began to rise, overwhelming his reason. Wasn't he off guard just now? "The Black Hound could be attacked. If I kill him, my rank will increase quickly. I must act now." He panted with each line of thought. "This is a rare opportunity, can't miss it, or I'll regret it for life." His muscular hand summoned the steel aid. "If I don't seize this chance, I'll regret it forever." As he sneaked closer, each step aimed at the intended target. "Don't notice me, don't notice me." The dream of realization made his heart race, just a little more. The man's eyes stared straight at Ryuman's head, his whole body tense. He gritted his teeth and swung all his strength at the head without defense. "Die, you bastard." The sharp aid was immediately soaked in blood from the user's foolish move. Hyung sighed in satisfaction as he saw the result of his action collapse onto the cold floor. The fat man smirked, his eyes revealing an unhidden cunning. "Ha ha ha, I killed the Black Hound, that was easy. Ha ha ha, unbelievable, the Black Hound killed by a level 10 like me." Not stopping there, he stomped hard on Ryuman to vent his previous humiliation. He spoke with disdain, "You bastard, you shouldn't turn your back on me. Who cares who you are?" He laughed smugly. His gaze was vacant, not realizing that he was lost. "Thanks for the number of subscribers, idiot," he thought. However, he continued to wait patiently. The system didn't respond, as if it were lost in a dream. Only then did he realize something was wrong and stop, panic setting in. Why hasn't the notification for the stat increase come yet? He was confused. The message usually came immediately after a transaction, but now it didn't. He couldn't understand, his mind had remained silent from beginning to end. What is going on? From behind, Ryuman suddenly appeared. His voice was cold. "What do you think?" He quickly turned around, terrified. Seeing Ryuman calm as if nothing had happened, he was stunned, stuttering, unable to speak. Ryuman said, his tone sharp but still gentle. "Why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost?" His body trembled, stepping back. He thought, "I just killed him, can he reincarnate?" He accidentally bumped into Bojam's shoes, stumbling around, unsure of what to do. There was no one else beside her, only a layer of spiritual energy floating. He panicked, unable to believe his eyes. "No blood either," Ryuman spoke up, his gaze filled with suspicion. "What you killed was my clone." Hearing this, he was confused, thinking, a clone. Ryuman continued explaining. "The ability of the ancient language allows me to create an exact copy of myself. But the clone can't fight or use skills. It can only exist for 10 minutes. He thought about the new skill he had just acquired. It couldn't fight but was still useful. "Actually, it can't fight," Ryuman said regretfully, but it was still an interesting experiment. He removed his mask, revealing a cold smile. You were tricked by it, Ryuman continued. You think it's useless. Actually, it's very useful, Ryuman said, his voice full of mockery. He began to remove his fake outer shell. You tricked me, he said. Ryuman sneered, not caring about his anger. Why are you acting like a victim now? I'm the victim here, you almost killed me, Hyung-tich argued fearlessly. You're the one who threatened me first. He felt the heavy atmosphere of betrayal and inhumanity around him. He pulled out his favorite scythe and said, fine, whatever. Without saying another word, he swung his hand precisely, and in an instant it passed over his head. Hyung-tich was shocked and stunned when he found he couldn't move anymore. What's going on? His body collapsed to the ground, his head rolling. Ryuman only said one sentence, listening to you just wastes time. His voice was cold, giving a single command. Activate the skill that covers the entire warehouse. The space around him slowly vanished, all traces fading with the flow of energy. Ryuman withdrew his weapon and moved forward, leaving no one to prove this was a crime scene. He stopped in front of Bojam, coldly observing her. Seeing she didn't respond, he had to speak up. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You're awake now, stop pretending, you can't fool me. Ryuman thought in his mind, I can hear your thoughts. Bojam realized she had been exposed and hurriedly sat up. I'm sorry. Bojam tentatively asked, can I laugh it off? No, keep it up until I leave. She withdrew her hand in fear when she heard the command. Ryuman looked at the light outside, his mood gradually calming. I'll ask you a few questions, will you cooperate? Ryuman looked at Bojam, his questions soft but sharp. How many customers were there? Do you remember their faces? Bojam was a little nervous but answered, there were 4 people, one about 40 years old. I remember his face because we talked. Ryuman assessed her, his gaze showing satisfaction. She's telling the truth. He sighed in relief and said, all right, that's it. The aftershocks of the previous culture shock still haunted her, making her anxious enough to seek confirmation once more. So I'm safe now? Is everything over? Still rattled by the unexpected events of today, Ryumi quickly nodded. Yes, you can go home now. Don't report what happened to the police. It could backfire. Hesitating for a few seconds, Bojam reluctantly agreed. I understand. You timed it by the warehouse door before giving the order. You can remove the bag in a minute. For the stranger who had helped her, she obediently complied, even without seeing anything. Yes, she replied politely, Bojam's voice echoing through the dust-covered wall. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. The final numbers rang out under the sunlight, prompting her to quickly remove the veil from her face. Her bewildered face turned in every direction as if searching for something. What was going on? The empty warehouse left the traumatized woman, Bojam, in a dazed state. There's nothing here, it can't be rain, right? The sun gradually gave way to the moon high in the sky. As Ryuman opened the door, he greeted softly, Goni, you're back, prompting Ryugun to rush out to welcome him. Hello, noticing his masculine pink jacket. Ah, that's your jacket. Where have you been? The unexpected question left him unsure how to respond properly. Oh, just pretending to pass by like I didn't hear anything. You, so exhausted, so tired. Seeing his sweaty brother, the boy worriedly asked repeatedly, where have you been? Did you eat lunch? Ryuman shrugged off his jacket, sighing, I haven't eaten yet. Hearing the tired tone, Ryu asked again before the boy could catch his breath. Shall we order something? The boy swallowed his sigh and awkwardly replied, yeah, order whatever you want. He looked closely at the layers on the jacket. He quietly remembered the bloody moment from before. It was clean, but he couldn't give it back. While waiting for Ryuman to order, the boy suddenly saw his beloved jacket thrown in the trash, sticky with glue. Min, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away? Seeing his anxious brother, he gently rested his hands on his hips and spoke casually, it's old. I'll buy you a new one, you've worn it too long. Yet the boy was still upset enough to cry. He coaxed him with, I'll get a better one, okay? Ryu's handsome face briefly darkened. His sad eyes revealed every emotion inside. No, it's fine, school is closed anyway. And you can't go outside either. The frustration that had been hovering in Ryumin's heart sank even deeper. It must be boring to be stuck at home and unable to go to school because of something like Sim Hyung Tech. A clever idea sparked, and he immediately said something to brighten the boy's gloomy mood. Goni, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? Shall we go to Evelyn? The boy quickly double-checked the information when he heard something uncertain, then said, Evelyn, really? Are you serious? Seeing his younger brother's sudden change in expression, he laughed and ruffled his mischievous head. He replied, yeah, let's have a quick dinner and go to bed early. As the amusement park appeared in front of them, the loud noise and excitement filled the air, enveloping the two brothers. Ryugun was so excited he opened his mouth, smiling foolishly, looking like he was about to fly off the ground. It had been a long time since he came here. Ryumin silently watched his younger brother taking in the surrounding. Ryumin silently blamed himself for the recent struggles that kept him from taking Ryugun out to play. Before immersing themselves in the lively atmosphere, they exchanged a few words. Is this place still open? Ryumin realized that these days there were more places closed than open. and in times like this, hope was important. A family of 3 wearing bunny ear headbands walked out of the souvenir shop, accidentally catching Ryugun's eye. Ryugun's sly look as he plotted against his brother appeared, accompanied by his mischievous smile. The boy pulled his brother forward without giving anyone a chance to think. Min, let's go ahead, quick, hurry up. The brightly colored stalls with all kinds of panda plush toys, from tiny ones the size of a palm to giant ones that were hard to hug, lined up before them. Ryuman's embarrassed face while wearing the panda headband made him shine brighter. How do I look? Ryuman always looked at him with admiration in his eyes, his hands swinging a few headbands. You're so cool, so cute, pick that one. He said, wow, there are so many cute things. Seeing his younger brother happy, he felt happy too. Yeah, take whatever you like, here you go. After the shopping, Ryuman turned to ask, what do you want to do now? It seemed like he had been waiting for this question. Ryugun immediately replied, we have to do everything here. As planned, the two spent the day playing all the rides, including the roller coaster. The water ride got Ryugun completely soaked. After the thrilling rides, both relaxed by watching the baby pandas. Ryuman quietly enjoyed the happy moment with his younger brother. Wow, twin pandas, they're so cute. In his heart, he was grateful for his brother's quick thinking. Yesterday, he had been so sluggish. Taking Ryugun out was so good. Even though he played hard, he still remembered his brother's work. He felt uneasy, but Mina, tomorrow is May 1st. Ryuman asked, is it okay if I play with you like this? He reassured him. Of course I'm happy, but Ryuman comforted him. Don't worry, I'm fine. This time it'll be more than 10 hours. So even if I sleep a little longer, don't be scared. The boy panicked when he heard this. 10 hours, that's not dangerous, right? Ryuman sensed his younger brother's worry. I have to come back safely, got it. He gently stroked his younger brother's soft hair, silently promising, you worry too much. I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. Ryuman quickly changed the subject so they wouldn't worry anymore. What should we do now? Let's go visit the zoo. Okay, April 30th, 11:50 p.m. The skyscraper emitted a warm light, brightly illuminating the surrounding space. Ryuman lay on the bed, startled awake from deep sleep as his phone vibrated nonstop, forcing him to check. Yuri. The message appeared blurry. Min, it's almost midnight. He chuckled, looking at the icon at the end of the message. Hee hee, I believe this time it will be fine. Let's do our best, keep going, see you later. Ryuman realized she was nervous, her bright eyes and cheerful smile. Don't worry, from now on, I'll protect you. He placed his phone on the table and thought, it's time to go. The clock struck midnight, but the owner had been asleep for who knows how long without a care. A group of players gathered in a vast, unfamiliar land. There was no announcement, and a few people started chatting to ease the tension. Someone asked, is it enough people yet? Another person answered, no way, I think they're just not here yet. One person said, no, the last round had about 500 survivors, but I didn't expect that to backfire. Someone else commented, oh, that makes sense. Even though they started the conversation, they had to admit that the atmosphere around them felt a little empty. Ryuman stood silently, listening, reflecting on the emptiness, even though the first round had nearly 10,000 people. But the emptiness would soon pass. Suddenly, Oliver appeared from the sky, spreading her wings like a fairy tale goddess. Nice to meet you all. Oliver said, congratulations on reaching the 5th round. The greeting was met with silence, leaving a slow, tense atmosphere. She didn't care about being embarrassed and let out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, why does your face look like that? Smile, you were having fun last round, weren't you? Oliver felt uneasy looking into their hateful eyes, silently thinking they had gone to great lengths to kill their own kind. Then she added, all right, I'll stop. Oliver found their reaction boring. Only 442 survivors were summoned, instead of 521, meaning nearly 80 people were lost, showing a real-world conflict. The crowd buzzed after hearing the announcement. Oliver noticed the numbers dropping again, as usual. She ignored the mundane emotions and cut in. Whatever, it's fine. What you do in the real world is none of my business. But only a few could play properly. Her beautiful face behind the bamboo cloth revealed a cold smile that sent chills down others' spines. She had prepared something for everyone. Oliver smiled ominously, slowly revealing terrifying information. Merge the region. A second-tier player is not allowed to raise their hand to give opinion. Someone asked, excuse me, can you explain in more detail? She frowned, slowly showing her annoyance. She replied, you don't get it. You're making me do more work. It's a merger of the regions. But still, she must fulfill her duties. Oliver reminded everyone to be patient. There are hundreds of regions in your country. She confirmed exactly 875. The crowd murmured, 875, are there that many in our country? Oliver scoffed, haha, nothing to be shocked about. Compared to other countries, that number is small. The first questioner found it reasonable. If each region had 10,000 people, other nations could have more regions. Nazi added, exactly, if there's an angel in each region. He seemed to be imagining something. Another asked, doesn't that mean at least 10,000 angels? The crowd panicked. Was he right? Are there that many angels? She mocked, that's just your speculation. One angel per region and you're only realizing it now. How foolish. Nazi quickly replied, doesn't that mean someone behind the scenes created this survival game? Nazi's quick thinking left Oliver speechless, unable to counter. She quickly recovered, denying it immediately. What makes you think that? He believed he was close to the truth. He held his stance. I don't think 10,000 angels would unite just to make a survival game without a purpose. Oliver lunged forward, challenging. And what if we really did unite? She warned, you'll praise us, don't ask useless questions or you'll be killed. She poked Nazi sharply with her finger. He trembled in fear, pale, and blurted out, I'm sorry. She returned to her usual position, but the background music still kept the tension high. Oliver thought, humans. Human watched quietly, forming a suspicion. He must be talking about the Black Hearts. He guessed there was a rule preventing angels from speaking about the game's founder. The more he speculated, the more it seemed correct. Moreover, no angel could simply be defeated by a player and still create this survival game. Oliver suddenly spoke condescendingly, interrupting his thoughts. I will not answer your stupid questions anymore. She ordered, focus on your own survival. She quickly concluded, not wanting to waste time. She announced the start of the region merger. Remember, this is because there are too few of you left to prevent truth seekers like Nazi. She added a threat, don't make up foolish stories. Immediately, the ground shook and cracks appeared. Golden energy spread, making everyone wonder, what's happening? An earthquake. The mysterious power divided the space into evenly sized squares, tightly packed like plotted land. The area closest to them moved violently, the surrounding flames stronger than elsewhere. Everyone was stunned by the astonishing scene. Players, whether standing or sitting, looked shocked. A hot oppressive force from the new area spread to nearly 500 nearby residents. The ground shook like Pandora's box. No one knew what would emerge. After releasing all the energy, the entire area glowed a radiant golden color. The empty grounds radiated an invisible pressure all at once. As the light faded, only flickering campfires remained. A new face appeared, carrying a fire that ignited the crowd. As the cracks healed, a question echoed, is it over? The sharpest player observed quietly for a while before speaking, and Oliver responded to the general curiosity. Elle had completed merging the areas. She clasped her hands politely, but her voice was urging, what's the matter? Introduce yourselves. Maizen stepped into the courtyard after the merge and added, how long are you going to stare at each other? Everyone widened their eyes in shock, disbelief written across their faces. Another angel, human, angel. To confirm the speculation, a celestial altar appeared in the blazing red sky. Oliver introduced the group. Greetings humans, you probably already know, but we have merged the less populated areas. She delicately brushed her curly hair and announced the results. We have combined 10 areas into one. The total number of people here is 4,844. The large number left all players bewildered. 10 areas, almost 5,000 people. Wow, that's crowded. But the information she intended to share didn't stop there. The same goes for other areas, which means the area names will also change. Oliver looked down, emphasizing each word. Now the area will be called CS001, containing only players from Korea. The news excited everyone even more. The crowd stirred again, all Koreans here. At least we can communicate. HMPH, but later we'll have to merge with other countries. Ryuman silently agreed, but was already calculating further ahead. This was obvious, but area merges would continue when each area had fewer than 5,000 people. In his mind, he imagined a harsh future. When all of Korea had fewer than 5,000 players, they would have to compete with other nations. He was temporarily content with the current situation. Will it happen in room 11 or somewhere else? Better focus on the present. Ryumi looked at the white-winged figures above, boldly predicting, the angels will start the side game soon. Sure enough, after some discussion, Oliver stood up as the spokesperson again. Before announcing the main mission, we will create a simple side game to celebrate the merging of areas. She led professionally, stirring competitive spirits among the players, one representative per area. Right now that we've merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative. Right, the female player beside Ryuman repeated, a new representative. She raised her index finger to explain the single rule. The rule is simple. Former representatives step forward and fight. The cruelty in her words spread. Oliver relished it. Until only one survives, that person will be the new representative. The discussions reached her ears. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. Oh my, so cruel but thrilling. exciting to see who will become the representative. I wish we had popcorn here. Some were sad not to join the mandatory round but laughed at not having to fight. Azira frantically calculated. We have to kill each other to choose a representative. Jimin gritted his teeth, blaming himself. I shouldn't have volunteered as representative. Besides the worried, some tribal members wondered, if killed, would they respawn? Though their moods varied, everyone thought, can I forego being the representative? The only one keeping personal thoughts was Ryu Min. Being a representative has no benefits. But in this area, I have to win this deathmatch and become the representative no matter what. The atmosphere was tense. Oliver offered reassurance. Everyone, no need to be that scared. You won't die in real life. You'll respawn after the game. The safety made them bolder. Jamin immediately bright. Oh, this time we won't die. But other representatives still looked skeptical. She noticed the reaction was insufficient and decided to offer something more appealing. You probably think being a representative has no real benefits. The new representative will receive the title of dominion rather than authority. The crowd grew serious hearing her outline the perks. This position grants power to control lower-level players. This is an upgraded version allowing you to manage players. They are of lower rank than you, but you can only use it 10 times, and the position will be given to the person who kills the current representative. Oliver smiled cryptically, his words flowing like honey, exuding an irresistible charm. The ability to control the others has indeed drawn many people into this game easily. If their rank is lower, we can easily control them. Zemin, however, clenched his fists, his heart filled with determination to fight. This pleased her greatly and she signaled immediately. It seems like you have motivation, so get ready. Things were settled with the players, but now the angels faced a problem as Harry spoke up. Now that we have a unified area, we need to choose a representative. She asked but received only silence. No one volunteered to step up as a representative. Feeling she had spoken out of turn, she sighed. Of course, I shouldn't have asked that. Priscilla mocked, a volunteer angel would have to be a freak. Maizen spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. We all know no one will volunteer, so what should we do? Does anyone have any ideas? Harry raised his hand. What's your idea? Nova immediately rejected without thinking. Relying on luck's not bad, but a bit boring. Annette joined the discussion. How about following the rules? Leiden pointed out the issue. That would be unfair. The next numbers will never be allowed to be the representative. Natalia chimed in. Exactly. Every area will have to be unified. Alice rubbed her forehead and sighed. Is there a way that's both fun and fair? Priscilla came up with a bold idea. How about this? The representatives prepare to fight. Ada glanced at Oliver with a meaningful look. The angel's representative who dies first will have their angel become the representative. The others immediately rejoiced, as if they were certain their representative would not lose. Great idea, I like that. Who agrees? Everyone raised their hands to vote so quickly that no one had time to object. I agree, me too, me too. Oliver suddenly interrupted. Wait, what about this? She stood under the glowing red sphere, speaking slowly, going against the majority. Instead of the first to die, let's choose the last one standing. She stared at Priscilla, each word coming out through clenched teeth. Become the queen among us. Oliver folded her arms confidently as she presented her viewpoint. The angel responsible for the last human standing will become the king. Priscilla couldn't hold her silence. A king. She seized the opportunity to criticize her opponent, just as its meaning suggests. The other angels will have to obey the king's orders. For example, if they're only guiding angels, the angel must carry out the mission because it's the king's command. Harry eagerly joined the discussion. So if humans win, can we win too? And if we win, do we also become kings just like our humans? The others unanimously agreed. Oh, sounds interesting, becoming a king, great idea. Oliver, seeing the shift in momentum, casually commented. Daring to propose that the winner becomes the king, seems like you're quite confident. Oliver bluntly acknowledged it, of course. Ada smirked provocatively. Who knows, my regional representative is not so easy to defeat. My human has never lost the top spot. She acted indifferent, oh really, but secretly scorned. What an idiot. Top in the region, is that what you're proud of? Oliver's mind flashed to Rumin, her confidence even more solid. If she knew who her regional representative was, she would surely be shocked to the point of falling to the ground. She turned to face her opponent. What now, do we fight or back down? Priscilla turned away, still looking strong, no reason to back down. Everyone put all their hopes on their players. From above, there were only cheers and chants of support. I also agree, this seems more interesting. Me too, I believe my representative won't easily fall. No one objected. Maizen spoke up to urge. Then let's begin. Oliver, you tell them. She commanded, receiving the order. She hovered in the air, announcing the rules of the match. We will begin the special match to decide the regional representative. The battle will start now. You will kill or be killed until only one person remains in this arena. The representative players below clenched their lips, their hands tightly gripped in determination, even though they came from many different regions. However, they accidentally share a common goal at the moment. Of course, Ryu Min is also among those with great ambitions. The 10 representatives gathered, all looking up at the angel standing above. Oliver, satisfied, raised his hand to signal the start. The ground beneath them shook violently. They were all trapped in a blazing arena. The surrounding walls slowly rose from the ground. The battlefield resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. The construction was completed in the blink of an eye, and as the dust cleared, the magnificent structure stood fully formed. The 10 representatives looked around in panic, each face still showing astonishment. Oliver, thrilled with his creation, then beamed and reminded them once more. If you die outside the arena, you will not be resurrected. So even if it costs your life, do not leave here. Until now, the strange rivals tried to remain calm and wait for her orders. Then let's begin. At that, everyone immediately drew their weapons and prepared for battle, fully alert. Some pairs had already identified their targets, locking eyes in blazing confrontation. Simon thought to himself, if I kill the other 9 here, will I become the king? He observed quietly and concluded to himself. Seeing that no one acted first, it seemed everyone was being cautious. If they were regional representatives, then they must have some strength. Confident, he scanned the group and secretly mocked, surely no one here is stronger than me. This confidence was justified, as Zemin had always been top in the region since the event began. He had never lost his #1 spot. Moreover, his talisman was essentially cheating, like a hidden sword that automatically slashed at the head. He recalled his glorious past and wondered if that very thing had helped him kill 312 people in the previous competition. What are they doing? Why aren't they fighting? Harry shared the same question, gritting his teeth in impatience. Fight already, Nova snapped. Just erupt, you humans. Simon looked at the angry angels in midair and wondered. What's going on? Are they betting? Why are they in such a hurry? He decided to act. He confidently took the lead in this battle. After all, no one here was stronger than him. Time to make a strong impression to make them fear me. With that scheme in mind, he stepped forward. Halfway across the arena, he stopped. After gauging the distance, he slowly drew his sword. Jamie stared at the representatives ahead, imagining in his head, I need a sacrificial offering, a lamb to elevate the performance. He lowered into a defensive stance, thinking, anyone will do, step up, I'll send them off immediately. The fat goat had willingly come to his mouth, how could he refuse? Ryumin stepped forward to everyone's surprise, carrying a scythe on his shoulder. Zemin calmly observed Ryumin from head to toe. Inner satisfaction filled him, and the sword in his hand shifted from vertical to horizontal, ready to strike. Finally, it's here, my first sacrificial target. If there were an internal monologue contest, Zemin would certainly top it, since he was still thinking silently. But truly, the scythe was absurdly large, not a common weapon at all. He evaluated his opponent with disdain. Confident, Zemin gave a contemptuous smile to his opponent. I've seen many with strange nicknames, but no one uses that. Ryumin saw the opponent staring and grinning foolishly, so he quietly displayed his player name overhead. His prestige immediately faltered. What? The nickname is Black Hook. Jimin gripped his sword with both hands, trying to calm himself and maintain a composed expression. It must be a coincidence, right? Impossible. I'm pretty sure no one shares a nickname here. The hypnotic effect failed as expected. His hands went limp like noodles, lowering the sword. Then that person must be. The scythe-wielding player stepped closer, confirming his suspicions. #1 in the entire region. Oh, level 30. Ryumin's unusual actions caught the angel's eyes, sparking a heated debate. That human, he looks confident. Why is he acting so strangely now? Lidon didn't bother with formalities and questioned him on the spot. Priscilla could only remain silent. Is he the human's regional representative? The suffocating atmosphere made Otta silently deduct points in his heart. What the hell is he doing? That foolish human. Inside Priscilla's mind, she was screaming toward Jimin. Why are you still standing there while she is desperately panicking? The person standing next to her couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heh heh, oh I don't care about my image, shouting loudly. What's so funny, Oliver? She suppressed her laughter and spoke with an unconvincing tone. Because, I'm sorry, but this is just too funny. What could I do? Oliver was explaining to his close sisters while pointing down at the arena. Look at that human. He's staring intently at my representative. Priscilla froze like a blade of grass in the wind, mechanically following the direction of her hand, dumbly confirming. Is that your representative? Her mind and strength couldn't accept the reality before her. That giant scythe was indeed striking. But I don't sense any aura strong enough to make him tremble like the first time I saw him. She turned to Oliver and repeated her thoughts. So you're saying, your representative was frozen just because of mine, she readily admitted. Doesn't it look like that? Priscilla, who already had a script, kept repeating it, but now exposed, she could only weakly deny. Stop talking nonsense. Oliver casually thought, is the region leader only here to lay eggs? My representative has never lost the #1 spot since the first round. The others bowed their heads and listened to their argument. What? First place in the region? Are you lying to me? But don't you realize it yet? I think the angels who have seen the leaderboard should know that name already. Sure enough, among the reluctant spectators, one angel recognized Ruman. Huh, Black Scythe, I remember that name. He is the human who always appears whenever the leaderboard is announced. Priscilla trembled all over, unsure whether from fear or rage. That name stirred up a storm in Ada's heart. Harko is Oliver South's representative, and if that person really is Harko, then my representative is no match for him anymore. At that moment, a sudden noise near her ear made her jump. Down at the competition area, Jamin had his neck cleanly sliced by the scythe, becoming the first to lose his head and receive a prize box. As Ruman withdrew his aura, the head rolled right up to his feet. Oliver didn't miss the chance to fan the flames. Looks like Priscilla's out. The other representatives were also startled by that decisive finishing move. Black Scythe, why is Black Scythe here? The 8 on the battlefield were like ants on a hot pan, all thinking the same thing. Even if they teamed up, they couldn't defeat him. They might even die before they have a chance to react, just like that guy. How can I defeat a level 30? I'm only level 13. Azira slightly bowed his head, looking at the bow in his hand, torn inside. The second unlucky one saw him aiming at him. Instinctively, he kept stepping back. Black Scythe, it's nice to meet you. Ha ha ha, I'm really happy to be in the same area as the famous Black Scythe, to the point that I might cry from happiness. Ha ha ha. The closer Ruman got, the more flustered he became. Wait a minute, let's talk first. Afraid of being caught up in something, Azira immediately raised his hand in surrender. Look, I've even put down my weapon. I don't intend to fight you. Someone spoke up and the group quickly agreed on a new course of action, all looking toward the winged women to express their stance. Hey angels, I surrender. I give up. Me too, I surrender. Me too, I admit defeat, Leiden yelled in frustration. Ah, what a shameful sight. Surrender, you just said surrender, you humans, Alice sighed wearily. They ruined it for fun. Maizen had no choice but to represent her sisters and give an ultimatum. I warn you, anyone who mentions surrendering, their head will explode immediately. And if that happens, don't even think about resurrection, understand. Those eager to escape were immediately doused with cold water, their faces turning pale. Azira looked down at the bow in his hand again, his inner conflict continuing fiercely. Another representative gathered all his courage and suggested, we have 8 people, maybe there's still a chance to win. On the outside, Ruman remained calm, but his mind was constantly calculating. The angels are even more terrifying than me. Looks like they plan to attack me all at once. A faint smile appeared on his impassive face, filled with disdain. No matter how hard the ant swarm tried, they were still just ants, and this attitude inadvertently awakened the competitive instincts of the remaining 8. Is that bastard mocking us? He's confident just because he's a higher level. We're still the top ranked in our area. The leader suddenly shouted for the group to charge, deal with him, after we vent our frustration. Ruman stayed silent, quietly gathering power in his legs and blinking out from his original position. His blood-red eyes locked onto every target, the scythe in his hand ready to finish anyone who advanced. He moved in a mesmerizing wave pattern, eliminating every obstacle in his path. The 4 remaining representatives didn't react in time and were instantly immobilized. They gaped at Ruman's speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had sent the entire group offline. The 1 versus 8 match, seemingly uneven, ended in an entirely unexpected way. The angels watched from the middle of the sky, silent and solemn. Harry was the quickest to recover, stammering, I didn't think it would end this easily. Nova and Leiden added, so it's over, Hako won. Though hard to accept, they had to respect reality. So, as the angel responsible for Black Orb, Oliver would be treated like a king during this unified region period. Priscilla, losing patience, shouted the winner's name, Oliver. Ada was still angry, questioning, you knew this would happen, didn't you? She crossed her arms and calmly admitted, of course I knew. Her calm attitude only infuriated Priscilla more, who snapped, I knew that. Priscilla, furious, dragged the others along. You guys, this bastard tricked us. She made the proposal knowing she would win. Oliver suddenly teased, why state the obvious? Oh, I just blurted out something. She calmly explained, I naturally suggested the game because I had the advantage. I'd already thought why I made that proposal from the start. Oliver looked down disdainfully, then reversed the argument. I didn't force you to join the bet. No, everyone thought it would be fun, so you agreed. Now you're saying otherwise. Priscilla, angry, stammered, you intend to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. Oliver K. calmly reminded, Oh, don't do something foolish. An angel fighting in front of humans. It would also disgrace us. If the archangel finds out, you'll end up in the insect bag. Priscilla suddenly thought of that terrible punishment, swallowing all her anger. The insect bag, anything but that. Knowing the opponent's weak spot made her bolder. Priscilla asked again, so what now? You don't want to fight me anymore? After all, I've won and I'm the king. Ada stammered until when. Oliver casually answered and urged, until I feel better. What are you doing? Go do your work. Oh, I had no choice, so I flew away in humiliation. I didn't expect to have to bet on something like that. Priscilla stood before everyone and declared solemnly, humans, as you see, the unified region representative has been decided. The system announced congratulations to Hako for becoming the new representative of Area C. At 007, temporary skill of dominant authority forcibly controls a player of the same or lower level. They cannot resist under any circumstance. Up to 10 times, only controlling one powerless player against higher-level players. Seeing the other representatives lying around, she tapped the table impatiently. Priscilla realized Hako would become the regional representative. Being level 30, he could command anyone if he wanted. I should curry favor with him. After planning, Priscilla moved to urgent matters. Now, since the decision has been made, the other players will be revived. Oh, I just need to flap my wings lightly. Divine power spreading across the space. The 9 bodies collapsed in a glowing pool of blood, each surrounded by a radiant golden ring. Jimin sprang up in panic, still stunned from resurrection. Izira wondered what happened. Nazi touched his body suspiciously. I clearly remember being cut. Priscilla had to tell the truth. You all lost. The new unified region representative is Black Orb. Now everyone understood, each uttering a word, creating chaos. So that's what happened. I will continue to spread the new rules in the arena, as the new regional representative has been chosen. The power you impose on those resurrected as representatives will be revoked. Seeing the sad faces looking down, Ada quickly released a soft, dreamy light, but still encouraged everyone not to be too disappointed. You still have a chance to regain your representative position. Priscilla stopped dancing and immediately moved on to more important matters. The reward game is over. Now I will lead you to the official mission. A notification board immediately appeared before everyone. Round 5, the main mission is to kill 300 orcs within 10 hours, and the side mission is to collect 4 balance stones, which will be awarded upon completion. The number of completions in the current area and all temporary areas is 0. Zemin frowned like a cat whose tail was stepped on after reading the requirements. What? Kill 300 orcs? And why is the number of completions so low? The brother next to him also asked, only 1/4 left. I lost my patience with all the complaints. Why are you concerned about so many things? Are you worried because the final number is too low? Should I lower it even further? The 2 talkative ones immediately fell silent, hoping to become invisible. Priscilla had reprimanded them enough and reminded them several times, as was her duty. Now that you've gone through the easy rounds, a harder task has been prepared with a lower completion rate. Don't be too discouraged. Everyone looked at each other and smirked. Killing 300 orcs is a tough mission. Aren't orcs just low-level monsters? Ada shook his head, showing clear signs of frustration. When you face them directly, you'll understand how difficult it is. I won't explain any further. Some people kept their cool and asked, Angel, what's the side mission? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? I know how to mess with the players' minds. The answer is vague, ambiguous, and unclear, unlike the previous rounds. This side mission has been clearly disclosed, but as you see, the reward is still a mystery. Ryumin silently repeated in his mind, a big mystery. In fact, his mind already knew the answer. The reward for the side mission in round 5 is a balance gem, one of the 18 gems that must be collected. The side mission reward will only be given to one person in each area. The key issue is how to win it for yourself. Of course, since it's by area, players from other areas also have a chance to get it. However, the difficulty is higher than the main mission. He couldn't help but have big doubts in his mind. Even if he could complete the side mission, how many people out there would qualify to receive the balance gem? Priscilla said exactly what Ryumin had just thought. This side mission is to collect balance stones. When you collect 4 of them, you'll immediately receive the mysterious reward. However, only one person can win it. She added more detailed information. Since there are only 4 balance stones in this area, Zemin couldn't hide his curiosity. Zemin asked, what if one person can't collect all 4 stones? Doesn't that make the side mission invalid? Ada smiled meaningfully and calmly tossed the ball. That's likely. Who's worried? You can steal balance stones from other players by killing them. The players once again sank into confusion. A brave player asked, can we steal by killing them, like the representative positions in Area A? Priscilla explained the final rule and left. Yes, but you can't steal other items, only the balance stones. Unlike the previous round, you won't be resurrected if you die. Death is the final end. Seemingly sensing something missing, Ada turned back and added some words of encouragement. With that, I've told you everything you need to know. Go out and give it your all. Right after those words, the system began its countdown to the end of the round. 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Ryumi watched the teleportation gate where Priscilla had just left, his mind filled with worry as this mission was bound to be quite challenging. Despite the tough situation, he still clearly planned in his mind. Kill 300 orcs quickly to set a record, then he could support Minjula. He was the first to leave the arena and return to the gathering place of the normal players. However, what was strange was that people began to avoid him as he passed by, only looking at his back once they were at a safe distance. After the tension dissipated, people began to regain their ability to communicate. He's gone now, what a relief. I was really surprised when he came near me. I thought I was going to die. Soren scratched his head innocently, but where was he going? Sami boldly made a rather daring suggestion. Should we follow him? Logan quickly shut down that ridiculous idea. Are you crazy? Follow him? Do you want him to control you? He might turn you into a slave for the rest of your life. Yet what he said was very logical, but isn't doing something better than just standing here. Hako is always the first to act among us. That's why he always ranks first. The others quietly lowered their heads, contemplating the information. Finally, Limong seemed to be the first to speak up. What if we get caught following him? Sami reassured him immediately. We just need to follow him from as far a distance as possible. Only Logan was still quite hesitant. Nevertheless, he didn't want to waste too much time here, so he quickly made his decision. If you don't want to stay here, I'll go on my own. After that, no matter how the others calculated, he walked straight ahead with determination. The rest, who were still indecisive, looked at each other, their faces contorted as if they had bitten into a bitter gourd. As a result, Soren led the group, following with solemn steps. Well, forget it, we'll go too. Yes, he'll definitely lead the way. In a small village, except for one person standing guard, the rest were busy in the yard. Ryumin walked in without hesitation, confidently walking into the center of the village. The players following behind also noticed the target. Oh look, is this a village here? He's entered. The guard saw him approaching with a weapon and immediately shouted in alarm. Ryumin kept his usual calm demeanor, stepping forward with an imposing presence that no one dared to stop him. The familiar scythe somehow was already at the guard's throat. Before he could even take another breath, he felt the chilling cold of death. The moment Ryumin's foot touched the ground, the orc's body collapsed. Ryumin left the still warm corpse behind. He leisurely walked deeper into the enemy's territory as if on a stroll. The remaining orcs stood frozen, forgetting their duties when they saw him. Only when they sensed the danger did they hurriedly draw their weapons, ready to fight. The two sides rushed towards each other without hesitation, preparing for a new battle. Ryumin just flicked his hand, and Odd lunged forward like a beast. The red scythe curved with each attack. The remaining pair seemed unfazed. Even though they knew they were walking into death, they courageously charged. He spun the scythe in his hand, the speed so fast that the wind around him seemed to cut through flesh. Then he gripped it tightly with both hands, determined to finish with a decisive blow. Ryumin's assassin skills always left others in awe. The two ugly orcs were sent off with a clean, swift cut. He left his achievements behind as if it was nothing. His steps were steady as he continued towards the next target, walking straight to the entrance of a large tent, then reached out to pull back the fabric without hesitation. Inside, the sounds of fighting echoed. He calmly stepped out, leaving behind a deadly silence in the village. The group watched Ryumin leave in stunned silence. No one dared to make a sound. Only when they confirmed that he was gone did they start to discuss. Seems like those orcs weren't too strong. Probably just like the Jinnan we hunted earlier. It can't have been that easy, right? It's because Hako tried first, that's why we didn't face much difficulty. Now we're all filled with fighting spirit. Don't get too cocky. Right? Don't be overconfident, it's getting late. Let's find a village and clear it out. Yes, that's the plan. On the surface, things seemed harmonious, but Limong was the first to harbor his own thoughts. Do I really have to go with these guys? The others silently shared his thoughts. Just wait, if there's a chance, kill them one by one. Having more cannon fodder wouldn't hurt. The group, with faces showing hidden displeasure, wandered along the forest edge for a long time. Eventually, someone spoke up. This village appeared before their eyes, where everyone followed Ryumin and showed themselves openly. The difference is that the atmosphere here is louder. Oh, there's this village. They follow Ryumin freely, showing themselves. The difference is it's louder here. This village is significantly larger, about 3 times the size of the previous one. Ah, this one's bigger, probably 3 times the size of the last village. The sentry noticed approaching danger and, without hesitation, blew the horn to raise an alarm. The sound echoed rhythmically across the area. Other villagers immediately became alert. Soren's group panicked and looked at each other, asking, why did that horn blow? Is it calling for reinforcements? Wait a minute. At this point, the new combatants realized they had disturbed a hornet's nest and began to grasp the scale of the target. Before they could recover, they were ready to face the wrath from all directions, with hornets wielding weapons in their hands. They quickly surrounded everyone into a tight circle. Compared to their size and number, the players realized they were at a disadvantage. Even though everyone held weapons, their voices betrayed fear. This village is quite big, too many hornets, probably over 50 of them. While hiding, Sammy asked a foolish question. What should we do now? Seo Aaron shouted irritably. What else? Just try to survive. Immediately a giant hornet charged, frightening him. They're coming. He somehow became optimistic, still shouting meaningless encouragement. They only outnumber us, kill them. Seo Aaron's sharp sword stabbed into the hornet's massive spiked club. As the hornet convulsed, he quickly slashed across its chest. The precise strike gave him hope. What's this? These guys are weak. Sammy nearby agreed. They move very slowly. Seo Aaron pressed the advantage, stabbing through the heart of a hornet to finish it. Just at the start, he felt smug. Just starting, yet he felt confident, not as bad as he thought. But he suddenly jerked when the sword got stuck. Yeah, my sword stuck. The hornet struck his head with its club. Amid the chaos, only clashing sounds and curses. Stab, stab, die, damn hornets. The players weren't in control. Sammy suddenly collapsed, lamenting. I got killed by a hornet. He looked at the blade about to strike his head and screamed inwardly, save me. Elsewhere, Ryumin moved while silently asking, I don't see the ones tailing me anymore. In fact, he knew 20 people were moving silently and blamed himself. What was I worrying about? They have 20 people. Unless they encounter a large hornet village. In his mind, he had already plotted the route. These villages have strong hornets, best to stay away, like the sentry hornet blowing the horn. Over 50 hornets quickly gather, and if you go deeper, the number exceeds 200. Ryu Min attacked a small village while calculating. The hornets' physical strength far surpasses humans, and what he avoids, other players rush in. If the sword gets stuck while stabbing, pulling it out becomes difficult and dangerous. Ryu Minzu thought but moved fluidly, swinging his scythe at the hornets, recalling that cutting the neck is best. He decided to take them down in one strike, exploiting their slowness, striking multiple times to ensure success. Finally, he ended his inner thoughts. That's for an ordinary person. He gently placed his feet on the ground. Black blood still lingered. Ryumin stabbed his scythe into the hornet's hard back. It collapsed like a building. He checked progress, 8 hours 59 minutes 22 seconds remaining, but he was the first to complete the mission of eliminating 300 hornets. Not only in CS007 but in the whole area. Ryumin sheathed his scythe, pondering. It took me about an hour to finish the main mission, still plenty of time. He wondered if he should help Min Julie, though the thought was already there and activated tracking mode. In another hornet village, Magi hurriedly asked, Captain, are you okay? Yan Ho, panting, admitted, Phew, I thought I was dead, these hornets are strong. The challenge members agreed. Indeed, even moving slowly, don't underestimate them. After resting, he remembered the mission and continued investigating. He asked Manji, how many have we killed? He quickly answered, about 50. Yan Ho scratched his chin, looking frustrated. The group had only defeated 50 after an hour, and at this rate, they wouldn't finish the mission. Noah sat down, adjusting his gear with a raised hand. He said being eliminated is wrong. Owen stood nearby, gesturing across his neck before adding, if we don't kill enough, we'll die. He sighed. After a moment of thought, he shared a bold plan. We could attack larger villages, Magi asked cautiously, but isn't that too dangerous? Roman agreed, he's right. 3 of those slugs were hard enough, how can we handle a bigger village? Owen hesitated, I think focusing on smaller villages is enough. Yan Ho didn't object but wanted his team to face reality. You're right, I admit it, but at this rate we won't kill 300 and we'll die anyway. We have to take a risk, he added, pausing to focus attention. Then Yan Ho looked each of them in the eyes and spoke of survival. Remember, a sinking ship won't get you to shore. The forest grew darker, with only the sounds of insects echoing through the night. The group continued, reaching a forest clearing with flickering light between 2 cliffs. Manji exclaimed, I see it, that's the village we saw earlier. But then he lowered his voice to warn, wait, looks like there are guards. Let's go around, Young Ho immediately suggested. The group hesitated not at all, quietly approaching the village. Looks like luck is on our side, see that gap we can slip through. Manji crept forward, peeking over the fence. The scene inside caused him to exhale in relief. No one around, he announced. The group took the opportunity, entering one by one. They used large crates for cover. Yan Ho tilted his head, whispering, are they all inside now? Magi glanced around before replying, I think so, about 5 per dose. Yan Ho thought, this village is bigger than I expected. Owen immediately tapped Noah's head as he reached for something. Idiot, Roman suggested an idea. Should we stagger the doses? Though risky, Yan Ho agreed. Seems like a good plan. Since we're here, Magi nodded. All right, if we stagger correctly, 5 won't be a problem. Do it now, Yan Ho commanded. Head to the first target, start with this dose, we strike on my signal. After ensuring no surprises, Yan Ho signaled with a small wave. The group gently pushed the curtain aside. Soon they reached the tent's large door. Yan Ho gave a final nod. Then they kicked the door open and charged. The sight made them pale. A swarm of slugs turned to face them. The number stunned Yan-ho. 10. The slugs, interrupted in their work by uninvited guests, growled. The closest one rose. Owen stammered, 10 is too many, what do we do? Young-ho had no other choice. We fight, take them down one by one. He shouted, everyone left side first. The others echoed, got it. The slug swung its club at Owen, but fortunately he blocked it. Young-ho seized the chance, gripping his sword and attacking the slug's left side. He struck its leg. The precise strike unbalanced the slug, its huge body teetered, then collapsed. Magi rushed forward. He swung his sword across the slug's neck before it could react. The creature fell motionless. The death of its ally enraged the slug, which charged the group. Blazing with fury, it slammed to the ground before Manji like a lightning bolt. Before Manji could react, it struck his rib with force, making him scream in pain. Yan-ho panicked seeing his teammate fall. Manji, he roared in anger, tightening his grip on his sword, charging the monster. Die, you disgusting beast. A sharp slash ended the enemy before it could react. The enraged slug collapsed, hitting the ground, never to rise. The remaining creatures just stared. They communicated with strange sounds. Even after killing two, Young-ho's team remained cautious, especially with one member injured. An eerie silence filled the room, and the situation hadn't changed, still tense as before. Young-ho felt a cold sweat on his brow. Thoughts raced through his mind. There are only 8 left, but can we deal with them? Owen, as if reading his thoughts, immediately replied, we can't, we should retreat. He stood up and added, I agree. A second later, the group turned and ran at the signal. Let's go, Young-ho commanded. The orcs behind were startled by their sudden movement. However, they didn't stop for long. Immediately, the orcs rushed out of the door, chasing after the group. Noah quickly cut through the curtain in front of the tent. But before they could get far, the sight before them made them halt. It was unclear when, but other orcs in the village had gathered here. This caused Noah to shake his head in regret. Roman helped Manji up and asked anxiously, how many are there? Owen gritted his teeth, facing the fierce gazes of the orcs, and replied, at least 10. Roman understood the danger they were facing. Ha, we're done for, we're finished. Magi was in pain, his face pale, but he still clenched his fists with determination. Is that all? Young-ho suddenly spoke, his voice steady, cutting through the tense air. Pick up your weapons, Young-ho commanded. However, the team's morale had not fully recovered. Captain, it's over. It was a pleasure fighting with you all, Noah said, though his face remained full of sorrow. But think about it, why haven't the orcs killed us yet? Young-ho continued to explain the situation they hadn't noticed. Look at them. Indeed, as Young-ho said, the orcs just stood still, not acting. Their red, gleaming eyes were full of amusement, as if watching a performance. Their group stayed silent, allowing them to clearly hear the mocking laughter of the monsters. Young-ho noticed it. He couldn't help but speak bluntly, they're laughing at us. They're enjoying the fact that we're like terrified rats. Each word was like a blow to the pride of the other 4. Doesn't that make you angry? They're treating us like monkeys in a zoo. Without showing fear, Young-ho turned to face the orcs. Don't give up. Let's kill at least one of them. At least we won't die in vain, Noah said. Though a little doubtful of his own abilities, he still gripped his weapon, ready to fight. All right, Manji, though injured, drew his sword. Roman immediately assumed a defensive stance and solemnly promised, sorry you had to see this shameful side of me. I'll fight with you to the end. The orcs stopped laughing as they saw the group draw their weapons again, becoming serious. Young-ho observed the enemy and commanded, we'll attack one together when I signal. All right, Noah responded on behalf of everyone. Roger that, Captain. Young-ho smiled, satisfied. Then let's fight. Before they could act, a loud noise from afar startled the orcs. This sound seemed like a special signal that the orcs could not resist. Immediately, more than half of the monsters turned and ran, terrified, as if something threatened them. They hurriedly ran toward the other side of the village. Noah's group was confused about what was happening. They could only watch in shock. What's going on? Why did they suddenly leave? Young-ho, in a calm voice, drew everyone's attention. You guys, look over there. He pointed his sword toward the remaining orcs. No one knew why the monsters ran away, nor why some of them stubbornly stayed behind. However, the current situation was very favorable for their group. Young-ho smiled and commanded, now there are only 8 left, let's go. The remaining 4 immediately regained their composure, tightened their weapons, and charged. Roger that, Captain. After a long moment, the monsters lay piled on top of each other. Noah, panting, could not believe his eyes and exclaimed, we defeated 8 orcs. Owen smiled and turned back to look behind. We did it, Noah replied excitedly. Yes, Captain. Without you, we would have all been dead, Noah said. Young-ho humbly replied, don't say that. It's because you all united and fought with all your might. Without you, I would have been dead here too. Then he asked about his teammates' condition. How are your wounds? Magi trembled, holding onto his sword to support his body, trying to smile as he answered, it hurts a lot, but I'll manage, I'm fine. Young-ho noticed that Magi was not in good condition. He quickly sat down and instructed, you need to rest, don't move. You guys stay here, I'll find a way out. This made Noah a bit worried. Isn't that too dangerous? Noah asked. Young-ho calmly replied, don't worry about me, then turned and walked away, leaving his teammates' advice behind. Be careful, Captain. A moment later, Young-ho arrived at the center of the village. The atmosphere around him made him feel suspicious. How strange, why is it so quiet? I haven't seen a single ogre since I arrived. I can't keep avoiding this forever. He walked cautiously, heading deeper inside. A sight in the distance suddenly caught Young-ho's attention. What is this? As he looked closer, his eyes widened in surprise. A pile of ogres lay scattered across the ground, their bodies covered in flickering, terrifying lightning. Young-ho felt confused and moved closer to observe. What is going on here? This battle is beyond anything he imagined, and one question kept swirling in his mind. Who did this? At that moment, Young-ho realized that not only was he there, but there was also a figure standing silently across from him. Are you Hak Kyu? He heard his name. Ryumin turned in surprise. Someone beat me here. Looking at the golden text above the stranger's head, he instinctively repeated his name, for Young-ho. The image of his 5 team members appeared in his mind. Ryumin couldn't believe this encounter. He is Young-ho, the king of mercenaries. Knowledge about him slowly emerged in Ryumin's mind. One of the professions that use close combat weapons is mercenaries. They wield various weapons like warriors and possess similar skills, but there's one key difference. This special trait makes mercenaries stand out. Only mercenaries can become stronger by signing contracts with others. Therefore, most mercenaries team up with familiar people or sign contracts with the king of mercenaries. Of course, every relationship comes with its obligations. The king of mercenaries is the only profession that can command mercenaries through contracts. And mercenaries are rewarded when the king agrees to the contract. So once you become a mercenary, you definitely need a contract. Ryumin coldly looked at the newcomer. The person across from him was the king of mercenaries, that unique and special profession. Wow, I can even meet him here. I'm really surprised. I never thought I'd meet the king of mercenaries in a place like this. The king in his mind awkwardly scratched his head. Haha, hi there, Mr. King. This sentence made Ryumin even more surprised. Do you know who I am? At this point, Young-ho regained his composure. Of course, who wouldn't know Mr. King, top 1? He thought shyly, like a teenage girl. Wow, I can't believe I'm meeting a top player here. I wonder if he would hate me if I suddenly reached out to shake his hand. However, this friendliness didn't dissolve the tense atmosphere. Ryumin pursed his lips, assessing that this guy didn't seem like the type who would stab someone in the back. That seemed to be Ryumin's thought as well. Well, perhaps that's why he's been chosen as the king of mercenaries. He has a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Young-ho had no idea he was being evaluated from head to toe, still hesitating on how to approach his idol. Well, maybe starting with a conversation wouldn't hurt. He cleared his throat and spoke up. Did you kill all the ogres here, Mr. King? Ryumin had nothing to hide. Yes, that's correct, as expected. But when Young-ho heard the confirmation from the other side, he was still surprised. Wow, impressive, truly top 1 in the profession. Then he politely bowed and thanked him. Thanks to you distracting the ogres, I was able to survive. However, Ryumin coldly brushed off the connection. I didn't even know you were here. Young-ho replied the situation made perfect sense. I know it was just by chance, but help is help, right? He didn't want to continue arguing with this person. He sighed and went along with it. Fine, if you're done here. Then you should quickly take your other teammates and go. I've already killed all the ogres, don't worry. The more Young-ho spoke, the more confused he felt. Oh, but how did you know I have teammates? A sound came from behind, making him turn around. He didn't know when, but Noah's group had arrived. Young-ho helplessly spoke up. What are you guys doing here? I told you to wait for me. Owen smiled and teased. We were worried you'd leave us behind, bro. Young-ho didn't seem to have a sense of humor and hurriedly explained. Just kidding, you guys act like I would leave without you. Ryumin slowly assessed the newly arrived group, and it seemed that those 4 were mercenaries who had signed contracts with Young-ho. Their situation made him a little jealous. Surely, they had followed Young-ho out of concern for him. It's amazing how loyal they already are after just meeting him. It's just like a real king of mercenaries. At that moment, Noah and Owen finally noticed this side. How is that, Mr. King? What brings you here, Mr. King? Ryumin casually replied. I came here to hunt as usual, which surprised and worried the other 2. Haha, indeed, you always handle everything, like taking care of a child. Stop talking, you order me around and tell me to leave, yet your heart is full of worry and concern. All the low spirits have been destroyed. A dangerous creature will appear if drawn in. Being instructed by the idol is an honor, and the 2 fans feel very grateful and say goodbye. After bowing, they leave, and Owen asks Noah about something. Noah asks confusedly, hear what? Owen emphasizes, listen carefully. The sound grows louder and louder, even Young-ho feels the vibrations. What is that sound? Ryumin's voice is steady, but there's urgency in his words. It's a mid-screen crawler, get out now. Ryuman's words surprise him and he repeats, "You said a mid-screen crawler." Immediately, a monster appears. Owen turns in shock. What is that? Noah guesses. A low spirit. When the monster notices them, it lets out a huge roar. It charges at them, causing a shockwave, but Ryuman calmly watches and says, "There you are." Even though all the low spirits were killed earlier, Ryuman doesn't move because of this monster. In Ryuman's mind, a treasure appears, determined to kill this monster to complete the side quest. Ryuman's eyes shine with excitement. Once he defeats this monster and the 3 remaining villages, the mission will be complete. The low spirit moves into the center of the village, and Roman asks the captain to confirm the situation. "Yonho, that thing is angry, right?" Yonho responds, "Yeah, probably." Both begin to worry as the monster approaches. Suddenly, the monster turns toward them as if sensing something. It swings at Yonho, who can't react in time and can only brace for the pain. The low spirit slams the ground hard, creating a huge crack. The teammates are shocked and scream as Yonho survives. Yonho's face is full of panic, clearly showing fear. Thanks to Ryuman rushing in, he uses his scythe to save Yonho from the attack. Though thrown back and in pain, Yonho survives. Ryuman scolds irritably, "Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Yonho regains consciousness, full of gratitude. "Thank you, you saved me." Ryuman doesn't care much, just replies, "Step back if you don't want to die." Yonho hurriedly runs to avoid the approaching low spirit. The monster grows angrier seeing its prey escape and starts roaring loudly. For Ryuman, this roar is just a provocation. He swings his scythe and charges in. Without holding back, Ryuman strikes the low spirit's right leg, making it scream in pain. The monster is furious, refusing to let these small humans act recklessly, and swings its giant blade. Ryuman quickly jumps back to avoid the attack. The low spirit continues swinging, even though one side of its weapon is stuck in the ground. Ryuman dodges again, mercilessly watching the monster spin from the force. Ryuman doesn't worry, just avoids the monster's powerful blows. The low spirit tries to turn back but cannot match Ryuman's speed. The moment its foot touches the ground, Ryuman counterattacks. It seems Ryuman is tired of the chase, swinging his scythe to finish the fight. Ryuman's powerful strike wounds the low spirit severely, yet it's still not enough to satisfy him. He rushes in, delivers the decisive blow, the scythe forming a beautiful arc. Ryuman's scythe cuts the low spirit's neck, and it begins to unleash its inner power. But Ryu was like a mosquito in the late night. No matter how many times he struck, he couldn't land a hit. He dodged the blows while thinking his opponent's neck was too thick. 2 strikes weren't enough to penetrate. If that's the case, just a couple more strikes should be enough. Ryuman used force to jump to the same level as his opponent. This time he changed his move, swinging the scythe behind Tran Ting's neck, then pulling it forcefully in the opposite direction. Using his foot as a base, he kicked into it to increase the force, then completed the final move. The scythe gently touched Tran Ting's neck. Finally, he successfully severed Tran Ting's neck, and the massive body collapsed to the ground. Ryuman stood triumphantly atop its corpse. Immediately, the system announced, "You have defeated warrior Tran Ting. Experience plus 3773%, gold plus 4000, bonus plus 2000. Tran Ting's fall made the surrounding earth and sky tremble, dust flying everywhere. Roman stuttered in disbelief. "So, is it dead?" Yonho asked in confusion, "That huge monster." After receiving the reward, Ryuman calmly stepped off his opponent's corpse. But his eyes held no joy. It was as if this was just another ordinary hunt. The system displayed the messages again. "You have defeated warrior Tran Ting. Experience plus 3773%, gold plus 4000, bonus plus 2000. You have received Hone Bin Sword." Tran Ting's heart, low-grade mana stone, balancing stone, side quest progress, balancing stone quarter. This reward made the corner of Ryuman's mouth curl up slightly. "Just as I thought, the boss rewards are much more valuable than regular monsters. Plus, I got a ton of great items." He opened the details of the Hone Bin Sword and began calculating in his head. "As for regular damage, this sword is stronger than my side. I should raise its selling price." The second item also made Ryuman think carefully. There's Tran Ting's heart. Some might think it's disgusting, but they'll regret throwing it away. It's an item for crafting unique equipment. Without it, you wouldn't have this death scythe today. Before he could think further, Yonho's group rushed over. He said, "Thanks for dealing with that monster. Because of you, my friends are still alive. By the way, did you know that monster was going to appear?" Ryuman didn't want to say much, only nodding indifferently. "In other villages, when all of Tran Ting is killed, that monster will show up." This made the eyes of the others brighten. "Ah, so that's why you told us to leave quickly. Really a good person, but that enthusiastic attitude is a bit too much." Ryuman felt a little annoyed. "What I mean is, I've finished my task, I'm leaving." The 5 of them politely bowed their heads. "Thank you again for saving us." "Take care, you're a hero." After that, Yan-ho turned to order, let's go, we should start hunting early. Just then, Manji collapsed, unable to stand anymore. This situation made the others panic and shout, Manji, are you all right? He gripped his chest tightly. Breathing heavily, he replied, I can't take it anymore, I can't bear it any longer. Yang-ho worriedly questioned, what are you saying? You said you were fine just now. Magi forced a smile, but it only made his pale face look worse. I said that to keep you from worrying, but I've reached my limit. Yang-ho didn't know what to do, he could only encourage him. Hang on, if you don't make it through, you'll die in this world. He was almost ready to give up everything. I know, if we don't kill 300 Tran Ting, it's all pointless, just leave me behind. I can't become a burden. Yang-ho disagreed with that inhumane action. That's not going to happen, there must be another way. Oh right, we'll kill Tran Ting and you use your ultimate move to finish it off, okay. Magi bit his lip, his head hung low, his body starting to tremble violently. But if that happens, you and everyone else won't be able to hunt anything. Even if we kill 300 Tran Ting, I won't survive. The pain came again, making him groan. Yang-ho sadly exclaimed. Magi, Ryumin coldly observed the scene. I really didn't expect this. The future king of mercenaries is so weak in front of a teammate. He then found the answer himself. If they're sworn brothers, then it makes sense. At that moment, images from the past appeared in his mind, unintentionally matching the appearance of the group on the other side. This similarity made Ryu hesitate for a few seconds. Then he decided to turn back. Since he also had a younger brother, maybe he should help them. Then he coldly made an offer. Hey, it looks like you need help. Can I check your wound? Yan-ho hurriedly stood up to make room. A spark of hope flared up in his heart. Could there be a way to save him? A simple from Ryumin softened the atmosphere. He bent down to observe Manji for a moment, then gave a not-so-optimistic conclusion. The wound is pretty severe, but for me, it's no problem. Still, the wound was not beyond healing, he said, and a gentle blue energy flowed from Ryumin's hand. The light spread softly, then like water, slowly enveloped the wound. Before everyone's eyes, the flesh began to heal, recovering at an astonishing rate, as if a miracle was reviving each cell. The two Wai-ongs could hardly believe their eyes. Oh, the wound, is it gone already? How did you do that? Ryumin stood up and explained. It's a skill called emergency healing. Anyone can buy it in Noah's store. At that moment, Roman remembered. I think I saw that skill before. Roman nodded in agreement. Yeah, I saw it before too. Price was 20,000 gold, right? Never thought it would be this strong. Ryumin hesitated slightly. Actually, emergency healing isn't that strong. He stared at his hand, continuing to think. Actually, it can only stop bleeding and heal minor wounds. It's not strong enough to mend a fracture. But emergency healing is a saint-type skill. So the higher the user's willpower stat, the stronger its recovery ability. Thinking of this, Ryumin recalled his skill stats. Right now, my willpower stat, thanks to the boosting effect from Ancient Glory, is 123. That's why I could heal his fracture. Then he regained his composure and suggested, try moving your shoulder. The wound might leave a scar, but you'll be able to move your shoulder normally. Manji trusted him and followed his advice, then joyfully exclaimed, I can actually move it like normal now. This result made Ryumin sigh in relief. Then he advised the others. But don't get the wrong idea, this doesn't mean you're fully healed. After all, this is just emergency treatment. Overusing it could reopen the wound. However, it should be fine for hunting. Manji hesitated, then quickly stood and bowed in thanks. Thank you so much. You saved my life, thank you. Yang-ho led, the others also bowed. Thank you for healing Manji. Roman and Noah also expressed their gratitude one by one. Thank you for saving our teammate, thank you. Not stopping at words, Yang-ho sincerely extended both hands forward. I don't know if it will be useful, but please accept it. This is our sincerity. The red stone appeared and immediately reminded Manji and Owen of a thought. They quickly took out many items to give to Ryumin. He sang, please accept this gift. Then he sang again, take this gift, you can sell it for gold at the shop. He knew his limits and thought it best to politely refuse. Then he coldly said, you don't have to do that. This weak resistance wasn't enough to catch Noah's group's attention. No, please take it. This is our gratitude, please accept it. All the treasures were handed to Ryumin. He looked at them, feeling strange, and wondered if he would gain anything despite the rare items. If he accepted from all 5 of them together, it would surely be good. He frowned and thought, but where would the benefit lie? As predicted, Yan-ho smiled and added, even a little hope helped him keep going. Besides the gifts I just gave, I will return this favor someday. The warmth between them made Ryumin happy. The mercenaries owed him, and he hadn't held back in learning any skill he could. Such a benefit wasn't bad. Everything had been handled. He gathered all the items and said, all right, see you. Then he left with maximum coolness as the mercenary group waved goodbye. Take care. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Yuri sat on a rock with her head down, sighing. She bit her lip in worry, wondering, is everything okay? An hour has already passed. The system panel in her hand quietly counted down. Time remaining, 8 hours 55 minutes 15 seconds. Main quest progress, 0300. Yuri worriedly screamed inwardly, will I be deleted if I don't kill 300 phantoms? At this point, she could only cover her face in self-blame. It's all my fault, I missed the chance to go with him out of fear. She recalled the days before. After round 5 began, it was easy to spot him. He was one of 10 regional representatives chosen for the reward game. But then Yuri regretted and sighed. Why did I let it come to this? The bloody battle flashed in her mind. The scythe in Ruman's hands swept continuously, taking the opponent's heads. No matter how many enemies there were, one swing from him ended their lives. In the chaos, Ruman's blazing eyes suddenly glanced over. Didn't that look make Yuri shiver? The coldness in his eyes made her heart tighten. At that moment, she made her decision. The reward game is over, now I should talk to him. But her legs couldn't move a single step. Yuri had to close her eyes and silently reassure herself. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt me. He isn't a madman who draws his sword and attacks someone on sight at first meeting. She told herself and slowly opened her eye. The opportunity had slipped away. She panicked and looked around. Where did he go? Yuri knew she had made a big mistake. I've missed him the whole time. What now? She remembered Ruman's advice. The quest to kill 300 phantoms isn't a joke. They're strong and usually move in large groups. He advised, you certainly can't hunt alone. When the regional reps gather, find me. Don't even think about fighting the phantoms. Even if you don't meet me, wait at least 1 more hour before moving. But now, Yuri began to doubt these words. So I waited. She anxiously touched her chin, but nothing guaranteed he would return. I might not meet him before this round ends. Staying put won't help anyway. Yuri stood up and decided to search for him. She followed the small path and noticed Ruman's traces, sure he had passed this way. When she reached an open space, something caught her eye. There, over there, it turned out there was a small village under the forest. She felt uncertain. A village? She looked at the wooden posts forming a fence. Yuri thought, could this be where the Ak live? Maybe Hako is there too. But she shook her head, rejecting the thought immediately. No, better stay away, it could be dangerous. A huge black, stinky snail had been behind her without her noticing. Feeling something was wrong, she turned around and was startled to see the snail. This sound isn't enough to stun me. Let me show you what a scream echoing through the mountains really sounds like. Indeed, Yuri shivered slightly. Damn, I really don't want to fight a giant, and quickly cast magic on her sword. Immediately, a notification popped up. The blessing skill reduces all base stats by 50%. As the giant raised its body and grinned wildly, she stayed focused, analyzing and noticing 2 advantages. First, there is only one enemy. Then it swung down hard, the wind whistling past her ears, but she remained calm, having a plan in mind. Second, she knew the giant's weakness. Another strike came, but Yuri dodged in time. Her mind continuously calculated tactics. Its other parts were all solid muscle. She had to aim for the neck, the problem was hitting it. She frowned at a tricky problem. If she missed and hit somewhere else, it would counterattack. But she still gripped the sword tightly, thrusting straight forward, knowing many dangers remain. And they say it's hard to pull the sword out because the muscles are too thick. Yuri aimed the tip at the giant's neck, remembering one thing, acting swiftly and decisively. Despite its massive build, its agility couldn't be underestimated. As the sword neared the neck, the giant twisted to dodge. In a critical moment, it used its arm to block the thrust, seeing only a small amount of blood. She bit her lip to hold back fear. Damn, it dodged. Then she yanked the sword out of its body. Green blood splattered. Then Yuri ran back to maintain distance, silently relieved. Thank heavens I missed so the blade isn't stuck in its flesh. This enraged the giant. It roared and raised its axe, attacking her repeatedly. The battle seemed one-sided. Yuri tilted to the side, stopped retreating, gripping her sword. She stabbed at the weak spot on the giant's neck without hesitation, her eyes full of determination. An opening appeared, no need to wait long. Its neck was deeply cut, a scream echoed everywhere. This gave her time to adjust her pace. Hope grew stronger. Good, my move worked. With determination and courage, Yuri turned the tide. Now the prey became the hunter with skilled and deadly strikes. Just a little more. Heaven rewards effort. The giant's neck was full of holes, its strength no match. Its massive body collapsed, the sound echoing throughout the area. Seconds later, Yuri regained her senses, eyes wide in disbelief. I did it. Joy and excitement quickly replaced shock. I defeated the giant alone. At that moment, footsteps on the grass drew her attention. Yes, it's the handsome guy sent by Ruman. Yuri thought she was seeing things, quickly shielding her eyes to look again. What's happening? Am I dizzy? after almost losing my sight from the fight. She finally looked up at the approaching figure, exclaiming, "The person in front of me, is it really Black Hook? The one I've been chasing for so long came here by himself." But in the next moment, she realized he was just passing by. She understood the truth. No, he's just passing. Luckily, Yuri woke up in time. Damn it, no hesitation now. She quickly turned and called out, "Hey, Tess." Ryumin turned immediately. "What's this?" Though a bit scared, she summoned all her courage hesitantly. So Black Hook, cooperate with me." He looked slightly surprised, saying, "What?" Thinking she wasn't understood, she shyly explained, team up with a Than." "That team," he sighed, asking again, "Why should I team up with you?" Yuri was flustered, unsure how to persuade Ryumin. Finally she decided to act as proof. "I'll show you." Then she created a formation emitting pale blue light. It glowed, surrounding him, making him widen his eyes in surprise. This, Yuri retracted her hands, satisfied. She proudly smiled and explained at length, "My enhancement skill, Blessing, lasts 3 hours, probably increased all your attributes by 50%. He looked slightly doubtful, opened the info panel to check. Doubts vanished quickly. Ryumin nodded in confirmation. "I confirmed it just as you said. She's eager and wants to seduce you soon." "So does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will really help you with hunting. The teacher isn't bad either." You observed her slowly. "So, if I want that enhancement skill, do I have to team up with her?" Yuri frankly expressed her intentions without hiding them. "Yes, more specifically, I want you to help me hunt Ryumin." Not knowing how to respond, I replied, I don't know." Then I added, "I have the authority. Right now I can totally use you as support." It sounded like she was considering it evenly. She was confused and blurted out, before you continued testing the candidate. "You promise you won't betray me?" Yuri was startled and answered, "Of course." After receiving that assurance, Ryumin showed goodwill. "All right, I'll trust you." Then you officially introduced yourself. "Level 32 Black Hound, I'm a close combat class." She smiled and replied, "Oh, I see, I'm level 13. My class is support." Now that we're a team, you became more comfortable with the conversation. "Did you just say you needed help? You handled that hawk just fine earlier." Yuri just smiled awkwardly. "Actually, that was the first time I killed one." Ryumin broke into a sweat as she looked at her new teammate. "That was your first time killing a monster in the past 90 minutes. In situations like this, all it takes is a confident smile." Yes, that's right." Though she was a bit embarrassed, you didn't scold her but instead helped her. "Well, you don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible." Yuri nervously asked, How?" You didn't answer but turned away. Although you seemed indifferent on the outside, Ryumin still cared deeply about her companion. "Come close and follow me. If you're out of my sight, I can't protect you." She nodded and followed. "Oh, all right." As she tried to walk faster to catch up with you, she quietly thought, "He's not as cold as he looks." I'm glad I listened to myself. Then something bad hit her emerald green eyes. In front of them were familiar tall figures that made both of them stop. Yuri frowned in fear, both hands ready to defend. There are 3 of them. Unlike before, now she had someone to protect her. Ryumin stepped forward and kindly advised, "Wait here for a moment." Then, you stomped your foot hard on the ground and gripped the scythe tightly with both hands. You gathered momentum and jumped toward the hawks as they realized the enemy. You swung your weapon high, your eyes locked on the target. In the blink of an eye, the scythe cut across their legs. The 3 hawks stared in shock at their shortened bodies, roaring wildly. One of them recognized the danger. Ryumin jumped in front of it, and though the hawk wanted to counterattack, moving was already difficult, let alone resisting. The first arm was severed. The other hawks met the same fate, leaving only one. The painful screams frightened others. Yuji wasn't an exception. The scene made her face pale, her eyes clearly filled with terror. You stood confidently among the remaining hawks. You didn't plan to finish them off right away, gently wiping the blood off your face, your tone calm yet powerful. Now you finished them off. Seeing Yuri still standing still, Ryumin reminded her, "Why are you still standing there?" Only then did she snap out of it. "Oh, sorry." She slowly approached a hawk, telling herself to be careful just in case. Then with one swift strike, she stabbed the target in the neck, making it spurt blood and fall. Notifications rang out repeatedly. "You've defeated a hawk. Experience increased by 2.4%. Gold increased by 40%. The series of events triggered Yuri's fragile mind. She was startled, continuously sighing inwardly. This is way too easy. She thought she'd have to take some risks at least. She didn't expect killing the hawks to be so simple. She looked at the strong thigh of her mentor and admired it. The Black Hound is truly strong. Ryumin noticed she hadn't made a move and urged her. "If you're done, let's move on," she quickly explained. I still have 2 more to deal with. You go ahead." After finishing, Yuri quickly caught up and walked together. At the same time, she silently thanked her ancestors for their blessing. "How lucky I am to be on a team with the Black Hound." A while later, the two continued diligently hunting monsters. The hawks were all finished off with a single strike. After dealing with another one, she felt in a good mood. He teased his teammate mischievously, showing admiration for their excellent skill. I didn't expect monster hunting to be this easy. Ryu seemed uninterested, giving no noticeable reaction, just asking, "How many have you killed?" Yuri cheerfully gave the number, a bit proud. "I killed 52 in just 30 minutes. Pretty fast, right?" He silently walked through the dying monsters, feeling unsatisfied with the result. It was fast compared to others, but not enough for him. Wandering around hunting still took too much time. His mind began calculating. He thought if facing a village, Minjuri could get hurt. Even he wouldn't be able to perfectly protect someone if surrounded by 50 enemies. If this plan failed, he'd come up with another one. Ryumin still had a better option. He realized finding the orc mage was the most feasible option and smiled, updating her on the progress. "I can get 300 kills in 3 hours, Yuri said, but before she could finish, he interrupted. 3 hours is too long. I'll finish in 1 hour. Hearing such an unbelievable number, she was startled. "Huh, 1 hour, really?" How he replied, "We'll use a mage." The new name made her curious. What's an orc mage? As a teammate, he didn't hide anything. An orc mage is a monster that summons other orcs, then summarized the plan. "If it keeps summoning orcs, we can shorten the time to find them." She understood the plan, but still asked, "So, you mean we'll leave the mage alive and not kill it?" Ryumin nodded firmly, his tone calm. "Yeah, I'll let it live until we get 300 kills. Now Yuri was used to her cold teammate, so she casually asked, "But how do you know about the orc mage?" He straightforwardly replied, "Isn't this the first time you faced it? I fought one before meeting you, that's why I know where it is." She gave a fake laugh, but he could read her thoughts and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle any risks." Yuri watched his strong back, her mind full of thoughts. Her gaze showed some contemplation, silently admiring his unexpected thoroughness, realizing that only by meeting him in person could one understand him better. The scene around them was strange, the red leaves unusually vivid, as if soaked in blood to achieve that color. Soon after, they arrived at their destination. She wondered, a small village like this has this kind of breed. Ryumin nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, if you go in and think everything's easy, you'll run into orcs summoned by the orc mage," he warned. His gaze hardened as he recalled the difficult times, realizing this was a trap just like before. He had already recognized the truth hidden behind the peaceful exterior. If they circled around to the back, they'd find a mountain of player corpses hidden by the orc mage. That was the intelligence and cunning of the orc mage, but from that action, one could guess it didn't dare to face them head-on. Ryumin coldly ordered, "Go this way." Yuri stepped in, looking around, "But I don't see any orcs." He was like a walking dictionary, always having an answer for every question. These houses are just a disguise to lure players close. In reality, only the orc mage lives here. He pointed the scythe forward, explaining, "The orc mage is inside, digging traps and waiting for us to step in." She felt confused. Ryu lowered his weapon, looking indifferent, and explained, "The trap is very simple. When a player lets their guard down and enters, the orc mage will summon orcs to surround them." He continued, "It summons about 10 to 20 at once, too large a number to survive if surrounded." Upon hearing this, Yuri panicked. "What do we do? If it summons them all at once, it'll be really hard to survive." She seemed to forget that she had a strong person by her side. He already had a plan, knowing how to turn the situation around. He further explained the summoning mechanism. It summons 10 to 20 at once, a large enough number that players would have a hard time surviving if surrounded. Yuri, upon hearing this, seemed anxious. "What do we do? If it summons them all at once, it'll be really hard to survive." She seemed to forget that she had a strong and clever person by her side. His limitless strength helped turn the tide, ensuring that there was still a viable plan to overcome this. He leaned close to her ear, whispering so near that she blushed in surprise and felt shy. After understanding the plan, she couldn't help but doubt its reliability. She wondered if this plan would really lead to a trap. "Will Mage Ak be fooled?" He reassured her that everything had been checked. Yuri confidently patted her chest and took responsibility. "Then, please leave the plan to me." Ryumin didn't fully trust her, but she could handle it herself. Still, she remained determined to stick to her intention. "Right, no need for both of us to go in, correct? Clinging to me like a fledgling isn't good. At least I can manage this task." Now he saw her from a different perspective. If Yuri said so, he had no reason to refuse. "All right, I'll wait out here." She stepped up the stairs alone and approached the large door. She sighed softly and pushed the door open, feeling anxious. Inside, there was no one, just a long, endless corridor waiting. She gripped her sword tightly to boost her confidence and carefully stepped inside. Suddenly, Yuri noticed something ahead. At the end of the corridor was a large room with a clearly visible red carpet. She frowned, recalling the earlier whisper. This was the trap Hako mentioned. This place was crucial. Ryumin's plan was like this. A mage was hiding in the room at the end of the corridor. She would step in and see the red carpet. The carpet was designed to block her and cut off escape routes. Based on that, he had prepared another trap. We'll step onto the carpet and then retreat. Majok will think the prey has escaped and send scouts. We only need to eliminate those scouts. Feeling scared, she reassured herself. All right, it's that simple. Then she stepped closer to the carpet as instructed. So I have to make noise and run. A beam of light from a chair by the wall illuminated the room. The mage had opened his eyes. Light emanated from an object on him. Yuri said nothing and turned back, trying to run quickly toward the door slowly closing. The door slammed shut just after she escaped. She exhaled in relief. Nothing happened but my heart is racing. Ryuman asked, are you all right? She laughed and reported, ha ha, of course. I stepped onto the carpet and retreated just as you said. Receiving praise from Ryuman, she felt happy. Good job, yet Yuri still doubted the method's effectiveness. Will he really send scouts? He simply replied, we'll see soon enough. A moment later, the door suddenly opened, revealing darkness behind it. Just as Ryuman predicted, the scouts truly appeared. As soon as they stepped out, they looked around anxiously. Ryuman's voice made them turn back. What are you looking for? As they raised their heads, they saw him leap down with the Reaper's side. I'm right here, he spun, drawing a perfect curve through the air. He successfully severed the scouts' limbs. As they fell to the ground, he commanded, bring everyone out. Yuri peeked out from her hiding spot. Time continued, and the flame atop the peak still blazed brightly. She eliminated all the scouts and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, done. But at that moment Ryuman suggested, then let's do it again. Although she knew his advice was always correct, she still felt doubtful. Will he really fall for this trick again? He explained simply, smart, yes, but with a short memory like a goldfish. He smiled to reassure his teammate. So don't worry. With this assurance, she smiled brightly and nodded. All right. Soon the scouts were eliminated. Their bodies lay scattered across the yard, limbs flying, gradually disappearing. Yuri happily reported to Ryuman, Master Dark, I've eliminated all 300 of them. He nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 1 hour. She smiled and sincerely said, thanks to you the hunt was quick and easy. I truly appreciate it. He asked, how many levels have you gained? She replied cheerfully, I've reached level 19. He encouraged her, just one more level, and your class rank will increase. With a higher level, you'll learn new skills. Your current skills will also strengthen, which benefits me as well. In his mind, he was silently calculating that if he wanted to set a record with the last boss, he would need the muscle-enhancing effect from her. On the outside, he acted kindly, suggesting that he would help her level up to level 20, because once she reached that point, dealing with the snails would be much easier. Hearing him, she unconsciously blushed and began to daydream. Is he doing all this for me? She shyly stammered before finishing the sentence. Well, if it's not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, causing both of them to turn around. Huh, look over there. A group of 5 men slowly entered, continuously questioning. Wait a minute, isn't that Black Bow? Who is the person standing next to him? And what are these snail carcasses? Ignoring all that, Nova walked closer to Ryuman and shyly spoke. Hey, hello, why are you staring at him like that? Is something wrong? While scanning the area with his eyes, he stammered to explain. We're just here to hunt snails, didn't expect someone to be ahead of us. He couldn't help but be startled. No way. The snail corpses were scattered everywhere, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Just the two of them took care of all these. Ray quickly noticed something unusual. A small village like this has so many snails. How strange. Meanwhile, Stella was focused on something else. Who is the girl standing next to him? A teammate. Victor frowned in confusion. Black Bow is working with teammates? That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Celadon eyed Yuri with a lecherous look from top to bottom. Maybe that's his type? Heh. Looking closely, she's actually quite pretty. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper's scythe slammed down into the ground with a loud clang. Ryuman was furious at the stranger's attitude and snapped, don't bother us. Get lost. The others jumped, startled by the sudden threat. His eyes gleamed dangerously and the murderous intent flared up sharply. Think what you will. But now you've crossed the line. He repeated again, if there's nothing else here, get lost. The group, feeling their pride wounded, immediately tried to act tough and argued back. Who do you think you are to speak like that to us? Yeah, it's our first time meeting and you're already being rude. Don't you think that's disrespectful? Yuri gaped in shock. Are they crazy? How dare they argue with Black Bow? Celadon boldly stepped forward to challenge him, but his voice still betrayed fear. I don't care if you're top rank. While he was still shouting, he was immediately struck on the forehead. You don't have the right to disrespect us. Seeing the blood trickling from the wound, he fell silent, no longer daring to speak, while Ryuman continued to warn him. If you want to keep your life, get lost. Some people only learn after being beat. The group panicked and fled in disarray. Everyone, let's go. Sorry for the disturbance, sorry for interrupting. However, they were still unwilling to give up. They silently made plans, damn it. You think we'll just leave like this? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what he's up to. Ryuman seemed to guess their intentions, and felt slightly annoyed. Those bastards, they're trying to sneakily follow me. A few buzzing flies won't stop me from hunting. But is there some idiot trying to steal the credit for the final boss? I should deal with him and take the reward right away. After making a clear plan, Ryumin returned to the task at hand. But first, I'll level Minjuri up to 20. Then he casually suggested to Yuri, now that the bugs are gone, let's continue hunting. She obediently agreed. Okay, after running for quite a distance, Celadon suddenly stopped and looked back. We should be out of their sight by now. Seeing this, the others gradually stopped. Ray appeared displeased with his chubby teammate. What are you planning to do? He frowned, throwing out bait. Aren't you curious how Black Bow hunts? Stella nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm curious too. I wonder where he's getting all those snails from. The group then began discussing eagerly. So what now? Are we going to lurk in the shadows? We won't be spotted from afar, don't worry. If you're scared, go die. Scared? Nonsense, let's go. With that, they turned back to the previous spot. The group hid behind the bushes to observe the two inside the gate. There they are. At that moment, a few more snails appeared from the house. They saw Ryumin standing alone, as if waiting for them. Immediately, the whole swarm rushed in like a storm. He stood still, but that didn't mean he was ready to take a beating. His hands suddenly clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fiery intensity. The leading snail was immediately struck with a punch to the stomach. It was so painful that it spat blood. The force of the punch was strong enough to send it flying backward. Its massive body crashed into another snail behind it. Before it could recover from the shock, another wave of attacks hit it, sending it into a panic. Ryumin continued to overpower them with sharp slashes. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of their limbs were severed from their bodies. When they saw their teammates' limbs fly in front of them, the snails finally snapped out of their daze. Watching Ryumin torment the snails, Peter couldn't help but praise, truly a top-ranked one. Stella was also sweating profusely. It was really hard for us to kill one, but Gray suddenly noticed something unexpected. What's this? One person wondered as Ryumin stood there, not taking further action. Why isn't he finishing it off? Another person announced that the girl from earlier was approaching it. Those who were controlled were immediately killed by Yuri with the tip of her sword. Nova observed and seemed to realize something. Could it be that Celadon has unlocked all the seals? Did he let her take down the monster? The group became chaotic. Why is this happening? Why is the black-haired guy backing down for that little girl? Damn, she took it down so easily. So jealous, damn it. Yuri entered the house unaware of the group gathering behind her. We struggled so much to kill one, and she's already gone inside, but they're still blabbering. While some just sat there reaping the benefits, by the time she came out, the grumbling voices of the men in skirts were still echoing. It's really frustrating, what a hassle. However, Nova was carefully observing and noticed something. Did one of them realize something? Something feels off. What's going on? Celadon asked, surprised. He quickly explained his suspicion. Every time that girl went in and out of the house, the zombies would gather behind her. They were watching him perform his abilities while asking questions. But isn't that strange? How many zombies are in that tiny house? I mean, that's the respawn point, right? Seems like it, otherwise there's no other explanation. The group began to speculate with their imagination. Damn, so this is the respawn point, wow. Those bastards have been grinding here non-stop. Now it makes sense, they want to leave so they can monopolize the respawn point. One of them suggested, why don't we wait until they leave? Once they leave, that spot is ours. Everyone agreed. Yeah, sounds good. I also want to take it by force but don't have enough strength. A while later, Yuri happily looked at the system board and glanced at Ryumin with satisfaction and pride. Ryumin, I reached level 20. He answered calmly. Congrats, the fun doesn't stop there. I also learned a new skill. She was so happy that she couldn't contain herself and boasted. My blessing buff increased from 50% to 60%. Want to see the effect? Can you use it right now? Yuri agreed. Sure. With that, she raised her hand and a mystical green light spread surrounding both of them. System notification. Blessing skill increases all attributes by 60%, duration remaining about 3 hours. Her green eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she prepared for the next display. Blessing enhancement. Next is the new buff I learned. A wave of energy surrounded the scythe, flowing down to Ryumin's legs. Finally, the energy enveloped his entire body, continuously circulating, creating a cinematic effect. System notification. Attack and movement speed increased by 60% thanks to the haste skill. Haste skill still has about 30 minutes left. He read the system board and calmly remarked, is the attack and movement speed better now? Not bad, Yuri nodded in agreement. Right, I can use it for you every half hour. He suddenly seemed indifferent. I really appreciate it, she replied with pursed lips. I'm sincere. The brief moment of playful banter had to be cut short because there was work to do. All right, enough, let's go catch the sorcerer off. Is there anything I can help with? She quickly asked. Ryumin turned and said, just stay away. He glanced at the bushes and realized everything was still under control. From a distance, he saw shadowy figures. They were probably gossiping behind our backs. Yuri remained as carefree as before. All right, don't worry about it. Ryumin already had a plan, looking forward to seeing what they would do. Still sticking to the plan to lure the zombies out, but this time he went in instead of her. She hid to one side, anxiously watching. The group continued to watch. Seeing something unusual, Celadon was confused. What's going on? Is he singing again to go inside the house? A moment later, 2 slashes appeared on the door. Boom! Ryuman broke the door from the inside out. Behind him were the furious zombies, wielding weapons and chasing him down. They charged like starving tigers while he tried to run at full speed to escape. Yuri was nearby paying attention to him. Her mind was full of questions. Why is he singing and then running away? Why? The group hiding with Celadon was also stunned. What's going on? Is the black-haired guy being chased by the zombies? No way is it really him. Suddenly, the goblin mage tapped his staff a few times sharply, then raised it high and began emitting piercing cries. The surrounding space was drawn into a vortex of dark magic. Then he aimed straight at him, unleashing a series of powerful energy beams. Immediately after, another goblin squad was summoned, forming a pincer to crush the enemy. Victor witnessed this grand scene and wondered, who is the masked figure back there? Ray followed the teammate's gesture with his eyes and confirmed, it looks much larger than the other goblins. He observed carefully and guessed, if it's just that one being that large, it could be the leader. Victor was impressed and the boss. Nova finally noticed the difference, realizing that these were not respawned goblins but summoned ones. Elsewhere, Yuri was trembling in panic, completely disoriented and asking herself, I'm surrounded by goblins, what should I do? She suddenly widened her eyes toward him. Yuri watched Ryuman fight alone in the midst of enemies, continuously marveling, should I step in to help? His gaze showed no hint of panic. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the goblin mage furiously summoned more layers of minions. Stella hurriedly counted and saw 10 more goblins appear. Yet for Ryuman, 10 was just a number. He calmly dominated the battlefield, easily dodging the goblins' attacks. One guy exclaimed, damn, he dodged them all, he really is a monster. Gray immediately stepped in to alert the dazed comrades. Hey, this is no time to stand still, that guy, the big one like the boss, seems to be unguarded. Right, Celadon snapped back to focus. Oh indeed. He grinned with delight, his face showing a clear expression of greed. Should we steal it? The two behind him were still hesitating, unsure of what to do. I don't know, what if the song says we catch it? Gray waved his hand, dismissing the thought. He won't catch it, he's busy dealing with the orcs. Even if he's the Black Arrow, surrounded like this, he must be struggling. Celadon joined in, adding to the plan. That's right. And if he asks, just say you thought he was in trouble and went to help. Nova was fully convinced. Oh, that makes sense. Not wanting to waste any more time, he got straight to the point. So, want to join this heist? The group confirmed one by one, I'm in, me too. According to the plan they had discussed earlier, they stealthily moved closer to the orc mage while Ryuman was struggling to deal with the henchmen. However, the situation was discovered by Yuri. She quietly observed, wondering what they were doing. A moment later, she jolted when she figured out their intentions. Don't tell me, while Black Arrow attracts all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc mage and steal the credit. Suddenly, she remembered a moment in the forest. Hey, Black Arrow. Yuri trailed behind him. Ryuman asked, I appreciate your help, but am I in your way? Black Arrow. Ryuman calmly reassured her, don't worry about that. I've completed the main task already. His nonchalant answer made her inadvertently gasp. What? He glanced back, coldly stating his goal. My goal is not the main task but the side mission. I already got a balanced stone. Yuri widened her eyes in admiration. Oh, you already have one. Ryuman explained the origin of the stone. I got it by killing a boss called the Warrior Orc. The others probably dropped theirs from other bosses too. Yuri listened carefully to his words. All I need are the bosses, so don't feel bad about it, just focus. She replied, reassured. All right, returning to the present after clearing her thoughts, she was resolute to carry out justice. No, the mage belongs to Black Arrow. If it keeps going like this, someone else will steal the credit and finish off the orc mage. The thought urged her to act and she subconsciously gripped her weapon. I have to stop them. Meanwhile, they were smugly playing their sneak attack game. Suddenly, Ryuman's voice rang out, die, followed by the entire space being engulfed in dark flames. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide. The others couldn't resist their curiosity, so they cautiously stepped out to observe. Nova was startled by the scene before her. What is this? Celadon quickly covered her mouth. Hey, hey. Before they could speak any further, their faces turned pale. It turned out the orc mage was about to take care of the two of them. It came with a shriek that echoed from the depths of the abyss. The group was terrified and immediately fled. Damn it, we've been discovered. Everyone run. Meeting again is always hard to part. There were still unspoken words, and of course, it wouldn't let go of this delicious opportunity. Immediately, it raised its staff to summon magic. A swarm of orcs appeared to surround them. The orcs raised their weapons high, ready to strike. Celadon and Nova barely had time to say their final words. Damn it, we're in trouble. Just as the words were spoken, a clean cut sliced into his shoulder. Blood immediately gushed out like a stream. The others weren't doing any better. The cries of pain echoed throughout the space. The smell of fresh blood from the chaotic battle immediately filled the air. The injured gray slowly crawled out, shouting, "Help, please," but when he looked up, there was no one around. Only an orc was about to step on him. In an instant, it coldly placed its foot down. Tears streamed from his eyes as he realized his time had come. No. With a sickening sound, blood splattered everywhere, staining the area red. Meanwhile, Rumen made a swift and beautiful arc with his scythe, cutting off the orc's head. The orcs fell like dry straw. Rumen took advantage of the moment to sigh in relief. But then his gaze suddenly sharpened. Rumen looked toward the violent crowd. In his mind, he had already made a plan. I've lured the orc mage out. Let's see what they choose to do. Will they try to take advantage of my situation and steal him away? But when he saw the bodies of the players scattered across the ground, he already had his answer. So this is how it is. He slowly approached the orc mage, still lost in thought. After all, they had wasted their time lurking around us. They must have failed their mission and were erased. The orc henchmen noticed this and quickly rushed to stop him. But before they could act, their bodies were covered in bloody cuts. Rumen wildly slashed around with his scythe. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow. He smiled, satisfied. Your attack speed has increased thanks to light enchantments, and a 50% attack speed boost at night, of course. The system displayed full information. Death Ancients, scythe damage effect doubled, and an additional 50% attack speed at night. At night, your position remains stable, and the chance of being detected by enemies drops significantly. You gather momentum and dash like an arrow toward the mage. In a blink, Rumen appeared behind, leaving a long trail of blood. The mage turned around to watch the opponent, unaware that the scythe was right at his neck. Your eyes met his. Calmly, the scythe whispered goodbye and pulled him into the golden stream. Rumen landed gracefully, leaving the mage collapsed behind. The system displayed multiple notifications. You defeated the snail mage. Experience increased by 37.8%, received 4,000 gold, leveled up, and obtained the Eternal Rest Orb. Mysterious Wood Spirit, Low-Tier Mana Crystal, Balance Stone, Side Quest Progress, Balance Stone 2-4. You fingered the necklace around your neck. Your heart filled with joy. You reached level 33 and acquired an insanely powerful item. The system displayed full details of the Eternal Rest Orb, an epic necklace. Each monster kill accumulates 1 point and reduces durability. Every 100 points converts into an attribute point. The necklace near the orb is opaque, said to seal the souls of the slain. The Eternal Rest Orb grants 1 attribute point for 100 accumulated points. It's similar to the Devouring Rune once used by Black Flame Dragon. However, the more points you accumulate, the more durability wears out. This is a consumable item. If combined with the Resilient Death Rune 8 and a blacksmith's help, Rumen can restore its durability. This means you can increase attributes without limit. While thinking, Yuri's voice rang out. "Hey, where are you?" caught your attention, as if the death seal effect was making you harder to detect. Rumen looked at the battlefield littered with bodies, pondering a plan before dispelling death mode. You spoke while casting a cleanup spell, erasing all traces. Only after finishing did you feel at ease. After dispelling night death, the sky returned to normal. The blinding light caught Yuri off guard. She thought, strange, why is it so flickering here? Suddenly she heard footsteps. Finally finding Rumen, she joyfully shouted, "There you are, I've been looking everywhere for you." He glanced at the snail mage. "As you can see, I've been busy," she then asked. "So you finally got it, but did you see anyone else around?" "A few tried to steal the snail mage," he said, tilting and shaking his head. "No, I didn't see anyone." Yuri remained uneasy, unconvinced. She thought, strange, I thought I heard screams. She pondered for a while. Rumen stood observing, feeling frustrated. Revealing bodies ultimately brought no benefit. Then he intended to move. "Hurry up, we still need to take down the next cluster." Soon the village ahead turned into a graveyard. Brain matter scattered everywhere, the air thick with sorrow. Only one large cluster resisted Rumen fiercely, but was no match at all. In a blink, its arm was severed. You swung the scythe for a critical strike across its body, cutting the brains mercilessly. Blood gushed like a river. It was completely dead. The system instantly notified, "Congratulations, you defeated the orc archer, gaining 37.8% experience. 4,000 gold, agile archer boots, each monster, green mana stone and balance stone, progress 3-4. You looked at the loot, extremely satisfied. Check the item, full details. Agile archer boots, epic quality, 60 defense, agility +10, durability 1001,000. Requires at least common quality. Classified as agile archer boots. Rumen compared them with his old boots. Far better than his current ones, no reason not to switch. He opened the crafting screen, working quickly. Combine with the recently acquired blue mana stone for even better effect. After measuring, he tapped the screen to combine. The system immediately confirmed. Combination successful, +4 quick agility added to the agile archer boots. Rumen was extremely satisfied. Great, I've cleared all the side bosses. However, one final challenge remained daunting. The high-level brain boss, different from the others, attacks over time and must be defeated as quickly as possible. He thought deeply about his previous performance. The faster he finished, the greater the reward. The best record in the previous round was 43 seconds. Seeing Yuri, Ryuman lowered his voice and said, "All right, let's go." Confidence filled him. Yes. Minjuri had boosted herself, and this time Ad was determined to break the record. Both began moving toward the next mission location. His mind kept thinking, I still want to shorten the time even more if possible. First, reach the maximum level, then use the Eternal Rest Orb to enhance intelligence. This time was no better than before. All the minds surrendered to his power, the system displayed. There were about 30 minutes left until the first round ended. After clearing an area, Ryuman took a moment to breathe and study. He observed the battlefield ahead, feeling a bit of regret. It's time to act. Just one more level to reach 40, but time was up. Looking at the necklace, Ryuman felt somewhat comforted but not regretful. He realized he had achieved his goal. The system showed current stats, 9 intelligence points, durability 1 out of 1,000. Seeing the opponent hurry away, Yuri called, "Dark Hunter, aren't you continuing?" He calmly replied, "I think that's enough." Curious, she asked, "So now you're going to defeat the final boss?" Ryuman waved goodbye. "Yes, let's part here. Thank you for accompanying me." She held his hand tightly, voice tinged with regret. "Ah, is it really over?" A wave of melancholy and sadness rose as they were about to part. She had planned to ask if she could stay until he defeated the final boss. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. "No, if I stay, I'll just wait. It's better to part here." Ryuman noticed her reaction, knowing she was unwilling, but he had no other choice. He realized she had bonded in a short time, but high-level minds were dangerous. She didn't need to accompany him. After an internal struggle, Yuri whispered, "Dark Hunter, let me help you one last time." She extended her hand, beginning to cast magic. She said, "Dark Hunter, thank you again for helping me hunt monsters. Alone, it would have been very difficult." Then she opened her equipment panel. She continued, "It's not much, but here's a beautiful jade quartz. I received this item thanks to your guidance." She said, "I don't know if you need it, but please accept it." Ryuman politely declined. "You keep it." Yuri refused immediately. "No, just gaining experience is more than enough for me." In his mind, it wasn't a big deal. He had 2 and needed to give one to Min, so Ryuman obliged. She cared for him without knowing he was the one, feeling indebted to him. He smirked and took her hand to receive the gift, "But I also received help." He said, "So let's call it even." Seeing his attitude change completely, Yuri was momentarily speechless. He took the stone and walked away. "I'll accept it. If fate allows, we'll meet again." She silently watched his back disappear. A moment later, Ryuman summoned a flying arrow. He stood up and dashed into the night. The system immediately confirmed the location of the high-level boss distance to target 1,121 m. He felt urgency knowing there was still a chance, meaning no one had defeated it yet. Ryuman dashed forward thinking, no one defeated a high-level mind in previous rounds anyway. Among the 4 bosses of round 5, the high-level mind was so strong that the other 3 were just minor bosses. Perhaps it would take 100 reckless level 20 players to defeat it. Normal players couldn't beat it. After a while, he entered a gloomy forest, recalling the past. Even he had needed 4 lives to defeat it. That's how he set the current 43-second record. Ryuman accelerated as the system reported the distance reduced to 321 meters, resolute. "This time I'll break that record." He braced himself and leapt, just reaching the final cluster, distance to target 160 m. Suddenly he shouted, "Huh!" seeing another blonde player crushed to death by it. The monster roared, its blank, soulless gaze fixed on Ryuman. The towering creature emitted ear-splitting sounds like they came from hell. Its eyes glowed fiercely, sharp teeth bared as if to devour any who dared oppose it. Jun turned pale with fear, trembling, collapsing to the ground. What the hell is happening? How did things end up like this? In a panic, he recalled recent memories when everything was still calm. Jun Seok's group was discussing strategy in the forest. The monkeys followed in a pack. "If they can do it, so can we. Let's hunt them together." He quickly introduced himself. "I'm Jun Seok, warrior, level 12. Brady smiled and added, "Same level as me, nice to meet you. I'm Brady Beat, my profession is hunter." Bai scratched his head and awkwardly introduced himself. "Level 13 martial artist, Buck Bai Uk, hard to pronounce, right? I just said it randomly in the panic." Initially it was just a mutually beneficial deal, but even as a temporary team, their coordination and atmosphere were amazing. During the intense battle, Brady commanded his teammates, Jun Seok, draw the enemy's attention. He immediately agreed, "Got it, leave it to me." Then he ran to face a monkey. "Hey, you ugly monkey, look over here." With perfect coordination, luring the small monkeys out became easy. Wenna caught another one. She shouted to signal her teammates. Brady Pitt now aimed for its throat. On the other side, Ang Than was also supporting the group effectively. Watch your back. After over 6 hours of non-stop monster hunting, the team was satisfied with their personal achievements. I've killed 300. Same here, congrats, everyone survived. The main mission was completed. Jun Seok happily suggested, leaving now would be too early, shall we continue hunting? He immediately agreed. Yeah, I'm aiming for level 22. They continued the hunt. The system kept announcing. Level up, you've reached level 20, rank increased from apprentice to official. Now you can use combination features. Finally, the whole team reached level 20 and learned new skills. As a result, the group surrounded and defeated a monkey. Brady mocked the enemy. These monkeys are now nothing but trash. When sneered, unbelievable, there were times we struggled against them. Ang Than stood by, enthusiastically agreeing. Exactly, they've weakened a lot. The group, in high spirits, eagerly suggested, so why not sweep another big wave? Suddenly Jun Seok pointed ahead and exclaimed in panic, wait, what is that? The group looked in the direction he pointed, under the dense canopy, and saw only a giant monkey peeking out. Brady paused, slightly hesitant. Looks like a monkey, but I've never seen one like that. Could it be the boss? He shielded his hand and tried to observe the enemy. I've never seen one like this. Could it be the boss? The boss. When a never accepted defeat. Wanna try? The 5 of us together might have a chance. She nodded, clearly unwilling to miss the opportunity. Yeah, the boss will drop valuable loot, right? He glanced at his companion. We'll split the loot evenly, right? He understood and nodded, okay, deal. The monkey, moving slowly, suddenly stopped. Then it turned abruptly, looking at Jun Seok's group. Its eyes blazed like hellfire. The monster roared. They quickly fell under a spell. The air seemed crushed by the monster's powerful aura. Jun Seok thought their team had grown stronger. But the situation was nothing like he imagined. The monster frantically charged, aiming to devour the prey in front. It stomped hard to gain momentum, then leaped spectacularly before the team's eyes. Immediately after it hit the battlefield, the team could barely resist, only standing there helplessly. The high-level monkey swung its arms back, ready to crush the unlucky victim. The first to fall was Wenna. Sharp claws pierced her entirely, blood gushed like a stream. She died on the spot. It turned to find more prey. Spotting Ang Than kneeling, the monster raised its arms and crushed her with full force. The ground beneath cracked. Ang Than was obliterated. That wasn't the end. Brady didn't react in time and was caught by it. Moments later, he was crushed to death. We're done for. Back in reality, the monkey continued wiping out the group, red blood staining everywhere. That was death itself. By the time Jun Seok realized it, it was too late. The monster gave them no breathing room, swinging its tail in search of the next prey. Buck became the unfortunate victim when the monster grabbed him. Instantly, his body was violently slammed to the ground, cracking the earth from the impact. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the space amid the debris. Bang only managed to let out a mournful cry before this world no longer held her. After finishing, it immediately turned back to face its final prey. Duseok, meeting its gaze, trembled uncontrollably, saying, we're done for, we're done for. The orc slowly advanced. Its mouth emitted piercing, prolonged shrieks that echoed through the air. The pressure from the opponent caused Chai to panic, stepping back continuously. No, don't come closer. Sweat poured from his forehead, his eyes locked in terror on the monster. His arms raised as if begging, but in vain. No, please. It paid no attention, instead raising its arms high, preparing a deadly strike. At that moment, Ryumin appeared, dashing forward swiftly with the Grim Reaper's scythe in hand, eyes full of determination. Before it could react, a swing sliced through its neck. Immediately, its left head was severed. The remaining head screeched wildly, seeking revenge. However, its fate was no different from before. A sharp slice pierced the neck, and in moments the orc's body collapsed to the ground in front of Jun Seok. He widened his eyes, astonished at the person in front of him. It was Ryumin, calmly bowing like a savior. He couldn't help but be stunned. He glanced at the orc's corpse, silently evaluating. I didn't expect it to die so easily in just one strike. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have defeated the elite orc, leveled up to 40 from apprentice to official. You can now use the trading feature. Ryumin stood there, reading each line attentively. The Grim Reaper's mark skill increased damage by 20%, and the death skill range expanded by 500 meters. You have also learned the Grim Reaper's exclusive skill, Moon Slash. The next skill will unlock at level 60. He smiled with satisfaction, finally learning this skill. Moon Slash, the Grim Reaper's soul attack skill. The system displayed detailed info about the newly learned skill. Moon Slash charges for 1 second, dealing 1,200% cone-shaped area damage. Mixed damage multiplied by 1.5 at night. 10-minute cooldown and can only be used with a scythe. This is the Grim Reaper's only attack skill. It means missing carries great risk, but due to Moon/'s wide range, hitting targets becomes easier. It's very useful as mixed damage. If enemies are immune to physical attacks, the magic portion still deals damage. Ryumin chuckled, realizing he had broken free from constraints. Well, current monsters are still weak, but stronger foes will appear later. Thus, this skill is essential. Now let's check the next rewards. The system continuously notified. You have obtained gloves, elite orc fangs, low-level purple mana stone, and balanced stone. Proceed with side quest, balance stones 4 out of 4. You've completed the side quest, you received the balance seal. Ryumin reached out to claim it, thrilled. This is exactly what I wanted most in this round. The seal automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. The system displayed detailed info for the seal. Effect: all stats are doubled if the difference between the highest and lowest stat is under 10. It only applies to stats increased by points. After reading, he calculated, this seal only works if I evenly increase all 4 stats. He looked at his own stats, noticing they were quite close. I deliberately kept them balanced, knowing I'd get this seal. Time to act. Ryumin manipulated the screen with excitement now that the seal was engraved. Let's see how high my stats are. Ryumin stared at the screen, silently exclaiming, all my stats are over 300 stars. His eyes widened, lips pressed tightly to maintain composure. I know the power boost from this ring and Minjuri's blessing are helping, but this exceeds my imagination. He stood there, pondering for a long while. I guess the balance seal is the best if I want to grow strong quickly. And finally, the time-based attack reward. The system continuously notified, you have defeated the elite boss of round 5. Within 1 second, you qualify for the time-based attack rule, earning up to 100,000 gold. Congratulations. Seeing the reward on screen, he smiled in satisfaction. Last time I only got 23,255 gold because it took 43 seconds. Unbelievable, I'll use this to learn all the general skills I haven't yet. Still elated, the system brought more good news. You have set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Archive. You will be awarded a unique item. Ryumin immediately paused, surprised. What is this? I get a reward for setting a record. In front of him was a powerful card. Ryumin was still in shock. Full of doubt, he wondered if he was truly chosen for a unique item and questioned whether he could pick any unique item at all. Could he really choose any unique item? Without hesitation, he placed the card into the empty slot on the screen, and immediately the system displayed all the reward equipment items. He rested his hand, thinking carefully. Could he really choose anything then? He didn't need a unique weapon because when he returned, he could craft another one. He touched a helmet and felt satisfied. Jun Seok regained his spirit and awkwardly approached. Oh, that's not bad. As soon as he touched the snail cluster, his eyes widened and he quickly covered his mouth in shock. Jun Seok still couldn't believe it, continuously denying the fact that the monster died with a single strike. No way, that monster died in 1 hit. He realized the opponent's power exceeded the combined strength of the 5 of them. Even though they were level 20, he could handle it alone. This was the power that 5 of us couldn't defeat and were level 20, yet he did it alone. Still, he had to admit that the opponent had just saved his life, and he should be thankful rather than suspicious. Ryumin's gaze met his, startling Jun Seok and causing him to step back. Before he could thank him, the opponent had already turned to leave. Jun Seok quietly stood there, watching, full of regret. He hadn't even had a chance to thank him. Elsewhere, Priscilla idly clasped her hands and asked if everyone had completed the mission. Receiving no reply, Ada guessed that many had died in those 10 hours and chuckled sarcastically. I don't think you died because of weak minds. Are you having a civil war? With that, he snapped his fingers. Let's see the results then. The round 5 leaderboard immediately appeared, showing HACO in top 1 for Region C, ESK007 and all regions. Other players couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, level 40 and his record is gone too. Whispers and chatter rose as Ryumin became the focus with 300 kills in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? He didn't care much, just sighed. I just want to claim my reward. The system displayed a series of notifications. Congratulations, you ranked first in all regions, topping all 5 rounds. Receive the mid-level epic necklace, a special reward box, and the title of overall leader, an incredible achievement. Ryumin smiled in satisfaction. Perfect, I got the title I wanted. The title board appeared before his eyes. Overall leader requirement. Rank first in all regions for the first 5 rounds. Effect: all experience gained increased by 1.5 times. He stood still, thinking, this is why I wanted to be the overall leader. I can't miss the chance to level up 1.5 times faster. Then he opened the equipment box, ready to choose his reward. I'll pick my reward now. The system opened a selection of epic necklaces: Bone Knight Necklace, Java Necklace, and Power Necklace. Reading through, Ryumin thought, a normal person would pick randomly. I've used all of these before. He decisively pressed the second slot, the Java Necklace. The system displayed full equipment information. What I need is the Java Necklace. The Java necklace is an epic necklace that increases all stats by 3 and grants 35% status resistance, durability 1000, no class restrictions, containing the magical power of the Java clan. After finishing, he reasoned that the thing to strengthen wasn't power or stats, because he knew the upcoming challenges required good preparation and resistance to adverse effects. Looking at the sparkling necklace, he was pleased to have an item with such rare resistant stats. I could sell it for a high price if I don't need it, but I'll set it aside for now. Next, Ryuman focused on the reward screen with 3 choices. Triple experience, only applied in round 6, 6,000 gold and round 6 information. Without wasting time, he chose the experience boost. Suddenly, Priscilla's clap rang out. All players looked up at the sky. Ada calmly asked, "Has everyone checked the leaderboard?" Ada's eyes glowed, voice cold. A total of 1,585 players completed the main mission. Then he issued the death notice. Rank 12 and above, all will be killed. The unlucky players kept kneeling and begging. "No, wait, Angel, please spare us." Cries echoed everywhere as they slowly disintegrated into dust and returned to the other world. Priscilla sneered, her words full of contempt, begging for mercy. "Pathetic, you're worse than Bug." Ryumi felt very uncomfortable after hearing those words. Did she think she was different from everyone else? Then, she continued reading each line on the performance board with intense focus. "None of you have completed the mission." She turned to look at him with a meaningful gaze, or maybe he just imagined it. Seeing her confidence, she started questioning him. "Did you complete it?" Priscilla quickly used magic to prepare to leave. "Well then, humans, we'll meet again in the next round." A summary board appeared, announcing that 19,327,557 people survived in the area, and 1,211 survived in the related CESK-007 area. Both areas will be transported back to reality, and round 6 will begin at midnight on June 1st, 2023. And see you in the next round. A while later, the sky darkened and the tall buildings in the city began to light up. Ryuman took some time to relax after a long nap. He leaned his head back, feeling slightly tired. After eating, I'll start. He opened the combination window and quickly placed the weapon in the center slot. I'll use the Scythe of Death as the main ingredient. He began combining other ingredients in the adjacent slot. The secondary ingredients will be heart, mysterious wood, arrowhead, and high-level brain teeth. Suddenly, he stopped and thought for a moment. If I combine it like this, my weapon will be epic. Ryuman remembered the previous gift and realized he also had the black diamond of the Death Wasteland from Mint. He immediately changed his strategy, not hesitating to press the combine button. If I use this too, I'll get a unique item instead of an epic one. The system immediately notified, "Combination complete. You have created the Scythe of Death." This is a unique weapon with 300 damage, increases all stats by 10, skill damage by 10%, durability of 3,000 over 3, and is only for experts and above. Supposed to carry the darkness of death for 3 days. Ryuman joyfully laughed loudly, startling Ryu. "Finally, I've upgraded my old Scythe of Death. Thanks to the huge money from killing the boss, I can leisurely learn a new skill." He decided to use all his money to learn some common skill. He entered the shop and immediately selected the first skill, Surrounding Search, allowing me to see the surrounding area as a small map. The second skill quickly caught his attention, Enhanced Dynamic Vision to improve sight. Next, he learned a series of new knowledge, including Basic Resistance to increase resistance to negative status effect by 15%, as well as Hand-Eye Coordination to increase skill accuracy by 20%, and that's the common skills done. After that, Ryuman continued to sigh in frustration because he had so much money and didn't know what to do with it. "I still have 14,000 gold after all that. I don't really have anything to buy except for epic items that will appear in a few days." Right after that, he sat up straight and said, "All right, that's enough." He requested to open the status window. A series of information appeared before him. This was all the achievements from 5 rounds of play. Ryuman smiled as everything went according to plan. "Thanks to the effect of the ancient balanced language, all stats will be added to my stat board." He appeared satisfied, then continued to think. "Good, I'm as strong as I can be right now. I'll continue with my work with Meijiang Rock. Then I'll also use Hong Eung Min for some tasks." Upon mentioning the acquaintance's name, he couldn't help but wonder, wait, what happened to him? Is he still alive? He couldn't contain his curiosity and immediately activated the skill he had just learned. Track Hong Eung Min. If I can track him, then he's still alive. Ryuman chuckled with satisfaction. Good, he's still useful to me. He started thinking about using him one more time, but this will be the last time. I'll use him one more time in reality, then discard him. On a beautiful morning in the real world, Yuri sat in her usual cafe, silently gazing out the window. Only she knew how nervous she was. Why did Min ask to meet again? Don't tell me. Romantic images of roses suddenly filled her mind. Ryuman gently brushed Yuri's hair and whispered, "Yuri, I miss you." She quickly shook her head to shake off the embarrassing illusion. That thought was so silly. Calm down, I absolutely cannot let it show. Just then, the cafe door opened and Ryumin arrived at the meeting spot. He wasn't surprised to see Yuri waiting. Oh, you came, did you wait long? She jumped up in surprise. Oh no, I just got here too. Yuri tried to distract him to reduce the awkwardness. I'll go get drinks, what do you want to drink? I'll pay today, feel free to choose. Ryumin happily agreed, really? Then I'll have an iced Americano with an extra shot. She quickly ran off to place the order. Okay, just wait a minute. He sat down at the table and smiled. Thanks for the drink, Yuri. She awkwardly replied, no problem. Then she blushed and took a sip of water, her mind wandering elsewhere. Why does the atmosphere feel so awkward? Probably because earlier, I had some weird thoughts. The scene from earlier flashed in her mind but was quickly interrupted by Ryumin's question. So how was round 5? Did you meet Hako? She snapped back to reality and immediately answered. Ah, yes, just like you said, I met him and we went hunting together. Speaking of this, Yuri still felt very happy. Actually, at first, I didn't believe a top-tier guy would cooperate with me, but when I showed my strength, he agreed. Ryumin laughed. I told you, as long as he sees your buff skills, even singing the song will need you involved. She recounted the entire story, making the hunt much easier. He had helped a lot as well. The first time I even ranked second in the region. You were surprised and asked, wow, how did you manage to do that? That's amazing. What reward did you get? With this friend, Yuri didn't need to hide anything. She wanted to see if you'd be interested in taking a look. She quickly took out the item to show it off. It was a rare common grade necklace that increased agility. How is it? Does it look good? Ryumin was surprised again. Oh wow, it's beautiful, I didn't expect this. Yuri pushed it toward you. Hey, take it. This gesture made you feel awkward and you took a step back. Huh, why are you giving this to me? She gently persuaded, just take it, I got it thanks to your prediction. Still, Ryumin firmly refused. I can't accept a reward that you worked hard for. The compliment made Yuri feel a bit shy. It wasn't that hard, I sang the song and carried you throughout the fight, so the hunt was easy. Ryumin asked further, then why not give it to him instead of me? She sighed, would someone as skilled as him need such a low-level necklace? You silently answered that question, of course not, he doesn't need it. Ryumin continued to wave his hands in refusal. I really appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the official level yet. Yuri was taken aback by this information. You're not official yet, what level are you at now? You shyly looked down and replied, I'm at level 19. It was really tough to kill 300 hawks in 10 hours by myself. Yuri could only sigh in agreement. Right, the prophet class isn't really suited for fighting. Suddenly, she remembered something she'd been curious about for a while. By the way, Ryumin, how does a prophet fight? Ryumin scratched his head and honestly replied, I have a few magic tricks, but it's a bit embarrassing to show them. Yuri stroked her chin and thought aloud, then why would you need a necklace to increase agility? Because magic requires intelligence, right? You smiled and confirmed, that's right. Immediately after, she summoned a red stone. Then, I'll give you this instead of the necklace. Yuri held the stone out to you, but this time her attitude was much more determined. I found this while hunting. You were surprised, but accepted the gift from her without further objection. At least take this, I'm not sure if it's good, but it's mine, so don't refuse. Why can't Ryumi recognize her concern? Her eyes lit up with happiness, then she reached out to take it. Thank you, you actually thought of me. The sudden contact made Yuri immediately flustered. It's not that I was thinking of you. You always provide information for me, I feel guilty just receiving. Ryumin's words interrupted. Then I should give you something. Yuri stopped and didn't ask back. For me, what is it? However, his next words disappointed Yuri. What else? Of course it's the news about the 6th round. She could only smile in response. As long as you tell me, I'd really appreciate it. Ryumin continued, as if unaware. You have to tell the other person everything, no secrets. After hearing this, Yuri asked in confusion, I have to team up with him. Ryumin answered confidently, he won't refuse you, you've proven your value with your buffing skill in round 5. Those words made Yuri think for a moment, team up with him again. She felt the strange attitude. Are you happy about that? She asked. Of course he treats me well. Ryumin sighed, is that so? But the next words were like an arrow piercing his head. He's more thoughtful than I thought, not as scary as I imagined. Though a bit arrogant, but that's to be expected. After all, he's ranked first. He repeated as a reflex, is that so? Yuri realized a few strange things. Also, he seems to have very good intuition. Ryumin asked nervously, what do you mean? She recalled some events. I'm not sure how to explain it, but it feels like he can see through people's hearts. He lowered his eyes and thought to himself, that's thanks to the ancient language inner thoughts. The feeling of helplessness from the past came flooding back. I'm not perfect either, I've failed 99 times. The last round felt like I was tricked, because the requirement was for a 5-person team. The system board at that time left Ryumin in a dilemma. The boss room condition is 1 in 5. You need at least 5 people to open the boss room. Thinking about this, he decided, Anyway, this is my last chance by any means necessary. I have to make it to the finals with Min Jury and the monk from the United States. Jury's voice pulled him back to reality. Min, what are you thinking? Ryumin was startled and looked up. Nothing. His earlier feelings had been noticed by her. Are you worried about the next round? The other side has already given the reason. What are you hesitating for? Yeah, a little. After all, I'm not that strong. Yuri sighed with a bit of regret. Dare you? We're in the same district. I could have helped you, Ryumin innocently asked back. For free, she quickly confirmed. Of course. Then she lowered her head and fiddled with her hand. But I don't feel comfortable always accepting help. If I keep doing this, I won't be able to help you at all. The young man from Black Bow spoke up and gave her a thumbs up. You've helped me more than enough. Yuri, thanks to you, I took down the high-ranking brainless guy in front of me. Ryumin gently comforted her. Don't worry, one day, we'll meet again at the bottom. Yuri felt a bit hopeful. Really? That beautiful scene gave her strength. Let's try to hold on until then. I'll do my best too. Good luck. Ryumin awkwardly raised his hand to respond. Good luck. But inside, he was a bit worried. Oh dear, I'm a bit worried about how she will react. After that meeting, he quickly returned to the company. Bin Ma sang Chun bowed and reported to the person inside. Sir, Ryumin has arrived. Guy Amlok smiled and stood up from his chair to welcome him. He then friendly patted his shoulder. Please sit. Head of department and 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea, please. Sang Chun immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Then he inquired about the distinguished guest. Ryumin, I hope the journey here wasn't too tough for you. Ryumin politely replied. Thanks to the car you prepared, the trip was very comfortable. Guy Amlok nodded in satisfaction. Haha, really? That's good then. If there's anything you're not happy with, just let me know, I'll take care of it right away. Ryumin casually chatted. Oh, alright then. But in his mind he was calculating, Guy Amlok must be a killer who kills for fun, saying he'll handle everything. He better not say unnecessary things. He generously invited him to lunch. If you haven't had lunch, please join me. Ryumin bluntly interrupted, saying there was something more important than that issue. Mr. Locke, intrigued, leaned forward. Could it be information about the next round? His attitude made the man purse his lips, thinking to himself that he was indeed too impatient. He subtly confirmed, You're not talking about that, are you? Everything going smoothly surprised Mr. Locke, who thanked him but was interrupted once again. However, he made a request, asking Mr. Locke to organize a shareholders' meeting. Ryumin frowned and said, We need to discuss business. Ryumin continued, We need to change both the business model and the company's name. Mr. Locke paused, his face serious, and asked again, What do you want me to do? Ryumin said his request was simple. Support the business idea I'll present in the meeting. Ryumin continued, There must be no objections. I need you to persuade the shareholders and explain why I need their help. He added another requirement. In the scenario I foresee, they won't accept this idea. Mr. Locke felt an ominous premonition and asked, What kind of business idea are you planning to present? Mr. Locke's reaction was exactly as Ryumin had predicted. He was curious since he'd once said that changing the business model would lead to success. Ryumin didn't hide it, straightforwardly presenting his upcoming plan. We will create an open market exclusively for players. Mr. Locke wasn't too sure and asked again, You mean a sales website? Ryumin replied seriously, Exactly. Ryumin continued to explain, The difference is that only players will have access, and they will sell in-game items instead of regular merchandise. He clarified further, so they can use real money to buy and sell items, right? Ryumin's answer surprised Sang Chun, standing nearby, who explained that the sellers would decide whether to use cash or trade. Mr. Locke thought for a moment and then commented, Trading makes sense, but do players really need to use real money? Ryumin replied without hesitation, There will definitely be players who need real money, don't you think so? He admitted there were still things to consider, but there was currently no method that seemed truly suitable. Mr. Locke frowned and asked, So you mean there will be a new method in the future? Ryumin silently praised Mr. Locke's quick reaction and continued, Yes, I've glimpsed the future. He leaned back and added, Players over level 40 will trade with gold instead of cash. Mr. Locke unconsciously repeated, Gold, Ryumin explained further. When players reach level 40, they will unlock the gold trading feature. Ryumin continued, We will build a secure trading system and charge a fee, whether it's cash or gold. The more Mr. Locke listened, the more convincing it seemed, and he commented, A social hub just for players. This idea isn't bad at all. He continued, We could have a first-mover advantage since no one else has done this. If successful, we will dominate this market. But he also expressed concern. Will people really use a player-only hub? Ryumin confidently replied, Of course. By round 5, players will have accumulated enough items. They'll need a place to trade, and I know they're looking for a solution. He continued, Items dropped by monsters can't be sold to stores, so they'll definitely wonder what to do with them. Ryumin went on to analyze, especially those who have gone through many challenges, they'll want to sell those items. He spoke about player psychology. Most have passed level 20 and unlocked crafting. They're definitely trying to combine items in every possible way. Ryuman asked, what if a website appeared where they could easily buy those items? Mr. Locke replied, I'm sure they'll rush to it immediately. Ryuman saw the opportunity and said, we can attract users by spreading the news. This is the perfect time. Ryuman continued thinking, secretly smiling. If the prophecy is correct, building the system now will be a huge success. He was in no rush and suggested, we could also make an app for easier access for players. Ryuman suggested, adding an auction system might be a good idea. At first, we could allow free listing of items. Mr. Locke's attitude made Ryuman smile, noticing that he was genuinely interested in this plan. Mr. Locke said, well, I'm a prophet, it's hard to refuse. Plus, this is beneficial for me. He thought about the things he owned, considering monopolizing crafting materials that no one else knew about. With those materials, he would be able to craft unique items, even god-tier gear. After a long pause, Mr. Locke asked, we've settled on a social marketplace model. What should we rename the company? That question is no different from accepting Ryuman's proposal. Do you have any thoughts on this? He immediately counterattacked, pushing the issue back. Let's put my idea aside for now. We should stick to the prophet's direction. Moreover, aren't you the largest shareholder in the company? Ryuman smiled awkwardly. Aha, anyway, this isn't too complicated. How about a name meaning player press? How does player's location sound? When he had no more objections, he agreed. Sounds good, we could shorten it to method. Then he mentioned one last thing. I'm glad you think it's fine. So how long will it take to develop and launch? He thought for a moment before giving a number. The fastest would be a month. Ryuman calculated and said, so it will be after round 6. If the plan is stable, would you mind sharing the purpose of today's meeting? By the way, let me share information about round 6 with you. Both Gaeong Lok and Sang Chun turned their attention closer. After hearing it, he propped his chin and reflected, then concluded, it seems round 6 will also require cooperation. He bowed deeply to express sincerity. I understand now, thank you, Prophet. Ryuman casually replied, you're welcome, in a place where no one noticed. A satisfied smile appeared on Gaeong Lok's face. I knew keeping the Prophet around was the right decision. Everything is progressing smoothly, both in real life and in the other world. He regained his familiar, friendly demeanor and said, I'll proceed with the business plan starting today. I'll call an emergency shareholder meeting as soon as possible to approve it. Ryuman, could you attend and present the business plan yourself? You didn't hesitate to answer, sure, no problem. Gaeong Lok nodded in satisfaction. I understand, we'll contact you as soon as the meeting schedule is set. Then he turned to Sang Chun and said, and please escort the Prophet home. On the way, stop by actor Zio's place to deliver the information. He immediately accepted the order, yes, sir. Gaeong Lok personally saw Ryuman out and said, shall we go, Prophet? A few days later, one morning, you opened your phone to check the schedule and thought to yourself, today is the day the epic item appears. Then you quickly opened the system menu to check the shop. Let's see what item is available today. Soon enough, Ryuman found what he needed. Here it is, the tattered cloak of the Wanderer. After reading the details on the screen, he clicked his tongue in evaluation. The defense is poor, but the increased attack speed and movement speed are amazing. Ryuman didn't hesitate and pressed the buy button. An epic item for only 20,000 gold, that's rare. Then he closed the system, reflecting that he would no longer have to rely on the shop. From now on, I'll buy everything I need at the social market. Ryuman had already envisioned the future, and when that time came, blueprint items would be sold at high prices. As long as someone has a design recording the recipe for a specific item, they will no longer need to experiment randomly to figure out the recipe. He smiled slightly. Moreover, because it can be resold to others, it will definitely become extremely popular. If I know how to exploit it well, I can attract many more people to the social market. With that thought, Ryuman tiredly lay down on his bed. Of course, first, I need to smoothly complete tomorrow's emergency shareholder meeting. The next morning, bright sunlight reflected off the glass windows of the Chan Ma Consulting Company. Sang Chun politely handed out documents to the attending shareholders. Please accept these documents. I hope everyone sits all the way to the front. The shareholder meeting went smoothly without any obstacles. Just as Ryuman expected, there were a few doubts and complaints, but when he firmly answered each question, the number of questions gradually decreased. In the end, thanks to Ryuman's confidence, the resolution was passed without any issues. After the meeting, Gaeong Lok smiled and complimented him. You, the major shareholder, did a great job today. You spoke confidently, not showing any signs of nervousness. Ryuman humbly replied, haha, practicing a few times at home wasn't in vain. Then he placed his hand on his chest and pledged, I'll take care of developing the website and setting up the system. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. However, Ryuman had noticed the ulterior motive behind it. They probably worried that if he died, they would lose access to the prophet. Gyeong Lok continued with the invitation. You must be hungry by now, let's have lunch at the hotel. This time, you didn't refuse. Yeah, sounds good, you felt a little relieved. So the things that needed to be done today were finished. Ryuman started planning his next steps. Now, there's just one last thing to do, which is to use the Yellow King Ongmin. That Sunday, the Player Survival Cafe held its regular meeting, and Jia Mi happily waved and greeted. Hello, Popring gloomily replied. Hello, Master Jia Mi. She asked in surprise, why is the atmosphere so gloomy today? What's going on? He looked up and said softly, haven't you heard the news? Master Jia Mi curiously leaned closer to the screen. What news? Poppering provided information that surprised her. We've lost contact with 30-year-old in the honey jar, and since round 5, there's been no news at all. It seems they didn't survive. That feeling didn't last long. Jami frowned in thought. Probably the atmosphere became tense again. Someone had died, but there was still something strange. They had only met through video calls. Why was it so sad? Suddenly, she realized maybe they were trying to look good in front of the president. A familiar image appeared in her mind. The founder of this cafe was clearly a person with a lot of power. Sucking up to the boss is a must in society, especially when the president always feels sad whenever someone dies in the game. Yami covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. If that's the case, I can't fall behind. She began to act. Oh no, 30-year-old honey jam, those two. The other players weren't any different either. Everyone covered their faces and rubbed their eyes. Please don't cry, Jami, you're making me want to cry too. This situation made Jami feel quite uncomfortable. She watched these people take advantage of the opportunity, but that's human nature. At that moment, the system announced a notification. The president had joined the Survival Cafe's designated room. Ti Hui quickly sensed something unusual. What's going on? Why does everyone look so gloomy? La Xiak sighed and reported, the president is like this. Upon hearing this, Ti Hui was heartbroken and covered his mouth. How could this happen? At least the others are still alive. He closed his eyes, trying to suppress his emotion. But problems kept piling up, and now we only have 6 members left in the management team. Raised his hand and suggested, President, can't we take advantage of this opportunity to recruit new management? Ti Hui spoke in a low tone. I'd like that too, but there are no suitable candidates, right? The ones who applied earlier haven't been heard from either. Lost Jack still had no updates from the 3 people he had interviewed earlier. He answered sadly, no sir, I've called them many times but no one picks up. Ti Hui turned his face away angrily. Then they've probably died in round 5. La Xiak then revealed the important information he had. I'm not sure about the other 2, but the Black Crow is still alive. As you've seen the results of round 5, right? A strong person like that wouldn't just survive in the game, they'd be fine in real life too. Ti Hui quietly stared at the leaderboard on the system screen, where the Black Crow still held the top spot. Then why did he submit an application and disappear without a trace? This question made his mind spin, feeling stuck. I don't know about that. Brad scratched his head in frustration. Could he just be messing with us? Paul Pauling presented another theory, full of doubts. Maybe from the beginning, he wasn't really the Black Crow. We haven't heard anything because he probably died in round 5. One person in the group nodded in agreement. Paul Boring's reasoning makes sense. Ti Hui frowned, considering the possibility of impersonation. That seems plausible. Jami remained silent, but her gaze was full of contemplation. Himbo sighed with a smirk. Right, a big shot like the Black Crow would join a no-name cafe like this. His body suddenly stiffened, cold sweat dripping as he realized he had misspoken. Wait a minute, the 3 others stared at him. Their expressions were very different, but they all looked at him with suspicious eyes. Ti Hui was the first to react. His voice remained calm but carried an edge. Did you just say a no-name cafe? Can you explain what you mean by a no-name cafe? Humble stuttered in fear. I meant. His face turned serious, his sharp eyes fixed on him. This cafe is a place where players gather and lead the new era. Seems like you have a problem with this cafe. The tension in his voice rose. Kill Bayan Ming. The man paled, trying to salvage the situation. President, I didn't mean that at all. Humble panicked and cried out, what? Ti Hui mercilessly declared, then you are permanently banned from this cafe. Now is the time we need unity, not someone who disrespects the cafe. I can't accept someone like you as a member. The man paled, trying to salvage the situation. President, but Ti Hui had already decided. Humble will be blacklisted from now on. You better learn to adapt. Instantly, Humble's window vanished and a system notification appeared. The system announced that the moderator had removed Ham Bo Mi Ok Bang from the chatroom. Once done, Ti Hyun quickly returned, wearing his familiar calm demeanor. Alright, now that the dissenters are gone, let's continue the meeting. The room grew quiet and the remaining members responded hesitantly, their voices faltering. "Ah yes," suddenly Loshiak flinched as if he had just noticed something. He asked Han concerned, "Loshiak, what's the matter?" He hesitated, his voice faltering in shock upon discovering someone had just applied to join under the in-game nickname Black Ball. That name left the other three stunned. None of them could believe their eyes. The elder asked skeptically. Black Ball applied again. Loscha checked and reported, "Yes, Chairman, but this time the real name is different. The applicant this time is Hong Yang-min." After a moment of thought, Taehyun decided to visit him in person. He carefully explained, "We can't be sure without meeting directly. But what if it's fake?" "What should we do, Chairman?" Taehyun hesitated. After a pause, he replied, his gaze sharper than ever. "He'll pay the price for daring to face us." At the same time, in a dark computer room, only the glow of the screen revealed a figure leaning against a chair. Ryu Min crossed his arms, coldly analyzing the situation as he realized another impersonator of Black Ball had appeared. He slowly spun in his chair, speculating that the Phone C3 administrators wouldn't leave it alone. They'd find an excuse to interview him at his home. That address was exactly the one he had given for Hong Yang-min. He stood, stepping slowly through the cramped room. The way they forced others to end lives and turn civilians into slaves was wrong. Such cruelty only divided players and civilians, ultimately leading to destruction. His voice lowered. Heavy yet resolute, he thought, "I can't just stand by. It's better to eliminate the administrators entirely, then take control of the organization myself." Sooner or later, Phone C3 would grow into a giant force, with over 30% of domestic players as members. He soberly weighed the pros and cons, realizing that instead of destroying the group, using the organization to control the player community would be far more beneficial. That's why he had applied to join Phone C3 from the start. Ryu Min thought, "Once I use Hong Yang-min to overthrow the administrators, I'll take the chairman's seat." Saying this, he removed his hat and coat and quietly left the computer room. The main door chimed, signaling a visitor. The owner sat behind the reception, absorbed in reading the newspaper, unaware of the newcomer. Dalian began to greet him, but his words were cut off when a coarse black cloth bag was thrown forcefully onto the counter. Young-min was covered head to toe in black clothing, a mask concealing his face like a robber. "Put all the cash in here." If he didn't want to die, the old man stammered, trembling, "Why you, player?" His eyes darkened instantly. A cold glare swept through, freezing the atmosphere. Eyebrows furrowed, face tense. His patience had run out. He ground his teeth and slammed his fist onto the table. A shattering sound rang out. The tabletop immediately broke into pieces. "What else is left, you fool?" "Think I'm joking?" Yang Min shouted, revealing his anger. "Hurry up, do you want your skull crushed?" Dalian tried to stay calm, heart racing. Hands shaking, holding the bag. "I'll do it now." He hurriedly stuffed the money into the bag and handed it over. "Here." Around Young Min, darkness questioning, "Is that all?" Dalian lowered his head and explained, "The lottery is temporarily suspended, so business has been slow lately. We also sell a few convenience items." He stepped closer, voice icy. "Did I ask for those? I know there's a hidden compartment behind." "Bring it out now." Dalian quickly turned and complied. Move now." A moment later he returned. The bag bulged, packed with cash almost too full to close. Young Min was momentarily satisfied, calculating silently. "About 10 million, that's enough." Before leaving, he turned his head, eyes icy, glaring down the old man's spine. A dry warning, "Try calling the police. I'll escape and deal with you myself." The old man froze, not daring to resist. Once done, he quickly left the scene. Young Min hurriedly ran through the narrow alleys of the silent city. Only when he was sure he was no longer being followed did he pull his hood down, revealing his sweat-drenched face. He took a deep breath, feeling as if a heavy mask had been lifted. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. "Hey, today's a pretty good haul. This should be enough to last me the whole month." But the joy didn't last long. His face quickly turned serious, his eyes darkening. "In the real world, I can still manage, but what about the other world? Will I survive the next round?" His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. "It's all that bastard's fault. Because of him, I lost a friend. My stats also dropped terribly." Anger flared up and he couldn't hold it back, shouting into the night, "It's all that bastard's fault." A stray cat darted past a low wall, startling Young Min. He froze, his heart racing, looking around. He slowed his pace, feeling as though someone was watching him. "That damn bastard. As soon as I run into him in real life, I'll cut him in half right there." The surroundings were quiet, only dim lights flickering. Only a few dim window lights remained. Young Min hoisted the bag of money, glancing around quickly, breathing heavily. Just as he turned, his muscles tensed when he saw someone standing in front of the door. Who's there?" His voice soft, no longer as aggressive. Lostja looked up from his phone, the light from the screen casting over his face. He kept a calm gaze, staring directly at Young Min. "You're Hong Young Min, right?" Young Min hesitated, gripping the bag of money tighter, stepping back warily. Sweat started to bead on his temples. He's sure, looking at your reaction, I guess I'm right. The young man asked nervously, who are you, the police? Lostja raised an eyebrow, smiling, half amused and half surprised, then asked, the police? You seem confused for a moment. Then he smirked and said jokingly, ha ha ha, what's this, did you commit some crime? He continued, I'm Lostja, the interview manager for phone C3. You submitted an application earlier today, right? Young Min was startled, then his face shifted to frustration. What the hell is this bastard trying to sell me with this nonsense? Lostja looked at him, even more surprised. Aren't you the black guy? Young Min barked back. You think I'm some black guy? Are you messing with me? Also, what the hell is Finseba? Lostja awkwardly covered his face, embarrassed. Ah, sorry, I'll leave now. Young Min couldn't hold back his anger, shouting, what the hell is going on? At least tell me what's happening. Lostja fell silent for a moment, then answered calmly, someone knows your personal information and is intentionally leaking it. Your name and address match. Young Min angrily shouted, what? Who the hell dares to do that? Suddenly a calm voice cut through the chaos. It was me, I used your name. Both turned to look at the person who had just appeared. Ryumin, wearing a mask, stepped forward with a calm yet imposing presence. Young Min stared at the figure, grinding his teeth, asking, what the hell is this? Who is this crazy bastard? Do you know me? Ryumin smiled, of course I do. Young Min suspiciously asked, then who the hell are you? Ryumin coldly smiled, his hand suddenly enveloped in mana, a huge scythe appearing in his grip. Does this give you your answer? Lostja saw the scythe and his expression immediately darkened. That scythe is ridiculously large. Lostja thought to himself, could it really be HOU? But Ryumin doesn't look the way I thought. He's too short, doesn't look like he's 1.7 meters tall at all. Young Min sensed the strong aura of the person before him and was sure this was Hako. The body's a bit different, but that aura and gaze are unmistakable. Young Min took a few steps back, his legs shaking in fear. The black guy has come to find him in real life. He didn't understand why Ryumin was here or why he was using his name. They shouldn't be involved, right? Young Min felt the presence of the weapon as an ominous sign. Bringing a weapon here means something bad is coming. Lostja watched Young Min tremble, now certain this was the black guy. Lostja thought, but just then Ryumin spoke again, startling him. You didn't come here alone, did you? Come out, I know they're here. Lostja was surprised, his face turning pale. He knows, and the other officers are here too. Two figures in the shadows revealed themselves, Poppering and Brett, cautiously eyeing Ryumin, whispering quietly. They've been spotted. Ryumin raised his scythe in front as a warning, signaling coldly not to advance unless they wanted to die. We've been found. How does he know we're here? Don't come any closer unless you want to die. Hearing this, Greg couldn't help but laugh in contempt. Hey, small guy with a big mouth. At this moment, Paul Pauling stepped forward and asked seriously, just by looking at this, you know already, right? Ryumin replied faintly and waved his scythe in front. Poppering, still cautious, slowly spoke. I heard you use a scythe as your main weapon, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Just seeing a scythe isn't enough to convince me. Ryumin didn't care whether Poppering believed him, replying coldly. If you don't believe, why are you asking? Poppering replied lightly, I just want to hear it straight from your mouth. Ryumin looked directly at him and slowly said, fine, I'm Hack Cow, satisfied, just came out today. A notification appeared in Poppering's mind, confirming Ryumin's words were true. Seeing Poppering's face fall, Brett approached and whispered, what did he say? Paul Pauling replied nervously, he told the truth. Lashiak broke into a cold sweat. He wanted not to believe it, but it was true. Grace was even more terrified now. Earlier he had scolded Ryumin, now Jun seemed lost, unsure what to do, even thinking about kneeling to apologize. After hesitating, Brett went up to Ryumin and flattered him. Sir Hat Cow, it's an honor. But before he finished, Ryumin coldly interrupted. Stop the questioning, do you want to check if I'm really Hat Cow? Exactly, then confirm it yourself. These words made Brett's face pale. Did you hear the message? You can't escape this, just apologize first. So Brett hurriedly bowed and apologized. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier, Sir Hat Cow, but Ryumin didn't want to hear it, cutting him off coldly. Don't apologize anymore, you don't want to check if I'm really Hat Cow. Poppering saw him about to act and tried to stop him. You don't need to show your strength. The information has been verified. I just said the name, right? I have an ancient script related to it. But before he could finish, Ryumin coldly cut him off. Enough, if you block my attack, it'll be like nothing happened earlier. Brett panicked and begged, please Sir Hat Cow, just this once, spare me. Now I'll start, but Ryumin didn't hear a word. He let out a cold sound, then acted directly. Brett's head was severed from his neck, terrifying Young Min and Lashiak. Lashiak angrily bit his lip, muttering, damn it, what is this bastard? He couldn't even see Ryumin swing the scythe. Paul Pauling was also terrified now. Lashiak couldn't hold back, aggressively demanding, Sir Hat Cow, what are you doing? Ryumin answered frankly. What do you mean? I'm proving I'm really Hat Cow with my skill. Lashiak bit his lip in frustration, disbelieving. I said there's no need to do that anymore. Of course, they came here to recruit you, but a crazy killer wouldn't give a warning. And if they intend to invite you as an officer, that's not allowed. Poppering thought the same, inviting Hat Cow as an ally. That's too dangerous. If they can't manipulate Ryumin, they need to kill you right here. But importantly, Ryumin at level 40 is not easy. They would have to pretend to surrender to lower your guard and ambush. But their plan failed because Ryumin quickly realized. He spoke coldly, nonsense, you're clearly emitting an aura. You think I didn't notice? Poppering flinched, murmuring uneasily. What are you talking about? Ryumin repeated coldly, you're planning to kill me. Poppering shook his head, denying it. Impossible, how could we think of killing you? But before he could finish, Ryumin spoke again. Lucky that you pretended to surrender like this, then planned to ambush me. Am I right? After speaking, he glanced at Lashiak behind, startling him backward. But Ryumin didn't care. He continued, do you know why I used Hong Eung-min's name and address to register? Because I wanted to meet your officers. These words shocked Lashiak, who asked incredulously, Us, what do you want to do? Shrugging indifferently, Ryumin replied lightly, simple, you will die by my hands. Poppering grew increasingly fearful, needing to buy time. Buying time is the best strategy, but before he could do anything, he widened his eyes in horror seeing Lashiak fall, blood spilling across the floor. Poppering's face turned pale. From the start, Ryumin had lured them here to kill them. But Poppering didn't understand, he aggressively demanded, why, what do you hate us for? Ryumin did not respond but swung the scythe at his neck. He opened his mouth, asking sternly, do I have a grudge against you? Killing innocent people under the guise of a tomb exam. Hearing this, Poppering's face went from pale green to white, trembling, mumbling, that matter. How do you know Ryumin doesn't care about him? Who cold spoke, especially during interviews with officers. They were forced to kill innocent civilians one by one. Poppering, dissatisfied, retorted, they weren't innocent. He insisted the people killed weren't innocent civilians. Even if they were lowly, they dared to insult the players. Pauling spoke up. Those people were double-standard types, they deserved to die. Ryumin snorted lightly, coldly saying, luckily, you're strict with others but lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? Pauling was angered by this remark. Pressing his lips, Pauling muttered, you don't know anything about me. But Ryumin smiled coldly, replying, yet why wouldn't I? You can see through everything with true purpose. Ryumin said no more, raising the scythe and sending Poppering to eternity. He was just a mindless killer taking innocent lives. Deserved to die, Ryumin felt no pity. After dealing with the other two, he turned to look behind. Eung-min was trembling, his face drained of color. Ryumin smirked, saying, don't be afraid, I'll help you reunite with your friends soon. These words terrified Eung-min to the point of wetting himself. Han-jun asked, how do you know my friend? Ryumin replied coldly. Why wouldn't I? We've been together before. More accurately, I was the one dragged around by your group. Eung-min looked at him in confusion, mumbling, what? Seeing this reaction, Ryumin chuckled softly. You don't know who I am. He said this while removing his mask. Revealing his real face, Ryumin smirked. It's me, Ryumin, the one you used to bully. Eung-min's face instantly turned pale, eyes filled with disbelief. What Ryumin? Recalling the past, he had beaten Ryumin like a dog. Eun-min still couldn't combine the image of his arm being chopped off in the game. This feeling haunted him. When Ryumin saw his reaction, she couldn't help but sneer. You don't believe it. You really don't recognize me as Hako. However, Eun-min still stood still, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ryumin continued to laugh and said, I get it, just last year you beat me up badly. At this moment, Eun-min finally looked up, stared at him and questioned, who are you really? Have you been deceiving me all this time? Why are you pretending to be the loser? Ryumin just shrugged, indifferent, and sneered. What are you saying? When have I ever been a loser? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the scythe down. What was inside Eung-min was shattered, money flying everywhere. His arm was also severed, causing him to collapse and tremble. Ryumin didn't care. Ryumin coldly sneered, being called a loser by someone like you really pisses me off. The pain made Eun-min scream nonstop. Ryumin grew impatient and coldly said, shut up, or you might lose your tongue too. His words made Eun-min's screams abruptly stop. Seeing this, Ryumin nodded in satisfaction. Good, you're learning. I'll bandage you up, Ryumin continued. You lost an arm, but it doesn't matter, you're going to die anyway. Saying that, he used his healing skill to treat Eun-min's wound. Seeing the wound stop bleeding, Eun-min panicked. Once he stabilized, he shakily muttered, are you really the Ryumin I knew? Ryumin clicked his tongue, pouted, and answered, no, the Ryumin you knew is no longer here. Goodbye. As he spoke, he raised his scythe, ready to finish him off. Eun-min saw this and fearfully shouted, wait, hold on, Ryumin paused for a moment as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Eun-min quickly begged, I bullied you a lot, right? I was wrong. I regret it so much. Please don't kill me. Ryumin furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, really? Yes, yes. Eun-min nodded repeatedly. He continued to hurriedly explain, killing me won't benefit you, right? Use me. Rumen looked at him, narrowing his eyes, and asked suspiciously, use you, how? Ian Min thought for a moment and then answered, well, I'll be your personal servant. I'll do anything for you now. Rumen pondered, and Ian Min was overjoyed. However, his happiness didn't last long. Rumen coldly spoke. No, that's still not enough. Ian Min froze. Rumen continued, you're still thinking of stabbing me in the back, aren't you? That servant act is just to buy time and find a chance to kill me. It left Ian Min stunned, and he stammered, what are you saying? On the outside he said that, but inside, he cursed Rumen countless times. Rumen was not surprised, knowing exactly what he was thinking, and coldly spoke. A stray dog dares to bite its master. I can't let it stay by my side. Your value is gone now. Ian Min heard this and panicked, shouting loudly, wait, please, give me a chance. But before he could finish, Rumen swung the scythe at him. The scythe severed Ian Min's head. Rumen coldly spoke, I already gave you a chance in the previous round. Rumen still lacked experience. He had been deceived by Ian Min's sweet words and spared his life. What was the result? A stab in the back. Rumen thought back and realized he had been too weak back then, letting Ian Min deceive him. But now everything was different. Rumen looked at Ian Min's body on the ground coldly, muttering softly, goodbye, you bastard. The dirty relationship between him and Ian Min had come to an end. Thinking of this, Rumen sighed in relief, and then began to use his skills to erase all traces. In an instant, the body and the pool of blood on the floor vanished. After finishing everything, Rumen put away the scythe and slowly walked down the hallway, heading towards Ian Min's house. A moment later, in the Fuzz Ziba Guild's chatroom, Jami entered and waved at everyone. Welcome, guild leader. Hyen was startled when she saw her, quickly speaking up, you're here. Jami asked slowly, looks like the interview with the black fish is over. But where are the other officers? Hyen sighed and replied seriously. They're all dead. They came to the interview and were killed. This statement made Jami panic, exclaiming, who would dare do such a thing? After speaking, she suddenly remembered something, furrowed her brows, and wondered if Hyen could guess her thoughts. He nodded, confirming it. He said he was looking for members of our cafe. Hearing this, Jami's face immediately turned pale. Trembling, she asked, so Sabaru Jomtang and Paparin have both? Hyen replied calmly, yes, they were all killed by him alone. Jami asked in surprise, why, what did they do wrong? Hyen shook his head and sighed. A killer doesn't need a reason, maybe he did it just for his own satisfaction. He continued speculating, maybe he hates seeing them grow more powerful. Jami pondered, some people always want to take what's better than what they have. Could it really be just envy? If that's the case, she told herself, they must destroy Hack Cow. Thinking of that, she tapped her hand on the table and slowly said, the cafe invitation was just a trap to lure officers. Hyen nodded in agreement. He thinks so too. Jami, angry, laughed sarcastically. I once hoped to meet Hack Cow someday. She continued scolding, but he's a psycho, our enemy. Luckily we didn't make him an officer, otherwise it would have been over. Hyen sighed, indeed he could have taken my head too. Now Hack Cow is clearly their enemy. He said they must find him and avenge those who fell. Hearing this, Jami worriedly muttered, but how can we be sure it's really Hack Cow, not an imposter? Hyen spoke up, there's a witness already, you can ask Lashiak for more detail. As soon as he finished, Lashiak appeared, nodding faintly. The conversation continued among the three, and after a while they finally stopped. The discussion among the three carried on for a while before ending. Hyen spoke first, then see you at the next regular meeting. Jami and Lashiak also said goodbye. Hyen left the conversation, and Lashiak also said goodbye before departing. Jami said see you next time. She nodded slightly in response. Yes, you must be tired today, rest and take care of yourself. Lashiak replied briefly before ending the conversation. The face on the screen suddenly changed to Rumen. He had used a disguise to appear as Lashiak and infiltrated the Fon C3 chat room. He removed the disguise, revealing his real face. Rumen sighed in relief. Luckily they didn't notice, acting is really suited to me. The assassin mask was the reward from the 5th attack round. If you need a special item, this is an ideal choice. It can transform into the appearance of a slain player, a huge advantage. No assassination is easier than betrayal from an ally. Actually, Rumen wanted to kill the chairman and impersonate him, but the assassin mask had no effect on him. Chairman Fon C3, Hyen, is not a player. It's ironic that the head of a player-only organization isn't a player. Moreover, there's a player named Jami very close to him, and he can't confront her strength right now. Therefore, Rumen decided to avoid senior members until he finds a way to deal with them. He will continue acting as Lashiak via video chat to monitor the situation. After finishing everything, Rumen opened the door and left the building, but his mind kept thinking about the situation. They might not look for Lashiak until the next meeting, so he will use this time to restore the Eternal Orb. He realized he might have to go abroad to complete the task. In Cotswolds, England, inside a small house in the woods, the sound of a hammer rang continuously. He dipped the metal in water, then quickly withdrew it, the tip of the sword sharpened. He continued working until the short sword was finished. Then he suddenly sighed. What's the use of making these? Can't sell them. Since the angels appeared, customers have been decreasing. I've tried my best, but my account is now depleted. Being a blacksmith has been his lifelong dream, but now he has no other choice. Suddenly, he remembered something and excitedly said, "Now that I think about it, they say if you get past round 20, your wish will come true." Russell immediately stood up, thrilled. That's right, he couldn't give up blacksmithing. Kids are for later, a man must have ambition. He believed he could make it through the final round to achieve his wish. Even in another world, he continued blacksmithing. Indeed, this was fate. Blacksmithing isn't combat-focused, but with his current skills, he was confident he could manage and obtain a level 20 weapons skill. Still, he had to reach round 20, and time flew by quickly. His spirit sank again. Getting past the round was one thing, but money was another. He didn't even have money for materials. Thinking this, he sighed and decided to rest until he had enough money to buy supply. Once he had the money, he would return to the hut and continue as a hobby. So Russell began tidying up the small house. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the door. Hearing footsteps, he turned to look. It was Ryumin carrying a large bag. Russell quietly observed him and noticed he was Asian. He frowned and asked, "What's going on? Are you lost?" Ryumin didn't answer but smiled and asked, "Are you Apprentice Daniel, the young blacksmith famous across the land?" Russell panicked and asked, "Who are you?" Ryumin smiled at his reaction and said, "I found the right person." Russell watched him warily and hesitated, asking, "How did you hear about me?" Ryumin shook his head and replied, "I didn't hear, I saw." This astonished Russell, who silently nodded as Ryumin spoke plainly. "I am a prophet, I can see the future." Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but laugh. A prophet spouting nonsense on the first meeting. Before he could speak, Ryumin coldly interrupted. Level 21, blacksmith profession and region name is Seo Aaron. Russell froze. He could guess the level and profession, but the region name too. Could he really be a prophet? He hesitated, asking, "Can you truly see the future?" Ryumin nodded without hesitation. Russell spoke with doubt. "I've never heard of a profession like that." He laughed and Ryumin calmly explained, "It's rare, so it's understandable you don't know, but it's unique, only one person can possess it. Prophecy is one of them." Russell slowly believed him. He asked suspiciously, "Why would someone so extraordinary come here?" Ryumin replied slowly, "Russell, I'm here to make a deal. I just need you to use your repair skill to fix an item. Once done, I'll give you useful information." Russell asked skeptically, "Useful information?" Ryumin answered plainly, "Yes, information about the next round." Russell stiffened. Knowing the next round in advance would greatly help in passing it. But just fixing one item to get information about round 6, a huge reward for such little effort. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "You really will give me round 6 information just for restoring an item's durability, nothing else?" Hearing this, Ryumin felt moved. If he accepted too easily, Ryumin would be disappointed. He spoke slowly, "To be honest, I want to get closer to you." This shocked Russell. He asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Ryumin explained slowly, "I've seen the future. You reached the peak as a blacksmith and survived to round 15 without help. But that's the end point. After that, no future remains, a tragic outcome." Russell fell silent, but immediately Ryumin smiled gently and said, "But I can help you. If you cooperate, you'll not only grow faster but also surpass round 15. You could continue pursuing your dream blacksmithing career." This moved Russell, who pursed his lips, thinking deeply. Finally, he asked suspiciously, "What do you want from me?" Ryumin answered sincerely, "Nothing major. Just mutual assistance." Russell, the only blacksmith to survive to round 15, knew maintaining a good relationship with such a talent would be very beneficial. "It just looks like you're deep in thought. Or would you like me to help you make a decision right now?" "I've thought about it." Ryumin spoke slowly, "What I'm asking isn't much. Just repair my equipment when necessary and use some skills on me. In return, I will provide you with information for the next round." That's what you said. With this, Russell could take advantage of things that were easily overlooked and quickly grow stronger. After listening, Russell stayed silent, still feeling unsure. He didn't need to overthink this offer, but he was still hesitant about whether he should trust the other person. Based on the way Ryumin spoke, he seemed sincere, but caution was still advised. After a while of hesitation, Russell spoke up, "I appreciate that you trust me, but I can't be sure yet. Can I decide whether to continue the deal after seeing the result of round 6? Ryumin nodded without much thought, "It's up to you. I'm not asking for any contract." Hearing this, Russell happily suggested, "Then let me repair your item first. After that, I'll get the round 6 information." "All right," Ryumin nodded slightly and took out a string of beads. It was an untuck bead necklace, an epic tier item with only one durability left. Since it needed durability restored, he he could only hand it to Russell for repair. Russell immediately took it and began the repairs. After a short while he returned it to Ryumin and said, "Here, it's fixed." Ryumin was a bit surprised to take it back. Indeed, it had been fully repaired, with the durability of the Untuck necklace now at 1,000. At that moment, Ryumin smiled in satisfaction. "Great, now you can start accumulating again." On the other side, Russell was also very pleased. He wasn't sure what kind of necklace it was, but it must have been a good item for Ryumin to repair it to continue using. From the way Russell spoke, it was clear he didn't know the details about the item, and Ryumin considered it a private matter, so he deliberately didn't read into it. At this point, Ryumin spoke slowly. "Thank you, you've fully restored the durability." Hearing this, Russell hesitated and asked, "Will you give me the round 6 information now?" "Of course," Ryumin nodded, then started telling him about round 6. Ryumin nodded slightly and began to explain the details of round 6. After hearing this, Russell couldn't help but murmur with worry, "If that's true, it's best for me to gather strong allies." Ryumin also nodded in agreement. "Yes, the monsters will be pretty strong." Russell felt everything was settled and quickly said, "Then let's consider our transaction for now complete." Before he could finish, Ryumin interrupted, "By the way, can you sell me an item? Black iron powder, you have it, right?" Hearing this, Russell was shocked as Ryumin even guessed the exact item he had. Seeing him silent, Ryumin asked again, "Will you sell me the black iron powder?" It seemed like Russell was looking for a job to cover material costs. "I'll pay well." Even knowing Russell was looking for work surprised him. This truly amazed him. He couldn't help but say, "That's incredible, now I believe you're a prophet. To be honest, I had doubts you might be using some trick." "I'm sorry," Ryumin didn't mind, casually saying, "No need to apologize, I'm just saying what I see. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Russell furrowed his brow, thinking for a while before slowly speaking. "I'll give you the black iron powder." This statement made Ryumin stunned. Russell pursed his lips and explained, "I feel like I've received more from you than I've given. I'm not that shameless, take it." After speaking, Russell handed Ryumin a bag containing the black iron powder, and a faint magical aura could be felt emanating from it. Ryumin seemed somewhat awkward. Could it be that Russell is giving me this rare item for free? Black iron powder was a material used to craft god-tier items. Moreover, he surely didn't know it would be very hard to obtain before round 11. Ryumin should have been the one saying thank you. Thinking this, Ryumin spoke up. "Are you sure it's okay to give me this?" Russell smiled and replied, "It's fine, honestly I don't even know what it's for, only you. The prophet would know its true value. Since you personally asked for it, it must be important." But Russell wasn't curious anymore. He'd already received help, and asking for more would be greedy. At the same time, Ryumin silently praised Russell for his good character and slipped a bag into his hand, leaving him very confused. Ryumin slowly said, "Open this." Russell hesitantly opened the bag. Inside was a money pouch, and Russell felt like he was holding something very heavy, his hands shaking. Ryumin smiled and explained, "It's 20,000 pounds in total. I feel uncomfortable receiving something for free, so this should cover your material costs." "Right, of course," Russell nodded slightly. "With this, you won't need to find another job." He hugged the money bag, grinning like a fool. After considering for a moment, he hesitantly asked, "But is it okay to accept this much money?" Ryumin gently shook his head and said, "It's listed at that price, so don't worry, just take it." He mentioned that the money wasn't just for buying materials. Hearing this, Russell asked, confused, "Huh?" Ryumin slowly explained, "Open a foreign stock account and invest half of it in Korean stocks." RASO became more and more confusing. Ryumin patiently explained that the company was called Player Press and said, "I'm not forcing you, but this is a company on the verge of exploding." He emphasized that if he invested, Russell wouldn't need to worry about material costs anymore and said, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Russell hesitated for a moment. After a while, he nodded. "Since it's the advice of a prophet, I'll trust it." Ryumin smiled and said, "Then I wish you good luck in the next round. May I give you my number?" Russell nodded without hesitation, but when exchanging numbers, he didn't know Ryumin's name and awkwardly asked, I forgot to ask your name." Ryumin straightforwardly replied, "Just call me Ryu." A few days later, Ryumin was teleported to a vast desert. Shortly after, many other players appeared. Looking at the vast desert, the players chatted excitedly. "Is this the desert area? What kind of mission drops us in a place like this?" They didn't know. But Ryumin understood that round 6 was a collaboration round, so he needed to find someone to team up with, starting with Yuri. Besides Yuri, Ryumin didn't need anyone else, but he still needed 3 more to complete a 5-person team. At that moment, a voice called from behind, and Ryumin immediately turned around. He saw Yuri running towards him, waving. She cheerfully asked, "Long time no see, how have you been?" Ryumin didn't respond, muttering in suspicion. Yuri laughed, "Has it really been that long? It's been a month since we last met." The players around them curiously looked at them, wondering who Yuri was and why she was speaking so casually to a top ranker. Some recognized Yuri, who had been ranked second in the previous round and was now friendly with a top player. This made others envious. Yuri didn't mind, still cheerfully asking Ryumin, "Did you defeat the last bug in the previous round?" Ryumin casually replied, "HMPH." Yuri admired, "You handled it so fast despite the tight time." She asked, "So you completed the side mission to collect balance stones too?" Ryumin candidly admitted, "Yeah, but I won't tell you what the reward was." Yuri was stunned. She asked incredulously, "How did you know I was about to ask too?" Ryumin calmly replied, "You can tell just by looking." Julie also looked up at Ryumin, smiling. "I've felt that way for a while." She said, "You really have a sharp eye." Ryumin seemed slightly confused, and even Yuri felt embarrassed. She quickly said, "Was that embarrassing? Sorry." Ryumin shook his head and smiled. "There's no need to apologize, and thanks for the compliment." Yuri smiled again, feeling a bit sentimental. He found her to be caring at times, and at other times captivating, truly an interesting person. While the two were talking, Sang-chun and Arin appeared, seeing a girl next to Ryumin. Arin asked in surprise, "Who is that?" They quickly approached Ryumin, and Sang-chun cheerfully said, "Long time no see." Arin hesitantly asked, "Is this person your companion?" Ryumin was not happy and coldly replied, "I don't see any reason to tell you." Arin realized she had made a mistake and quickly nodded, "Ah, of course." Inside, she was confused. Earlier he had smiled, but now he seemed irritated with her. While Arin was thinking, Ryumin suspiciously asked, "Anyway, what brings you here?" Arin was startled and didn't know how to respond. Seeing her reaction, Ryumin understood. She came because the prophecy said to form a team with him. After a moment, Sang-chun hesitantly said, "To be honest, we wanted to team up with you." Ryumin pretended not to know and asked again, "Team up with me?" Sang-chun nodded slightly. "We know we'll just be a burden to you, but we'll do our best not to drag you down." Ryumin pretended to think, not answering immediately. In reality, these two were just numbers to form the team. But what if you choose your own team instead of others? Mr. Locke will have a better view of Hat Cow. Ryumin didn't answer immediately, so Sang-chun continued. "We're not asking to join your team for free. I have information about round 6. If you take us, I'll share that info with you." Hearing this, Ryumin's eyes immediately narrowed. Was he trying to trade information? He needed to test them a bit. He thought for a moment, then pretended not to care, shaking his head. "No need." Sang-chun panicked at this. Not knowing round 6 strategy in advance would be an advantage, wouldn't it? Ryumin replied calmly, "I always do things my own way. I don't rely on unreliable information." Seeing that he wasn't interested, Sang-chun grew even more flustered. He wanted to say something, but before he could, Ryumin spoke coldly. "So where did you get that information?" "From whom?" The sudden question startled Sang-chun. He stammered, unable to answer. Seeing this, Ryumin continued, "Can't say, even if I take you into the team." After hesitating, Sang-chun finally bowed his head and shouted, "Sorry." Ryumin couldn't hide his satisfaction. Ryumin looked at him and said, not willing to reveal the prophecy, "You're more discreet than I thought, not bad at all." While Ryumin was thinking, Sang-chun spoke up. Then, but before he could finish, Ryumin cut in, "I'll let you join the team." This confused Sang-chun. Ryumin slowly explained, "Because you didn't reveal your source, I think you're trustworthy. I hate people who can't keep their mouths shut." Sang-chun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, if he mentioned the prophecy, he might have drawn attention immediately. Both Sang-chun finally thanked Ryumin. Ryumin just pointed to Yuri and introduced, "This is a buffer who made a contract with me." Sang-chun was surprised. A contract and a buffer. Meanwhile, Arin wondered how they had met. After thinking for a moment, she decided to greet. "Hello, I'm Seo Aaron, nice to meet you." Yuri nodded in return. "Ah yes, I'm Minjuri." Just after speaking, she suddenly realized something and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, you're not actress Seo Aaron, are you?" Arin smiled. "I just changed my face to look like her, right?" "No, this is my real face." Hearing this, Yuri brightened up, hugging Arin. "I really like Omi Destiny. That was my father's favorite movie, and you were his favorite actress in it." Arin felt a little embarrassed by her excitement, but politely said, "Really? Thank you for thinking well of me." Ignoring the two girls, Sang-chun hesitantly asked, "So you really don't trust round 6? Ryumin replied calmly, "I don't need it, don't waste your words on me. I don't want to owe anyone." "Ah, if you think so, fine then." Sang-chun nodded slightly. "I just want to repay you by giving some information if you're going the wrong way. At least I'll give a small tip." After thinking a bit, Sang-chun went to Yuri and asked, "Minjuri, you said your profession is a buffer. What is that?" Yuri hurriedly explained, "It's a profession that enhances stats. I'll show everyone later." Hearing this, Arin also added, "I also have something similar. My summoned creature, a fairy, can create a shield." Yuri got excited. "Wow, a fairy?" Arin nodded slightly. "I'll show everyone later too." Sang-chun was left aside by the two. After a while, Yuri turned to him and said, "Nice to meet you." Sang-chun smiled and introduced, "I'm in Sang-chun." Yuri glanced at Ryumin in the distance, then asked Sang-chun, "I think you already know Hako." Sang-chun nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right, Hako once saved both of our lives." Yuri grew even more impressed. "And saved people in danger too, her eyes certainly don't deceive her." Just then an angel appeared in the sky. She smirked. Welcome, humans. Over the past month, have you rested well? This round has 1,110 participants, a perfect number. Seeing her, all the players looked up. Priscilla flapped her wings twice. She spoke lightly. Let's get straight to the point. In an instant, window panels appeared in front of the players. The main task of round 6 is to defeat a boss within 6 hours. As this appeared, chatter erupted. Only Ryumin remained calm. Priscilla, not noticing, continued smiling. Don't worry. After all, you can't defeat one on your own. Hearing this, the players asked each other, can't defeat it. So what should we do? Priscilla smirked. Clearly, you must fight together. That's why they prepared a special tool, the party system. She explained that the party system allows players to form groups to cooperate. They need free players to create a party, and once formed, members are recognized as allies and cannot damage each other. Hearing this, one person breathed a sigh of relief, feeling no longer worried about being ambushed from behind. However, their joy was short-lived. Priscilla continued explaining that only members of the same party cannot harm each other. In party, experience and gold from monsters are shared equally, regardless of who lands the finishing blow. But if the distance exceeds 100 meters, rewards will not be shared. Players started discussing how rewards are divided, wondering about experience and gold sharing, but how about item? Priscilla patiently explained that item drops are based on contribution rates. For example, if two players contribute 70% and 30% in a hunt, they have a chance to receive items proportionally, and one person couldn't resist raising their hand to ask. So even with a low contribution, as long as you're lucky, you could still get an item. Priscilla nodded gently. Exactly, even 1% contribution still gives a chance if lucky. Additionally, the system calculates contribution rates based on all factors. Those who deal high damage will increase their contribution rate. But it's not just damage. Players who specialize in buffs are also recognized for their contribution. Hearing this, buff-type players like Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. Priscilla didn't check if they understood, smiling as she said that was the full explanation of the party system. She noted that this mission wasn't too difficult, just defeating one boss, a fairly simple task. Hearing this, Ryumin muttered, thinking that with these angels, everything seemed far too easy. Priscilla shouted, urging humanity to put all effort into defeating the boss this time, emphasizing there were no side quests. Then she vanished from the scene. Players began complaining that this mission was too easy. A boss should have a reason to be called a boss. They were instructed that to form a party, 5 people must hold hands and shout party formed. Otherwise, progress wouldn't count if not in a party. With 5 hours 59 minutes left for round 6, everyone immediately began forming 5-person party. Sang-chun silently breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that round 6 truly required a 5-person party. Following previous prophecies, they were ready, and Ryumin shook his head as he asked if they could form a party now. Wait, this is a 5-person party. We need more people. Julie worriedly spoke up. Sang-chun thought briefly and suggested picking the strongest member for the final spot. Hako agreed, and everyone else nodded. Ryumin remained silent, waiting for a certain person, thinking it would be convenient if they were nearby. Ryumin could pretend to choose randomly to naturally include that person. Meanwhile, the other players were anxious about forming a party, whispering constantly. They realized that forming a party first was essential. Otherwise, even defeating the Z-boss wouldn't count, and each party needed 5 people. Immediately, they began seeking teammates, some shouting that they were level 20 warriors, asking who wanted to join a party. Many hesitated, thinking if they joined the party, it had to be with Hako. After some hesitation, one person couldn't resist, approached Ryumin and cautiously asked, "Hello, Hat Cow, would you consider joining our party?" Ryumin immediately refused. "No, go away." They didn't dare say more. They turned away, thinking that Ryumin's refusal without pretending to consider meant the chance to latch onto Hat Cow was gone. Ryumin's refusal had a reason. Last round, he accepted anyone just to fill the numbers. This round, he needed to keep people who could grow together. No matter the round, Ryumin always attracted others. While he was thinking, another person approached, but before they could speak, Ryumin chased them off. "Don't bother me, go away." The players didn't give up. Each one who approached was also chased away mercilessly by Ryumin. Unable to join the party, some grew resentful, muttering that it was hard to let one person in, at least hear them out before refusing. They saw someone next to Ryumin, felt jealous, and Sang-chun could anticipate Ryumin's action. "Who are you planning to let take the last empty seat? I think if my president were here, I could confidently nominate him." Yuri thinks that if Ryumin were here, he would fight for the last empty seat, but Ryumin is already standing right in front of her. She just doesn't know that. At that moment, someone arrived from behind, startling Sang-chun. He glanced over and thought to himself, is it this group again? A group was walking toward Ryumin, led by Yang Ho, the person Ryumin had saved. He cheerfully said, we're so happy to see you. Ryumin nodded and said, I'm glad to see you're still alive. I thought you had been eliminated in round 5. Yang Ho laughed and replied, didn't you underestimate me? Watching your battle motivated me to quickly finish my hunt. He laughed and thanked Ryumin. Thanks to you, my friend is also doing well. Just as he finished speaking, a young man named Mankey stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for treating my shoulder. Thanks to you, I've managed to survive until now. Ryumin observed him for a moment before saying, you staked 300 lives on such a fragile body. Mankey quickly replied, it's all thanks to you. You are my lifesaver. Just then Yang Ho suddenly asked, Hako, are you looking for a team? This surprised Ryumin a little. Seeing Ryumin's reaction, Yang Ho explained, don't worry, we're not here to join. Our team has already been formed. Ryumin understood that their team had been formed. Each member had a golden chain on their wrist to prove the bond. After thinking for a moment, Ryumin asked, so I don't need to worry about that, but why come to me? Yang Ho quickly explained, partly to ask you and partly to make a suggestion. Ryumin frowned and asked, a suggestion? Yang Ho nodded and replied, what if we combine my team with yours? They don't want items or experience points. If the boss appears, they'll let you have the first shot. Ryumin seemed a bit confused upon hearing this. Yang Ho noticed and explained, we just want to help, you don't need to worry really. But just as Yang Ho finished speaking, Ryumin coldly said, I decline, which surprised Yang Ho a little. Yang Ho asked in surprise, why? Is it because we would get in your way? Ryumin shook his head and replied, no, it's simply because I dislike unnecessary trouble. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. Yang Ho seemed disappointed and muttered, such a pity, I wanted to lend a hand. Hearing this, Ryumin suddenly spoke up, I'll ask for help if I really need you. Yang Ho's eyes lit up. Will you really do that? Then promise me that you'll tell us if you need help. Ryumin calmly nodded, but Yang Ho insisted that he promise once again, which left him feeling somewhat speechless. Yang Ho's group bowed to Ryumin, saying they would be ready to assist anytime if needed, and then they left. Suddenly, Sang Chun spoke up. Sang Chun said, it's time for you to make a decision. Who will you choose for the last slot? Ryumin replied, I've already decided. Upon hearing this, Ryumin smiled and said, you, the one wearing the hood, come here. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Ryumin pointed in a direction. Everyone quickly turned to look in the direction he pointed. They saw a teenager in a black robe standing not far away. Ryumin coldly spoke, you, the one wearing the hood, come here. His words caused the teen in black to flinch for a moment, then he slowly walked closer. Ryumin looked at the teen and raised an eyebrow, asking, you've been watching me for a while, haven't you? The teen hesitated but still replied, yes. Ryumin asked again, why? The teen answered, because I want to form a team with you. Ryumin continued, what's your level in class? The teen trembled as he replied, level 23, Dark Sorcerer. Ryumin asked casually and didn't really care, then said that it didn't matter and the teen would fill the last spot. His words stunned the teen. Sang Chun's group was equally confused, standing there not knowing what to do. Sang Chun sighed helplessly, wondering why he would pick someone as weak as this. The teen looked very frail, constantly trembling, but Ryumin knew him well. His nickname was Norpin Nojal. One day, Norpin Nojal would become the founder of a religion that worshipped the Black Spear as a god. He would become a devout follower of Ryumin, and creating a bond early would prove very useful later. With this in mind, Ryumin raised his hand and said, all right, let's form the team this way. Everyone, place your hands on each other. Following his words, the group immediately placed their hands together and the team was quickly formed. Chains appeared around their wrists, symbolizing the bond of the 5 members. Norpin Nojal still couldn't believe his eyes. He felt that this was too absurd, not understanding why Ryumin chose him when everyone else had turned their backs. Before this game appeared, since his first year of high school, TCOC had become a target for bullies. He was bullied for no reason, and they treated him like easy prey. The bullies kept taunting him, friends are supposed to get along, right? Don't forget to bring the money. TCOC could only tremble and reply, sorry, I live with my grandmother, I don't have any money. It angered the bully's leader, who gritted his teeth and ordered, then steal it and bring it here, got it? If not, you'll see what I do. Because of you, we're out of money. Do you want me to bury you and your grandmother when you die? At that time, TCOC could only stand still, unable to resist. Those words made TCOC so angry that he wanted to jump up and fight back. You bastards, but TCOC's strength wasn't enough and he was beaten to a pulp. The pain made him want to die. TCOC thought that dying might be easier, but then he thought about his grandmother who was suffering because of him. TCOC had promised to earn money to provide a better life for her. With that resolve, he gritted his teeth and endured. For 3 years, TCOC endured, and everything finally ended when he was about to graduate. But with the appearance of the angels, the great disaster began, and instead of caring for his grandmother, TCOC couldn't find a stable job. Around the end of round 2, when he returned home, he saw the bullies attacking his grandmother. TCOC was furious and woke up in tears. He decided to kill the bullies with dark arrows. As soon as the dark arrows touched their bodies, they immediately began to rot, creating a disgusting scene. The last survivor witnessed this scene, so scared that he pissed his pants, trembling and muttering, "Damn it, don't touch me, you bastard." TCOC changed his class, but in the end, they still died by his hand. Their bodies rotted, but TCOC's pain didn't lessen. Since then, TCOC built a wall around himself and became a stutterer. He was determined to get through the final round to use his wish to save his grandmother. TCOC began to overcome each round one by one. Since changing his class, he had never let go of first place in the region. However, from round 3, the tide began to turn. The top spot has been claimed by Haku. Once, during the battle with Ryumin, Seok had the opportunity to closely observe his abilities. He was greatly surprised. When he defeated the 9 regional representatives in an instant, he wondered if he could be strong enough to save his grandmother. TCOK had always been curious about why Ryumin was so powerful and had wanted to meet him at least once. And now, isn't he standing right in front of Ryumin? Ryumin noticed that Seok was still, so he spoke up. Napin Najin. When he called Seok's name, he startled. Ryumin calmly continued. "We're in a team now, introduce yourself." Upon hearing that, Seok immediately spoke up. "I'm level 23 Dark Mage. My skills are Dark Arrows and Shadow Chain." After speaking, Seok felt a bit strange. Usually, he stuttered when talking to others, but this time he felt no anxiety at all. Could it be because he felt confident in front of Haku? After everyone introduced themselves, Ryumin suggested, "Let's go hunting." Yuri nodded and smiled, "I'll buff everyone." As she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. A blue energy surrounded Sang-chun. This was the blessing skill, increasing all stats by 60% for 3 hours. Then, Yuri also buffed Arin. The attack and movement speed of everyone increased by 60%, lasting for 30 minutes. Sang-chun looked at the stats and couldn't hide his astonishment. "What's this? My stats increased by 60%. Arin also nodded in agreement. Attack and movement speed also increased by 60%. TCO felt like there was some system malfunction here. After a while, Sang-chun seemed to understand and laughed. "So that's why Haku is with Yuri. She's amazing, the support." Hearing this, Arin looked at Ryumin, but he just stood there calm. Yuri, happy to be complimented, laughed and said, "Hee, it's nothing." Arin couldn't stand it and said, "I'll use a summon to buff everyone too." As soon as she finished, she summoned her spirit. Upon seeing them, Yuri couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a spirit? They're so cute." Arin smiled and replied, "Before, they could only create shields and couldn't fight, but when I reached level 20, I could summon 2 of them, and they started using magic to attack." With that, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, the rocks around her gathered into one spot. Arin smiled and explained, "And when I reached level 20, I could also summon this golem. The golem doesn't have any buffs, but it will draw the attention of monsters." Yuri was impressed and remarked, "A support and a tank, how wonderful." Arin didn't pay attention to her comment. She glanced over at Ryumin, wanting him to see her usefulness and hoping for praise. But Ryumin coldly spoke. "Let's go." Arin sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. Seok walked behind, looking at his team. He couldn't help but feel amazed. One buffing, one summoner, everyone's impressive. I have to do my part too. A while later, as they were moving through the desert, a scream suddenly echoed from afar, startling them. Seok quickly ran toward the sound, but when he got closer, he stopped upon seeing a group of people surrounding a monster. The players cheered in excitement, found the boss so easily, attack now. Immediately they charged in. The monster simply swung its arm and all of them were sent flying. They quickly grabbed their weapons and panicked, shouting, "This guy is too strong," split up and attacked. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't defeat it. One of the group members foolishly attacked from behind. Ryumin observed from a distance and couldn't help but click his tongue. In the blink of an eye, the one who attacked from behind was sent flying. He was thrown a dozen meters away, sliding across the sand. His teammates rushed over in worry to check on him. Ryumin shook his head and sighed, attacking from behind the horse. Foolish. Meanwhile, a female player attacked the boss with throwing darts. Another archer also attacked simultaneously. This time the boss was truly hit and kept howling in pain. The scene made TCOC, who was watching, feel frightened. Not long after, the players managed to defeat the boss. They cheered in joy. "We won, we're number 1. We finally completed the number 1 quest." Seok looked worriedly at Ryumin. No way did they steal the number 1 spot. While he was lost in thought, not realizing when it happened, the first position was already lost. Thinking this, Seok secretly glanced at Ryumin. He thought Ryumin would be disappointed, but saw that Ryumin was still calmly standing there without any expression. At that moment, one player suddenly shouted, Did everyone else get the task completion notification except for me? That statement seemed to remind everyone, and some began to check, nervously muttering, wondering why their task wasn't completed. Looking at their faces, everyone was confused. Ryuman sneered, curling his lips. Just realized now, the centaur they just killed wasn't the boss. The real boss is the minotaur with a bull's head. To defeat it, at least 20 level 20 players are needed, meaning at least 4 5-player teams are required to have a chance. This is the trap for this round, designed to make players think a 5-person team can take down the boss. But those angels never said 5 people could beat the boss. Those damn angels know it and keep pretending. You can't wander around revealing this, so I can only observe. The other players are really confused by the situation. Even TCO, who knew nothing about the prophecy, was confused. The others in the team seemed relatively calm. After thinking for a moment, Ryuman decided to play along. He cleared his throat twice and then began speaking. Based on the reactions from the other teams, that thing wasn't the boss. The real boss must be somewhere else. From now on, I'll share my plan. He told them they would skip the boss and kill the centaurs to level up until the time ran out. Tisiok, astonished, asked, "Why?" Ryuman slowly explained, "It takes at least 5 level 20 players to kill a centaur. If it's a regular monster, maybe the boss would need at least 3 or 4 teams to defeat it. You don't know how strong it is. So charging into the boss isn't a good idea. There may be other traps. And if we kill the boss too soon and get trapped in a light pillar, what then? They just waste the remaining time. Hunting regular monsters and observing seems like a better choice." Hearing his plan, Sang-chun couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you to have such vision without the prophecy." TCO worriedly asked, "If we wait to fight the boss, you might lose the top position. Are you okay with that?" Ryuman answered calmly, "It doesn't matter. Even without the top reward, the experience from 6 hours of hunting is enough. Besides, being first might not depend on who kills the boss first." Sang-chun was even more surprised. He didn't understand how Ryuman always found the right solution without needing the prophecy. Yuri hesitated and asked, "So, are we going to hunt together?" Arin also suggested, "Shouldn't we come up with a basic strategy first?" "No need," Ryuman shook his head. "I'll be the only one killing monsters." This statement left everyone stunned. Arin asked in disbelief, "You're going to fight alone?" Blackball Tisiok wasn't worried at all. He trusted Ryuman. He believed Ryuman could easily handle it alone. Ryuman glanced at everyone again and said, "That's right, you don't need to do anything, I'll kill the monsters." Sang-chun hesitated and asked, "Then what should we do?" Ryuman casually replied, "Just follow me and collect the experience and gold. Consider it a team carry. But in return, all items received from the contributions will belong to me. You'll get experience and gold without any danger." He asked them what they thought. The 3 of them without hesitation agreed. Even Tisiok nodded, "We'll follow your wishes, Black Ball." Seeing they didn't resist, Ryuman nodded in satisfaction. "Good choice, you won't regret it, let's go." With that, he pulled out his scythe and began to move. Ryuman's speed was as if he was flying. The 4 of them saw this and were shocked. Sang-chun quickly shouted, "Hurry, follow him." Ryuman's speed was so fast, he didn't care about the others struggling to catch up. They didn't understand how Ryuman could be that fast. What was his speed stat? Tisiok, on the other hand, felt even more amazed. He thought he was fast enough. But compared to Ryuman, he felt like a cat next to a cheetah. While thinking, Tisiok suddenly noticed something. He quickly pointed to the distance and shouted, "Hey, over there." Following his direction, they all saw a monster. Ryuman also saw it, and immediately his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, the monster had fallen, blood pouring out like rain. The sight made the group panic. What just happened? They hadn't seen anything, yet Ryuman had already taken it down. They continued running non-stop across the desert, and every time they encountered a monster, Ryuman would charge straight in, swinging his scythe and immediately taking them down. His scythe was like the scythe of death, having claimed the lives of many monsters. Ryuman performed the action smoothly as if he had done it many times before, placing the scythe at the monster's neck. Then he made a clean cut, causing the monster's head to fall off, and blood spurted out as he dashed forward like a moth to the flame. He stepped on the monster's horse leg and expertly decapitated it, the scent of fresh blood quickly spreading through the air. As soon as the monster was taken down, several notifications popped up. 3x experience buff activated. Title effect increased experience by 1.5 times. Experience increased by 0.89%. Current kill count was 172 out of 100 monsters. Slaughter effect. All stats increased by 100%. Ryuman stopped after 172 kills in 30 minutes. Not bad for the speed, with 2,000 Big Sen monsters released onto the battlefield. At this rate, he could take them all down in 6 hours, except for a few that might be killed by others. While Ryuman was thinking, a shout suddenly rang out from behind, causing him to jump and look back, seeing several people running towards him, panting heavily. They kept complaining about how tired they were, and Ryuman frowned as he looked at them and suggested, If you're tired, we can take a short break. Really, thank you, they exclaimed with relief, then collapsed onto the ground to rest. Sang Chun sighed, just chasing after you has already exhausted me. Arin also spoke up. I thought 100M wouldn't be that big, but I was wrong. TCL nodded in agreement. Yuri caught her breath and complimented. You're amazing, your hunting speed is incredible. Hearing that, Rumen couldn't help but laugh. You don't like it. Yuri quickly shook her head. Not at all, just following you and leveling up, how could I dislike it? TCL made an impressed gesture with his finger. Rumen noticed his body trembling and smiled. You do more work than us. You're the one who's tired, not me. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from behind, and a group of people was slowly approaching. Seeing the number of people, Yuri became alarmed and TCL mumbled, What's that? Someone is coming towards us. Rumen glanced at the approaching group. He wasn't worried, confident they wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke him. The leader of the group was a young man with black hair. Smiling, hello, it's lucky to meet you here. Rumen couldn't be bothered with small talk. Enough, what do you want? The young man quickly said, Oh, we are just recruiting for a boss hunting team. But Rumen coldly interrupted, I refuse. The young man was surprised, what, why, but quickly added. He pointed in a direction, maybe you don't know, but this boss is not easy to fight. He pointed at the bull-headed monster. Do you see that bull-headed monster? That's the boss, it's not easy to take down. He mentioned that another team had tried to face it, but was wiped out. He realized that multiple teams would need to work together, but Rumen wasn't interested and coldly said, Take care of it yourself, don't drag us into it. The young man didn't understand, quickly advising, Wouldn't it be better if we helped each other? If you want, we can let you land the finishing blow. Rumen coldly interrupted, his eyes filled with a cold gleam. Don't make me say it for the third time. Seeing his expression, the young man turned and ran away. Got it, please spare us. Back with his group, he grumbled, damn it, that was useless. And someone hesitated, asking, Did you tell him we'd let him strike first? He nodded. I did, but he still refused, telling us to handle it ourselves. The young man thought Rumen was afraid of the boss, but with no other choice, they had to face it themselves. The bull-headed boss moved forward and the group of players followed behind. One of them whispered, It looks even bigger up close, do you think we can win? It looks even bigger up close, can we really win? As they were talking, the bull-headed boss noticed them and its eyes turned ferocious, charging towards them without hesitation. The group panicked, damn it, it's charging towards us. They quickly regained their composure and began attacking the bull-headed boss. Rumen stood atop a stone pillar, carefully observing the monster, calculating how many minlai it would take to defeat it. The Minotaur wasn't as difficult an opponent as it appeared. Its slow movements made its attacks easy to anticipate and dodge. However, its skin was very thick. Even though the players could attack continuously, they only managed to scratch its skin. Piercing the Minotaur's hide was extremely difficult. Still, after a few slashes, a critical strike was bound to hit its weak point. When that happened, even the Minotaur couldn't defend itself, though it would take a long time. After some ineffective attacks, the leader of the player group lost his patience and shouted, This bastard is too tough. Another player yelled, telling everyone to stay back and focus on dodging. At that moment, a player carrying a stretcher ran forward, shouting, Die, you bastard. He threw the stretcher, it soared through the air and lodged into one of the monster's shoulders. Blood splattered everywhere, but the player group didn't stop. The players using magic began their attacks. A fireball shot forward in an instant. The flames engulfed the boss's body, causing it to scream endlessly. The Minotaur fell into the water. The players cheered, We killed it. Finally, success were the first to take it down. However, their joy was short-lived, as a pillar of light suddenly appeared. The light pillar quickly trapped all the players involved in the battle inside. One player couldn't hold back his frustration, sighing, Damn it, we have to do it all over again. Looks like another light pillar will appear after we clean up. Another player questioned, But do we have to stay here until the time runs out? The young leader sighed helplessly, Seems like it. Early breaks are nice, but I feel like we're at a disadvantage. Those not trapped in the light pillar considered finding another team. One person saw Rumen on the stone pillar and hesitated, wanting to speak, Our team. But upon seeing his cold expression, they recoiled, knowing that nothing they said would make a difference. Rumen jumped down from above, exhaling in relief. That's a relief. If we kill the boss too early, we'd waste the remaining time. Yuri nodded slightly, exactly as you predicted. Rumen ignored her and continued, We've rested enough, stay close behind me. As he finished speaking, he dashed forward, at the same time inside the light pillars. The trapped players began to feel bored. One suddenly asked, I wonder what rank will be after cleaning up. There's no ranking visible. Who cares? A girl shrugged. As long as we kill the boss, we survive. A young man noticed something and exclaimed, Huh, what's happening over there? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a figure soaring through the air with a monster ahead. It was Rumen. As usual, he swung his scythe and instantly took down the monster. This scene made the previously bored players shout in surprise, Isn't that Hack Cow? He killed the monster in one strike. Wow, that's the difference of a level 40, another person wondered. But he only hunts centaurs, not bosses. Wouldn't it be better to kill the boss quickly and rest? Someone else shook their head in disagreement. No, if he kills the boss now, he'll only rank below 50. He must have given up ranking contests and is just focusing on leveling. Then he sighed regretfully. Too bad, I thought he'd claim first place again. Even Hack Cow can't hold first place forever. At least he's trying to level up. Ryumin ignored their thoughts and remained focused on killing monsters. At that moment the system announced, no centaur targets found. Kills 1920 out of 100. Time remaining until round ends 20 minutes. Ryumin exhaled, finally they're all down. At the same time, Sang Chun's group arrived. Yuri panted, can we take a break? Ryumin nodded slightly, sure, the hunt is over. Yuri asked in surprise, the hunt is over already. Ryumin explained calmly, I used tracking ability. There are no centos left in the field. Hearing that, Yuri and TCO both turned around. Everyone was shocked, mouths agape. Ryumin asked coldly, how much did it increase? Sang Chun replied trembling, I was level 20 before, now I'm level 34. Arin joined in, same here, level 34. Yuri checked and said, I went from level 21 to 35. Siak on this side mumbled shakily, I went from level 23 to 36. Ryumin nodded in satisfaction. So everyone increased by about 13-14 levels and you too, your level went from 40 to 54. Additionally, Ryumin received 19 mana stones, 9 common equipment and some unusual loot. While he was thinking, Yuri spoke up, gold increased insanely. Arin nodded, same here. Ryumin remained calm, hardly concerned. Siak couldn't help but exclaim, 115,000 gold, that's too much. Sang Trung also exclaimed, suddenly having so much it feels like a dream, what should I do with all this? Ryumin suggested, buy a few skills from the shop. I need things like presence detection, advanced reflexes, and basic resistance, if anything useful is in today's special item list. Let's buy. Everyone started searching the shop for items, but after a while found nothing. Seeing this, Ryumin spoke, we'll buy later. For now, we still have to kill the final boss. With that, he activated his Minotaur tracking ability. In a short while, he pinpointed the direction and immediately rushed forward. But seeing the situation ahead, he stopped. Players surrounding the boss heard the noise and turned to look. One of them ran up and suggested, it's Black Orb, team up with us. Ryumin refused immediately. No, I don't want to share the credit with you, he said, I'll kill the boss alone. Hearing that, the players were surprised. You're really going to kill the boss alone? One couldn't resist teasing. It takes at least 20 people to kill the Minotaur. Ah, I see, you're pretty full of yourself. Right, Black Orb, Ryumin murmured lightly, coldly. You're underestimating me. If you can't kill it, I won't blame you. The other player disagreed, arguing, but we have numbers. Ryumin replied disdainfully. A large team doesn't help at all. The player stared at him in disbelief. Ryumin had already passed him and continued forward. Yuri, worried, called Black Orb, but he walked calmly, not turning back, only saying coldly, wait here, I'll handle this quickly. This scene made many players suspicious, whispering, don't tell me he's really going to fight alone. Since we're bored anyway, perfect timing. Ryumin scanned the players, including those in the light pillar. Surely dozens were watching. He preferred to keep his ultimate skill secret, but this could be a great chance to prove Ryumin's true power. If he could defeat the Minotaur this fast, no one here would dare underestimate him anymore. Ryumin decided to finish quickly. Thinking so, he stepped in front of the boss. The monster saw him and its eyes became fierce. But Ryumin ignored it and charged forward. Surrounding players whispered, what is he doing? Looks like he's about to use a skill, that's weird. Ryumin didn't care what they thought. He began calculating his combat strategy. The system only starts recording time when the distance is close enough to attack. This was still a preliminary move. The clock hadn't started yet. At the same time, the boss roared, swinging its weapon to charge. Ryumin remained still, but as the distance closed, he lunged forward. Within 2 seconds, he was close to the monster. Suddenly, darkness fell around. Ryumin activated Death Knight. His scythe swung, cutting a crescent of light in a frenzied arc. The slash swept across the monster. The boss opened its mouth, but before it could scream, its head was severed, blood spraying. The boss's head flew off, landing in front of the players. The players couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming, look, the Minotaur's head fell, did he kill it with a single strike? At the same time, the system announced that the Minotaur had been slain, and you had obtained the Minotaur blueprint. Ryumin stared at the display window, where the bull hide and the Minotaur armor blueprint were shown. He thought he could sell them for a very high price. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the group and asked, is everyone okay? The group jolted, took a moment to recover, and replied, ah, yes, sir, with only Tesiak looking at Ryumin with utterly infatuated eyes. Seeing that reaction, Ryumin sighed. He knew the reason behind this attitude. He understood that one day this person would become his follower. Still, he felt it was best to keep some distance. Just then, a ray of light appeared in the sky and swiftly shot downward. The ray of light enveloped Rumen's body. At the same time, Priscilla appeared and said excitedly, "So all 101 bosses have been defeated. Any team that failed to kill a boss will be erased immediately." Priscilla's gaze turned malicious as she continued. She snorted coldly and vanished. Hearing Priscilla's words, the players who had been trapped in the light earlier cried out in panic. "No, wait, Angel, please wait." But no matter how they pleaded, everything had already disappeared. After a while, Priscilla laughed again and said, "Now let's check the ranking." The moment she finished speaking, the results for round 6 appeared. As usual, Rumen's team was at the top again. Seeing that, one disgruntled person protested, "Why isn't our team in first place? We killed the boss first." "They killed it later, something's not right." However, when she heard this challenge, Priscilla was displeased. She snorted coldly and said, "Who said the rankings are based on who kills first? As you can see, the rankings are based on the time it took to kill the boss." Priscilla's words made the players snap to their senses and they sighed helplessly. "So that's how it is, that's why we're last," Priscilla added scornfully. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Did it really take you that long to kill a single cow? Pathetic humans. Meanwhile, the Black Sphere team took only 1 minute. I knew it. Right after Priscilla finished speaking, someone said, "Angel, it's not 1 minute." Those words stunned Priscilla. She hurriedly checked the results again and discovered that Rumen's team time was only 1 second. That time made Priscilla's expression turn ugly. She couldn't believe her eyes and muttered, 1 second, not 1 minute, but 1 second. After that, she glanced at the players and complained irritably, "I made a mistake in front of humans." However, Priscilla quickly pulled herself together and spoke with confidence. Hey, so a 1-second record is actually possible. Just how weak was that boss? Very well, rewards will be given to the top 3. At that moment, Rumen saw a notification that he had taken first place in the region and first place overall. The regional first place reward was an epic headgear selection ticket, and the overall first place reward was a special reward selection box. Rumen was delighted when he saw the string of notifications. Time to swap headgear. The moment he confirmed his choice, the system popped up again. You may choose one of the following epic headgear items: Angel's Ring, Minotaur Hornhelm, Hermes Feathered Cap. Rumen chose the feathered cap without hesitation because it offered better options. Hermes Feathered Cap had defense stats up to 180 and a lightness effect that could increase speed. After choosing, Rumen equipped the cap. Its temporary skill could grant invisibility, so he could use it from now on. It did not silence sound. However, he planned to find a stealth-related ancient rune to fix that feature later. Just then, the system popped up with a new notification. Now you may choose one of the special rewards. The system offered Rumen 3 options: an item material selection ticket, 14,000 gold, and information about round 7. Rumen didn't need the gold or the information about round 7. He chose the materials. The system presented 4 options: broken iron spear tip, foaming liquid, hardened magic carapace, angelic gold dust. Rumen knew exactly what each material was for and didn't need to think long. He chose the divine grade material, angelic gold dust. After he made his choice, Priscilla said, "All rewards have been distributed. Now you may return. See you in the next round." When the next round was completed, the number of survivors left was only a little over 8 million. Outside the real world, Gai Hung Lok was sleeping soundly when a loud shout suddenly woke him. Director Ma. He went to open the door and saw Sang Chun. He looked displeased and asked manager and what had happened. Sang Chun hurriedly explained that he had come straight here after returning. He asked if they could come inside, and then both of them entered the house. Master Guy sat down and spoke quietly, thinking that his level must have increased after 6 hours of hunting. Sang Chun hesitated a bit, then replied, "I leveled up from 20 to 34, a jump of 14 levels." This made Master Guy slow his hand holding the wine glass. He couldn't believe it and asked again, 34, are you sure? Sang Chun nodded lightly in response. Yes, isn't that extraordinary? Master Guy took a sip of wine and then slowly remarked, clearly impressed. Sang Chun nodded, yes, he hunted on his own, we could barely keep up. Master Guy, hearing this, remembered and said, I suppose he kept all the loot for himself. Sang Chun didn't find this unusual and calmly replied, exactly, but I don't regret giving up those items at all. Master Guy suddenly frowned and muttered, I never thought you'd surpass me in level. Sang Chun whispered, I never expected to level up this fast. Sang Chun asked doubtfully, so what level are you now? The director replied in a deep voice, 29. This number startled Sang Chun. Sang Chun didn't know how to react. Master Guy continued, then I guess actor Seo is around that level too. Chung awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Master Guy sighed, I didn't expect to be lower than her level. I'll have to speed up. He set down his glass and lightly requested, tell me everything. Sang Chun calmly replied, yes, he killed Zen 2 in a single strike. Hearing this, Master Guy nodded in understanding and remarked, So that's it. That's Harko's style. The result showed he killed the Minotaur in just 1 second. Sang-chun recalled Ruman's technique for a while and asked, "Is that true?" Sang-chun replied, "Yes." He used a dazzling skill and cut its head off in a single blow. Master Guy, hearing this, exclaimed, "That's a skill I've never seen." Ruman killed a Minotaur with one skill, truly straightforward. The gap between him and the others was so vast, even strong singers, yet none were like him. Master Guy sighed helplessly. "Will you be that strong when you reach level 40? He thought he should focus on leveling up rather than dreaming. With that, he tilted his head and finished his wine, saying lightly, "I'll have to push myself harder." This left Sang-chun slightly puzzled. Master Guy slowly opened his mouth. "I suppose I have to thank him. He gave me the motivation I had lost. And he also helped manager Arin and actor Seo grow stronger. If we meet again someday, I'll repay him properly." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked suspicious again and asked when the prophet would arrive and when they could meet Black Fang. Hearing this, Sang-chun asked back skeptically, "Do you think the prophet will survive?" Mr. Jai glanced at him. He pursed his lips and said, "Instead of wondering, just call and check, it's faster." Hearing this, Sang-chun quickly took out his phone and said, "Sorry, I'll check right away." Mr. Jai remained calm and spoke up. "No need to apologize, just report after confirming. By the way, have you learned the skills I told you to?" Sang-chun nodded. "Yes, I've definitely learned them." Hearing that, Mr. Jai ordered, "Good. Later we'll test the skills while cleaning up. It's been a while since we took out the trash." Sang-chun exclaimed in horror, "You're working at this hour, the sun's about to rise." Mr. Jai replied calmly, "It's fine, we're not killing anyone outside anyway." Hearing this, Sang-chun no longer objected and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, director." After giving instructions, Mr. Jai looked out the window at the fog outside. He smirked, perfect for stress relief. Elsewhere, in a small house, Tseok had just woken up in bed after escaping that game. He couldn't help thinking of Ruman. Tseok was overjoyed that Ruman had actually let him join the team and even possessed overwhelming power. He was sure Ruman was far beyond his reach, an entity not to be underestimated, almost godlike. Thinking this, Tseok suddenly felt anxious, unsure how to repay Ruman. He felt useless, even less helpful than the support girl, no matter how he thought about it. In that world, Tseok couldn't assist Ruman, so what about the real world? He wondered what a god like Ruman needed most, and the obvious answer was loyal followers. Just then, Ruman shivered as he got out of bed. He trembled slightly and muttered, "Why do I feel so eerie today?" Unable to figure it out, Ruman assumed it was just fatigue. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was an international call. Ruman picked up and heard Vassal cheerfully say, "Hello, Prophet." Ruman asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" On the other end, Russell replied excitedly, "First, thank you, I survived because of you. Prophet, when I arrive, I'll explain everything in detail." Hearing this, Ruman was stunned. "Huh, you're coming to Korea." Russell replied cheerfully, "Yes, I just booked a flight." Ruman was shocked. He thought this hadn't happened in any previous timeline. Seeing him silent, Russell asked cautiously, "Did I upset you? If it's inconvenient, I can cancel the trip." Ruman smiled calmly. "Not really, I actually wanted to meet you, and this timing is perfect." Hearing this, Russell was happy to finally meet him again. The next day, after a long flight, he arrived at a Korean airport. Ruman came to pick him up. Seeing him, Russell cheerfully exclaimed, "It's great to finally meet you in person." Ruman nodded. "Welcome to Korea, Russell. Let's go, I'll take you around." Then they left the airport. Ruman brought Russell to a luxury restaurant and ordered many delicious dishes, making Russell exclaim in amazement, "So many dishes, I've never seen a table like this." Ruman calmly said, "Help yourself, it's on me." Hearing this, Russell waved and laughed. "No, I can't keep owing you, please at least let me pay for this meal." Seeing his hesitation, Ruman said, "Don't worry, I'll pay. In return, fix the durability like last time." Russell flinched slightly, but he quickly agreed, "Of course, that's the least I can do." Then he took the item from Ruman to repair. The item was called the Eternal Rest Sphere. After fixing it quickly, Russell returned it to Ruman, who cheerfully said, "Thanks, then I'll pay for the meal." But at this moment, Russell still felt guilty. "I still feel I haven't repaid you enough." Ruman smiled calmly. "It's fine, by the way, what happened? You said you almost died." Russell, still scared, recounted, "I hunted for nearly 6 hours just as you advised. Then I challenged the boss, it was so strong I almost died. If I hadn't leveled up first like you said, I'd be done for." Hearing this, Ruman nodded and smiled. "I'm glad I could help." "Did you level up a lot?" Russell embarrassedly scratched his head. "I reached level 29, but I feel shy asking this. Will I really become a top blacksmith like you said? It's just hard to believe." He expressed doubt about his future, not fully believing he could reach the position Ruman assured him of. Seeing this worry, Ruman calmly reassured and encouraged him to keep striving in the direction he had pointed out. Ruman nodded without hesitation. If he kept trying, he could definitely do it. With my help, he could even surpass his current level. Hearing this, Russell smiled with satisfaction. "Then I can rest easy." The two of them chatted about investing in the company while eating. Russell had opened an account. and invested more than half of the amount Ryumin had recommended. Hearing this, Ryumin nodded in approval. Good decision. Just like this, your life will be easier. However, Russell seemed hesitant as he asked further. But what does this company do? The question surprised Ryumin. Didn't you research before investing? He asked. Russell shook his head. No, I just trusted what you said. I thought it would be fine. Because of this, after the meal, they went to a large building in the city. It was the headquarters of Player Press, the company Ryumin had suggested. Ryumin looked around briefly and nodded in satisfaction. Everything seemed ready. Inside, Russell looked around and couldn't help but mutter. So this is the company I invested 70% of my total assets in. Actually, that money is yours, not mine, Ryumin said reluctantly. It's your money, don't feel pressured. Keeping 30% aside won't make life hard for you later. Russell sighed, a bit tight, but I can manage. Ryumin frowned, speaking seriously. I'll withdraw some cash for you outside the company. $10,000 should be enough for now. Really? Russell was a little surprised but quickly responded. He said happily, you're truly an angel. He smiled but thought of the damned angels in the game, immediately correcting himself, not that kind of angel. As they entered the elevator talking, Russell hesitated. Are we really allowed to just walk into someone else's company like this? Ryumin replied calmly, it's fine. I'm not the CEO, but in fact this is my company. We recently overhauled the business model completely. I'll explain as soon as we get inside. Russell smiled with trust. Honestly, I think you don't even need to explain. If this is something you poured your heart into, it will surely be a big success. They continued talking until the elevator reached the 40th floor. Ryumin stepped out first and led Russell to a room. The receptionist saw them and was immediately startled, looking a bit awkward. Sang-chun was standing outside, fidgeting with something. He couldn't help but wonder, why are they blocking the door? Is someone else inside? At this moment, Sang-chun saw him and quickly said, Mr. Ryumin, our major shareholder, what brings you here? Ryumin spoke affectionately. Sorry for the sudden visit. I just wanted to introduce our company to a foreign investor. I want to meet the CEO. He's inside, right? Sang-chun replied awkwardly, yes, but he currently has a guest. Ryumin was surprised. A guest? However, seeing Sang-chun's evasive eyes, he realized Kyung-rook might have ordered no one to enter. Even so, are they pretending not to see me? They might be following Kyung-rook's orders like their lives depended on it. But what kind of person would visit now? Sang-chun also felt awkward because Ryumin arrived while Ji-young-luk's fiancé was visiting. He just didn't know Ryumin could read his thoughts. After realizing this, he was startled but quickly smiled. Did that woman come? Shortly after, the door opened. Gaeong, who was just going out, saw Ryumin and was startled. Why did you come without notifying? Ryumin raised an eyebrow. Do I need to schedule in advance now? Hearing this, Gaeong hurriedly laughed. Haha, I must have been unclear, that sounded wrong. But Ryumin knew clearly there was no misunderstanding. Gaeong only thought seers weren't necessarily strong and foresight was all they had. He was secretly underestimating him, and seeing his face, Gaeong awkwardly scratched his head and spoke. I'm sorry, of course a major shareholder like you can visit anytime. It's just that usually you schedule in advance, so this surprised me a bit. After this brief explanation, Ryumin just smiled. Aha, I see. Then he looked at the woman going out with him. He knew this woman, Christine Great, whose unique class was priest, and had survived until round 15. Like other buff classes, priest was considered an essential support class, especially with the resurrection skill at level 60. This was a powerful skill capable of reviving the dead, with the limitation that only those dead less than 10 minutes could be revived. Yet, an extra life was still a huge advantage. From the start, Ryumin approached Jung-lok because of Christine. He didn't expect to encounter her so early. However, no matter what happens, he needed to turn her into an ally and get her at least to round 20. Seeing Ryumi staring at Christine, Guy immediately introduced her. She's my friend, Christine Great. Ryumin couldn't help but laugh. Friend, are you joking? He said there should be no secrets between them. But what about hiding the fiancé from me? Still, Ryumin said nothing. He just raised his hand in greeting. Nice to meet you, Chris. I'm Ryumin, his partner. Christine politely shook hands, saying, Nice to meet you, call me Christine. I didn't know the director had a business partner. They spoke in English. This startled Guy, but when Ryumin called Christine his fiancée, he was even more confused. Ryumin looked at Guy with meaning in his eyes, making him uneasy. He hadn't expected Ryumin to know about his fiancée. Guy lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, Prophet, I didn't mean to deceive you. Ryumin shook his head and replied, It's okay, I understand it must be awkward for you. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for being understood. Before he could finish, Ryumin interrupted, But I still hope you trust me a little more. Guy's face showed unease, silently promising to remember that. Christine, standing nearby, didn't understand what they were talking about. After a moment, Ryumin spoke again. I intend to provide information about the next round to your fiancé. Let's discuss. Russell, wait a moment. Russell had no objection and nodded obediently. The three then entered the room. Guy immediately introduced. Earlier, I didn't introduce him properly, but Ryumin is my business partner and the manager of our company. He wanted to say more but hesitated looking at Ryumin. Ryumin knew what he meant and subtly nodded in agreement. Guy then said, and he is a prophet. Hearing this, Christine exclaimed in surprise, a prophet, what do you mean? Ryumin calmly explained, he's right, I am a prophet and I can see the future, for example, the strategy for round 7. Christine found it hard to believe, looking at Guy suspiciously. Really? Guy nodded calmly. A prophet's word has never been wrong, his predictions have never failed. Christine looked at him then back at Ryumin. So why suddenly reveal this to me? Ryumin replied casually, because I'll give you info about round 7 without any cost. Christine was stunned, hesitated, then said, I'm listening. Seeing her reaction, Ryumin sighed helplessly. Even if he wanted to reveal the future, she clearly didn't trust him. Ryumin said seriously, don't be swayed by Cam. About round 7, that's something you must remember. Guy asked nervously, is that a prophecy? Ryumin nodded slightly, I can't reveal more, it would affect everyone. He repeated once more, don't be swayed by Cam, keep that in mind. And that's all he could say. Then Ryumin looked at Christine. Christine, I need to speak with you privately. Part of this meeting is to tell you this. He said that in round 11 she would be in danger, her life could be threatened. Christine gasped me, seeing her panic, Ryumin reassured, but don't worry, there will be a lifeline to save you. After talking with Ryumin, Christine boarded a plane back to her country. On the plane, she kept thinking about Ryumin's warning. Could her life really be in danger? If her father were here, it would be complicated with his temper. He would surely explode, but Ryumin said there's a lifeline. She asked, what do you mean? Ryumin said someone would save me. She doubted, who will save me? Ryumin shook his head. I can't say more about that part. Christine sighed helplessly. She still doubted. Could Ryumin really see the future? Everything he said was just the surface of a prophecy. Could he be deceiving her? A while later, the plane landed. As soon as she got off, someone came to meet her. A young man with glasses approached, smiling. Christine, did you return from Korea safely? Christine exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect you to pick me up at the airport. The young man took the suitcase from her and while walking, reminded her that he had been instructed to take her directly home with no detours. I was asked to take you straight home without wandering around. Christine sighed reluctantly after hearing the reminder. There was no other way. A while later, in the largest hall in America, Sinning Wood, the two slowly walked in. They stood before a room and the young man with her knocked on the door and called out to the Reverend, Christine has arrived. Inside, the voice immediately lowered, signaling for her to enter. Hearing that, Christine pushed the door and entered. The man inside looked at her attentively and spoke. You have arrived. Christine nodded slightly and sat down. The man asked in a deep voice, so how has the boy been living recently? Christine answered frankly, he seems to be living very well just like before. The man suddenly asked, has he treated you poorly? Christine shook her head and replied, not at all, he treats me very politely. The man laughed joyfully, of course he would. After all, who are you the daughter of, so do you feel closer to him this time? Christine hesitated for a long time before replying, I'm still not sure. This response surprised the man. He doubted, you've been dating for 6 months already. Christine found it a bit amusing, smiling as she retorted, dating? We don't even have feelings for each other. How can you call it dating? The man coldly snapped. A marriage with the heir of such a rich family will only benefit you. He continued, even if you don't like him, feelings will gradually develop, right? Christine lowered her head and whispered, I don't know, he keeps hiding things and scheming. The man asked suspiciously, why do you harbor such doubt? Christine sighed, maybe it's because I'm your daughter. After hearing that, the man fell into deep thought. A while later, he asked again, so what has he been doing lately? Christine answered frankly, he said he's preparing for a business deal. The man appeared disgusted. He still can't give up his worldly greed, huh? Christine thought for a moment and then for some reason quietly said, you're the same. The man rebutted unhappily, I am not chosen by the gods. At this moment, a faint blue light flared up in Christine's hand. She hesitated for a while before asking, Father, do you truly believe that this is the choice of the gods and the power of the gods? The man nodded without hesitation. I believe that my daughter has received the blessings of the angel. Christine sighed, blessings of the angels. Even after all the times I told you about what the angels have done, you still don't understand. The man continued asking, has your fiancé made good use of the gift from the gods? Christine slowly answered, he's at level 29. Christine continued, he's ranked 2nd or 3rd in some region. This time he said he would create a social market for players and now he has a business partner. She told the man about Ryumin, also saying that he was a prophet, which stunned him. Christine didn't pay attention, smiling. He's boasting and gave me information about round 7, but I don't know if it's reliable. He only says things that seem absurd. The man was silent for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. In such chaotic times, there is rarely a power more enticing than seeing the future. Why don't you try to get close to him? Christine shook her head, sighing. I don't know, it's hard to get close when he keeps saying that I'll be in danger or die. The man exclaimed, that sounds ridiculous. What are you talking about? Christine confidently replied, don't worry. Did you forget that I am the representative of the region? Many people want to protect and be with me rather than betray me. She continued, it'll be safe. The man thought for a long time before saying, if you say so, I'll believe you, but always be ready for unexpected situations. Christine nodded, yes, father. Then she walked out, sighing as she went. The action made the young man outside suspicious as he watched her figure. At this moment, the man inside called out, Jeffrey. Hearing that, Jeffrey walked in. The man's face darkened. I heard that Jinglok's partner is a prophet, and he dared to say nonsense about my daughter dying. Investigate if he's a fraud. Jeffrey nodded. I will carry out your command in the name of the gods. A few days later, the Finseba vault was opened again, and the accounts of Lashiak and Jami quickly entered the vault. The user of this account is Ryuman. He grinned foolishly, happy to see Jami. Jami looked at him suspiciously and asked why he had come so early. Ryuman replied frankly that he simply had nothing to do. After a while, the guild leader joined the chat room. Taehyun appeared quickly and greeted everyone seriously. Hello everyone, let's begin the meeting right away. Last time we decided to recruit for the manager position. Lostja, have you selected candidates from those who applied to join? Ryuman nodded lightly in response. I selected 30 people based on the highest levels and regional rankings and sent the list to Mr. Taehyun. Hearing that, he frowned and asked again, there aren't any suspicious individuals among them, right? If there were, I would have reported it immediately. Taehyun continued, what about the other notable names? Ryuman answered slowly that he had checked and there were no nicknames like Heavenly Demon or Blockhead. Taehyun frowned, thought for a moment, then said, then there's nothing we can do. Jami, please proceed with the screening and select 5 who pass. Jami nodded slightly. Yes, Captain. After giving his instructions, Taehyun spoke seriously again. And next is another issue. I heard that recently a National Assembly member has been criticizing player Ryu Min. Hearing that, he quickly spoke up. I saw the news. It's National Assembly member Lee Sung-hoon, right? Taehyun nodded slightly. That's correct. After recruiting the manager, we'll discuss whether we should deal with him. After all, the enemy of us players is the law itself, always trying to bind us with regulation. Hearing those words, Ryu Min cursed inwardly. He's not even a player, so why should we care? But he did not say it out loud. Taehyun added a few more remarks before disconnecting. A little later, in a skyscraper in the city center, Ryuman finished his work, took a shower, and watched the news. The official website of Brayer Press successfully launched. As expected, tens of thousands of Brayer users logged in and registered items. Everyone was probably short on money, so they put up all kinds of things for sale. First, he swept up the unique materials and considered how to use them. Ryu Min entered the website and began purchasing materials. In this case, he could create 3 unique items. After that, he chose to receive everything by express delivery. After selecting the materials, Ryuman moved on to magic stones. Magic stones with known combination formulas cost more than 2 million won each, even at the lowest tier, but did not hesitate and bought them all. 2 days later, at Ryuman's building, Ryugun walked out carrying a shoulder bag. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a pile of packages blocking the entrance. The boy exclaimed in shock, brother, what is all this? Ryu Min, who was sitting in the living room, hurried out when he heard that. Ryugun looked at him and demanded, oh, they've arrived? You ordered all of this. What on earth is it that there's so much? Ryuman explained frankly, it's nothing special, just items used by players. Hearing that, Ryugun understood and nodded. Oh, the marketplace exclusively for players in Asia. After that, Ryuman carried all the packages inside and checked each box. Nothing was missing, everything was here. Now he would try combining them, starting with the magic stones that he had in the greatest quantity. 16 lowest tier magic stones could create 1 highest tier magic stone. Sure enough, before long the system notified him of a successful combination. Ryuman created a highest tier red magic stone. Next was a highest tier orange magic stone, then a highest tier yellow magic stone, all in quick succession. In no time, Ryuman's equipment storage contained many more magic stones. After finishing that, he began combining each item into his gear. The system announced successful combination. The Divine Scythe gained an additional 16% damage effect. The 2-meter-long feather hat gained an additional 32 strength. The Traveler's Cloak gained an additional 32 luck, and the Elemental Resistances gained an additional 16 to all stats. Ryuman equipped all his gear and opened his status window. Even without the Slaughtering Ancient Language and the Blessing buff, all his stats were above 200. Seeing this, Ryuman smiled in satisfaction. If he received additional buffs, they would probably increase from 600 to 900. Moreover, he still had other equipment. The system notified him that 7 highest tier magic stones of 7 different colors were equipped, and the Rainbow Effect buff was applied. With the Rainbow Effect buff, resistance to negative status effects increased by 50%. Ryuman smiled in satisfaction. His resistance to negative status effects had risen by 50%. Adding Java's necklace at 35%, elemental resistance at 35%, and applying the basic medium resistance skill at another 15%. After applying multiplicative stacking, he could block negative status effects at a rate of about 82.1%. At present, the only person fully equipped with highest tier magic stones was probably Rumen, because he had bought up every type of magic stone. Of course, over time, more would be listed again, but by then the value of magic stones would rise and shortages would occur. Even the lowest tier would exceed 20 million won. Therefore, he had to stay one step ahead, preserving the remaining unique materials. If possible, upgrading high-tier equipment to unique grade would be even more advantageous. When you reach level 60, you'll be able to combine materials. Before that, you need to pay attention to see if any new materials are added. You unexpectedly find an important material on the website, which is essential for combining legendary items. Items do not have Brayer rankings but have 6 levels: Legendary God, Unique, Epic, Rare, and Common. Items available in the store are only of Epic level. Higher levels need to be crafted through combinations. The higher the level, the lower the chance of obtaining the combination materials, though it is still possible to find them, but it's very hard. The Immortal Skin, a rare material, can only drop from one place. It drops from a boss in round 5 high level, and the drop rate is extremely low when you defeat this boss. But having to kill the high-level boss and also being lucky enough to get this material is not easy. Ryuman thinks of someone. He suddenly remembers someone powerful enough to kill this boss, and that person also has an ancient curse to take the head. If it's that person, then it's likely a dangerous trap. Ryuman thinks that if it's a direct trade, it could be true, so he decides to message the seller. He asks the seller, "Hello, you're the one selling the immortal skin, right?" Quickly, the seller replies with just one word, "Yes." Ryuman doesn't pay much attention and asks again, "Can you give a discount?" The seller is a bit surprised and asks, "How much do you think it should cost?" Ryuman calmly replies, 900,000 won, is that okay? The seller hesitates a bit and replies, "It's a bit awkward for me." Ryuman continues to text, "Is that so? It's no big deal," and looks at the few lines of messages with a serious expression. He decides to try pushing for a lower price. "Oh, actually, I made a typo, reduce it by another 100,000 won, 800,000 won. The seller replies, sounding annoyed. Ryuman begins to act pitiful. "Actually, I just want to try combining this and that. Everyone buys materials for that purpose. I really don't have money, so could you please lower the price a bit?" The seller doesn't respond and Ryuman continues texting. "Hey, aren't you selling?" He waits for a while and then the seller replies, "All right, since I feel sorry for you, I'll sell it to you for 800,000 won, but it has to be a cash transaction. Can you come to Sugan?" When he hears that he has to go to Sugan, Ryuman realizes that this is that person. He reduced the price by 200,000 won but is still willing to sell. The item is just a trap to lure someone in. For a person like him, money means nothing. Ryuman thinks this and enters the dressing room, preparing to go out. He wants to meet the guy before there are more victims. And of course, he'll take the legendary item too. Of course, he won't let the guy escape his grasp. Elsewhere in a small alley in Sugan, a man holding a small knife laughs like a madman. "These two bastards are really funny." He sneers coldly, cursing inwardly. Demanding 1,000,000 but daring to bargain down to 800. In his eyes, there's malice and inwardly he curses. Don't they understand how valuable this item is? It's the spoils from the boss in round 5 high level. The boss that he had to sacrifice 20 other monsters to defeat. He thought he was going to die back then, but now Ryuman is planning to get this item for just 800,000 won. This feeling makes him angry. He tightens his grip on the knife and curses inwardly, this kind of worthless personality. He thinks that if he meets Ryuman in real life, he'll torture him. But at this moment in front of him is a wounded man, lying on the ground, trembling and begging help. He steps back disgusted, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Damn it, you scared me." "Hey old man, what's going on? Haven't you asked yet?" The man continues begging. He sneers and says, "Help me huh, talking nonsense like that." He immediately stabs the knife into the man's neck. Blood begins to flow out. Then he pulls the knife out. He clicks his tongue and says, "You startled me for no reason, what a hassle." He says this and sits down. He uses the man's shirt to wipe the blood off the knife. He thinks to himself, just wait for that guy to come and he'll be done for. This time it'll be much more fun. Sometimes in life, you feel so tired and weary that you just want to give up on everything. This madman has been like this since he was a child. He never found joy in anything. Everything he did felt pointless. When he was in middle school, he thought focusing on something might help with the boredom, so he tried to follow his parents' wishes. He was always at the top of the class. But then, studying also became boring and he neglected it. His grades plummeted and his parents scolded him even more. Looking back at his past, the madman chuckles. Looking back at that moment, the strange feeling he experienced was something he could never forget. He had killed someone, his own parents. Being young, he escaped prison. After that, he continued committing countless murders until the age of 27, but thanks to his caution, he was never caught. This bizarre game he participated in perfectly suited his nature. When items initially dropped, he collected many useful ones, and then even obtained a career-changing item to become a mage. So he quickly changed his career. The game became even more exciting from level 4. Killing monsters and humans gave him immense pleasure. He decided that once he cleared all the levels and got his wish, he would wish for even more stages. The thrill of seeing the world collapse was irresistible to him. He looked down at the body next to him and dragged the man's corpse away. He had to stuff the body into a trash can, then wait for the other person to approach, using the corpse explosion skill to blow him up. If the other person survived, he would use the fear curse to control and crush him like a bug. The thrill surged within him again. He hid in the shadows, waiting. Soon after, footsteps echoed. The madman heard the footsteps, his eyes lighting up. He grinned wickedly. "Come here quickly, you bastard. I've got a gift for you." The footsteps grew closer and a figure appeared. It was Ian Min, but clearly Ian Min was dead. So this must be an impersonating Ryu Min. The madman was satisfied, secretly pleased as the prey approached. He thought joyfully, just 5 more steps. Ryu Min suddenly stopped and said, "Hey, are you the immortal skin seller?" The madman's expression changed, teeth clenched internally. He was just 2 steps away, cursing internally. Seeing no reply, Ryu Min continued, "What are you doing here, not selling stuff?" Step out. He knew he couldn't stay hidden for long without being noticed. He had no choice but to step out. "So you're here?" The madman spoke shyly, but he already had a plan. He could abandon the explosion and just use the fear curse to capture Ryu Min. However, it felt unexciting. That wasn't his plan. Seeing him slow to step out, Ryu Min showed displeasure. "What are you doing, not coming over?" The madman stood still, thinking, just lure him 1 more step. He quickly spoke, "Could you come a little closer? My foot hurts, it's hard to walk." But Ryu Min had lost patience. "Damn it, do you think you're the only one with sore feet?" The madman whispered, "Sorry, I have a disability so it's hard to move." Ryu Min scoffed, "A disability? But your legs look perfectly fine." This made the madman tremble. He thought, could he have realized something? But he quickly denied it. "No, impossible." Ryu Min continued scolding. "Damn it, you never intended to trade, right? That item you said was fake, right, bastard?" The madman stayed silent as Ryu Min continued yelling. "Did you lure me here to strip all my money into equipment? That's why you kept telling me to come closer, right?" The madman bit his lip, trying to stay calm. He told himself, "I can't get swept up by Ryu Min's anger." Thinking this, he spoke softly, "I think you've misunderstood, it's not like that." Ryu Min didn't believe him. "HMPH, not like that, huh?" The madman tried to reason, "Please stop cursing." Ryu Min has a short temper, he thought, but continued whispering explanation. The madman advised softly, "Please stop cursing." At this moment, the madman was furious, looking at the item in hand, yelling, "This is fake." Ryu Min examined the item, then sneered. And immediately after, a blade of light struck, making the madman drop his hand. The madman panicked, unable to understand how Ryu Min could attack without moving. Ryu Min stood there. He realized something and turned to look. "2 of them," the madman shouted. Ryu Min coldly replied, "No." The madman was shocked, realized something, and turned to look, screaming, "2 of them." Ryu Min replied coldly, "No." "Which 2 names are you talking about? What are you blabbering about? There's only 1 person here." As soon as the words ended, your figure vanished, making the crazy guy even more terrified. While he was still confused, Ryu Min over here bent down to pick up the item. He coldly spoke, "Why should I waste my breath explaining to someone like you?" Seeing the immortal leather in Ryu Min's hands, the crazy guy angrily yelled, You little bastard." Immediately, he activated his terrifying curse skill. However, Ryu Min was able to resist this skill, causing him to fail and panic. Seeing this, Ryu Min clicked his tongue and said, "What's there to be so panicked about?" Then he punched the crazy guy in the face, causing him to grimace and curse silently. "Oh my god, how high is this guy's strength stat?" But it didn't stop there. Ryu Min continued to punch hard, sending the crazy guy flying. He trembled on the ground, unable to resist. But at that moment, Ryu Min's hand reached out, and a light surrounded his body. He sat up, muttering in confusion, "What the hell is this?" Ryu Min calmly replied, "I'm using a healing skill on you because I want to beat you up some more." After saying that, he punched the crazy guy in the face again, then continued to punch him in the stomach. Just like that, Ryu Min kept beating up the crazy guy, feeling his breath weaken. He would heal him, then make him angrier. Ryu Min sneered, "Still not enough." The crazy guy gritted his teeth and stood up, thinking that once his cooldown ended, he'd be fine. Not long after, when the curse's duration ended, he was pleased with himself. But that moment, a sharp object pierced down and the crazy guy's eyes were gouged out, making him scream in pain. Ah, my eyes. Ryumin clicked his tongue and said, "Your parents are probably crying blood for giving birth to someone like you, just like you are now." The madman gritted his teeth and cursed, enraged that this guy had dared to deceive him. He swung the knife wildly into the air. Ryumin, in anger, kicked the man, causing him to fall to the ground. The madman became even more furious. "What should I do now? One of my hands has been severed and now my eye is also injured. Has my journey here come to an end?" But soon the madman gave a cold smile. Even if he dies, he wants to drag Ryumin down with him. Ryumin looked at that smile with a bit of fear. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone around, upon hearing it, frantically ran away. When they entered the alley, they saw the wreckage and called the police to report the incident. Meanwhile, on a nearby building, Ryumin looked down from the floor, relieved, thinking he had taken care of all of them. He observed the unconscious madman sitting there and realized that he was Du Sung-tak. Known as the Fool, he was a rising talent competing for second and third place in the area, similar to the heavenly demon, the Elder Devil. Despite his abilities, a serial killer like him could never make it to Ryumin's level at round 20. However, in the past, he had benefited from hunting bosses thanks to his useful ancient words. The ancient words increased the chances of getting items when hunting, boosting the drop rate of special items from boss-level monsters by 10 times. As long as Sung-tak was alive, he would continue to gather valuable materials and sell them on the market, but he was a serial killer. If he let Sung-tak live, the man would continue to harm innocent people. Ryumin had severed his arm so that Sung-tak couldn't reattach it. Now he could no longer roam freely to kill people. A body was essential for obtaining items in the other world. Sung-tak did not know Ryumin's true identity, so he couldn't seek revenge immediately. After a while he woke up, opened his eyes and looked around, confused. Sung-tak didn't understand. Clearly, he had triggered the body explosion but quickly realized what had happened. Ryumin had severed his own arm, but where did he go? At that moment, he realized that one of his legs had also been severed. He panicked and yelled, "Damn it, my leg!" Sung-tak gritted his teeth in anger. "Where are you? Where the hell are you, you bastard, I'm asking you." The surroundings were empty and only a piece of paper was by his side. Sung-tak suspiciously opened the paper. Inside was a note from Ryumin, explaining that his leg injury was the result of the explosion he triggered. Ryumin also warned Sung-tak to know his place, stop acting foolishly, and live a better life. After reading it, Sung-tak was furious. The explosion he triggered didn't kill Ryumin, and only damaged his own leg. Sung-tak felt it was unreasonable and quickly reached into his pocket to check how long he had been unconscious. Ryumin could have pulled off this trick and escaped. He searched his pockets but couldn't find his phone. His wallet was also gone, despite having placed all his cash in it. Sung-tak gritted his teeth in fury. Ryumin not only severed his arm but also took his items and wallet. Finally, he couldn't hold back and screamed, "You bastard! This humiliation today I will repay it 100-fold." At another large hotel, Ryumin and Yuri were enjoying a meal. Ryumin smiled and said, "The traditional dish here is really good, isn't it?" Yuri nodded slightly, "Yes." Ryumin, satisfied, said, "I'm glad you like it. We'll come here more often, okay?" Yuri was surprised by the statement, thinking to herself, "More often, huh?" Ryumin realized his mistake and awkwardly explained, "Not more often, I meant occasionally." "Ah, yes, that's fine," Yuri nodded and then asked, "Min, you've seemed really busy lately, haven't you? Every time I contact you, you keep saying we'll meet later." Ryumin awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I've had some personal matters." It's true, every weekend, you have meetings at Blair Place and attend other conferences. On top of that, Ryumin sometimes can't go out freely because he has to watch out for being followed. Right now, there are still eyes watching him. Do you know who that is? It's the 28th ranked assassin, Jeffrey Bishop. The one behind him is Christine Nathan Great's father. Initially, Ryumin didn't know he was being followed, but thanks to his sensing skill, he realized someone had been tailing him for days without showing their face. It was an invisible assassin who didn't seem to understand how to sense presence. If they did, they wouldn't have followed him so blatantly. After being discovered, Ryumin turned back to follow the target. As soon as he deactivated his invisibility, the target recognized him and read his mind to understand his purpose for following. Ryumin realized that Christine had talked about him with her father, and he understood why Nathan felt uncomfortable. His daughter would die in the future. He must have wanted to figure out who had revealed that. Therefore, Ryumin decided to let Jeffrey continue following him as long as he had the mask and invisibility. In that state, he appeared as an ordinary office worker. While Ryumin was deep in thought, Yuri called his name, pulling him back to reality. She hesitated before asking, "Hey Ryumin, you told me about round 7 last time, right? Is that really all? Don't be swayed by temptation." Ryumin calmly nodded in response. "Yeah, just remember that. If you know the mission beforehand, you'll be disqualified from the round. Being disqualified means disappearing." He couldn't let the people he needed to protect disappear before reaching round 20. This time, he would try to save as many as possible and move towards the final round. Thinking this, Ryumin suddenly called out, "Julia, He looked at her sincerely, smiling as he spoke. We have to survive until the final round. Yuri smiled slightly but quickly nodded. All right, sure. A few days later, the players were summoned again. Priscilla stood in the middle, scanning the crowd with a smile. Hello, humans. Have you all been living well over the past month? The crowd lowered their heads in silence, not responding. But Priscilla didn't mind, continuing. The number of survivors this time is 434, as you can see. Since there are so few people, we can't really set any rules, right? She said, so this time there will be a merger of areas. As soon as Priscilla finished speaking, there was movement beneath everyone's feet. In no time, countless players appeared as Priscilla merged 10 areas. The number of people reached 4,992. The empty lands soon became overcrowded. A group of confused players had no idea what was happening. Priscilla slowly explained that the new area was called C2SK 003. They were all Korean, so there was no need to be overly cautious. Well then, before we begin, we need to choose a representative for this area, right? As soon as she said this, the players' faces turned dark. But at that moment, Priscilla suddenly added, "Oh, wait, please hold on a moment. There's something to discuss about how to proceed." Ryumin was not panicked, as he knew there was about to be a selection for the representative. This time, he couldn't miss the position of area representative. Even if it was just once, it carried the power to rule even in the real world. Moreover, it was a reward for this round's side quest. The ancient language of wall protection was one of the 18 mandatory ancient languages to counter Jami's abilities. The reward of the area representative and the ancient language of wall protection, these two things must be obtained at all costs. Ryumin had prepared thoroughly. At the same time, many angels appeared in the sky. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Someone hesitantly asked, "Who wants to do it? Who wants to step up as the guide for the merged area?" Ignoring this, one angel asked suspiciously, "By the way, I heard you had a great game with Oliver, is that true?" Priscilla was slightly embarrassed to hear this, but then she suggested, "Well then, the method of selecting the representative will be the most basic method of survival battle." But before she could finish, Nova interrupted. "Hold on, doesn't your area have a black orb?" Priscilla was a bit surprised, asking, You know about that?" Nova made a face, saying, "Isn't it the only human to surpass level 50? If it's a survival battle, Priscilla will naturally become the queen." "That's unfair," Priscilla quickly asked. "Do you have any better suggestions?" One angel laughed. "If we sing, the game will be biased toward us using strength. What if we go with the first person to pass round 7? Other angels nodded in agreement. "That idea works. After all, this round isn't about strength. Priscilla, what do you think?" Priscilla fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she turned back to the crowd and spoke. "The method of selecting the representative has been decided. The position of representative for the merged area will go to the representative who completes the task the fastest." Hearing this, the players were confused. Wasn't it supposed to be a survival battle? Although they didn't know what it was definitely better than a survival battle. Ignoring the confusion of the players, Priscilla continued, "Now, I will announce the mission for round 7. Immediately, an announcement window appeared, but the main mission only had question marks, which made the players extremely confused. They discussed in surprise, "Why is there a question mark? I'm the same. Hey, is there a bug in the system?" "It's not a bug," Priscilla gently shook her head, smiling. "The mission for round 7 is a secret mission. That's all, goodbye." After saying that, she vanished. Ignoring the confused players, the countdown began. The group of players stared blankly as they watched Priscilla leave, grumbling and swearing. They hadn't fully understood the mission yet, so how could they possibly carry it out? Now, everything was a mess. With no other option, they decided to search on their own, frustrated. On the other side, the group led by Sang-chun was searching for Ryumin. Ryumin furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are you all together?" Sang-chun smiled and explained, "We ran into each other recently, we were just talking." He suddenly became serious and asked, "By the way, after singing that song, do you have any guesses about the last mission?" Ryumin smirked and replied, "Why ask me? If the mission hasn't shown up, I'm just as clueless." Sang-chun, hearing this, spoke up cheerfully, "Is that so? After you sang the song, let me give you some information about the 7th round." Ryumin furrowed his brows and asked, "Information about the 7th round? How do you know about that?" Sang-chun explained slowly, "I heard it from a prophet in the real world." This made Ryumin's expression darken. He had kept his identity hidden before, but now he was casually revealing. He thought to himself that Ryumin was foolish to trust that person. Sang-chun, noticing this, was puzzled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? You're messed up speaking such nonsense. A prophet, really." "But I'm telling the truth," Sang-chun quickly explained. "They've helped me many times because they are an acquaintance of mine." "Right, isn't that right, Arin?" Arin froze for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, yes." Ryumin sighed helplessly, thinking another unreliable person. He slowly spoke, "All right, go ahead and tell me." Sang-chun didn't hesitate. "To get through the 7th round, just remember this phrase. Don't be seduced by temptation. Yuri was startled. Temptation? What do you mean? Sang-chun shook his head. I don't know the details either. Yuri hesitated for a long time, then panicked and exclaimed, could the prophet's name be Ryumin? This shocked both Sang-chun and Arin. Ryumin sighed in defeat. The prophet's identity was now exposed to the four of them. As long as his secret identity wasn't revealed, things should be fine. For now, it would be better for these four to cooperate. He casually spoke, thanks for the information. We'll have to wait and see what that prophet's words actually mean. Sang-chun suddenly asked, should we split up now and search for more detailed information? Split up, but if we stay together then. Ryumin coldly interrupted, we don't even know if this is a group mission, so why do we need to do that? Sang-chun stared at him, then nodded after a while. I understand, then we'll each handle the 7th round ourselves. He wished them good luck and the others quickly followed suit. Only Yuri hesitated, stammering, so I. Ryumin coldly replied, you go too. Yuri reluctantly nodded. She nodded and left. Ryumin watched them go, sighing. Things were getting complicated. But what exactly was the mission for the 7th round? Before he could remember, a scream from afar startled him. Ryumin rushed in that direction. His eyes were filled with worry. When he arrived, the sight before him shocked him, as there was fresh blood on the ground. Yuri was leaning against the trunk of an old tree, holding her side where the wound was bleeding. Ryumin quickly ran over to check, worriedly asking, Ms. Yuri, what's happening? Yuri trembled and called, no, Min, help me. Upon hearing this, Ryumin froze. Did she know his identity? Yuri asked, what's going on? Min, you're Ryumin, aren't you? Ryumin pressed his lips together and muttered, how did you know my identity? Yuri smiled, of course I know, how could I not? You were the first person I ever loved. Even though he tried to hide it, everything had been exposed. Ryumin asked in disbelief, so you've known all along but pretended not to know. Julie nodded, yes, pretending not to know has been so hard these past few days. Ryumin sighed helplessly, no time for this now, but let's set that aside. What happened to your stomach? Who did this to you? He asked while using his healing skill on Yuri. The wound was so severe that if Ryumin had arrived any later, Yuri would have been dead by now. A moment later, Yuri's wound healed. She was grateful, thank you, Min. Ryumin frowned. Who did this? Who stabbed you? Yuri pressed her lips together and murmured. The man was Sung-chun, a name that made Ryumin's eyes widen in shock. But then Ryumin trembled with anger, gritting his teeth as he muttered, where is that bastard? As soon as he finished speaking, Sang-chun's voice came from behind, I'm right here, with Arin standing beside him. Ryumin looked at Sang-chun and Arin, his anger rising. The tension between them increased. Hearing the sound, Ryumin turned to look. He was furious, feeling insulted by those filthy, despicable people. Sang-chun clicked his tongue, impressed by Ryumin's words. Sang-chun said in surprise, I didn't expect your words to be so crude. Ryumin asked back, shocked, you know I'm a prophet. Sang-chun replied calmly, we tortured her to extract information. Yuri spoke up apologetically, sorry Min, it was so painful I couldn't hold back and said everything. Min's anger peaked, his eyes coldly piercing Sang-chun. He wasn't afraid but sneered, don't look at me like that. Sang-chun smiled and said, do you know how surprised I was? I never expected that seemingly weak guy to be HQ. Min gritted his teeth, scolding, before I tear your mouths apart, answer me, why did you attack Minzyuri? Sang-chun shrugged, because she seems closely connected to you. I was just acting secretly to gather information. I didn't expect the results to be greater than anticipated. If your director knew, he'd be delighted. Ryumin drew out his sigh. He gritted his teeth. Will you survive to deliver that message? Seeing Ryumin advance, Sang-chun smirked. Hey, don't come any closer or I'll detonate the bomb hidden in Minzyuri. Ryumin froze at the words. He glanced at Yuri behind him, wondering if there really was a bomb. Sang-chun spoke again, this friend helped me with that. Ryumin looked at him, then angrily muttered, no pen, no gain. Tzok whispered softly. Sorry sir, you sang that line. Ryumin couldn't believe his eyes, impossible, how could he? Ryumin recalled the dark seed skill that dark mages learned at level 40. When planting a dark seed and activating it, it randomly summons a demon monster. But what if the skill was integrated into a human and summoned that way? Ryumin's expression worsened. He gritted his teeth. How did you reach level 40? Tzok smirked. Because I wanted to be strong like you, sir. I trained very hard. Ryumin stared coldly at him. Enough. No pen, no gen. Remove the dark seed immediately. Tzok shook his head, refusing. Ryumin shouted angrily, how dare you? Haven't you always admired me? Tzok smiled. Of course, sir, you are like a god to me. However, he continued, that only holds when you handle everything perfectly. If you are no longer perfect, I have no reason to worship you. At that moment, Ryumin realized he had been betrayed and had no choice. He had to compromise. What do you want? Sang-chun didn't answer, only smiled. This girl seems important to you, right? Ryumin shouted angrily, shut up and state your demands clearly. If I agree, you won't kill Minzyuri. Sang-chun smiled smugly, all right if you agree. Ryumin frowned at him. Ryumin asked coldly, "So what do you want? Information about the next round or the locations of the hidden elements?" Sang-chun clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "We don't care about that. I just find it amusing that you dared to deceive us. And also try to manipulate the director. I want Ryumin to end himself before us, then we will spare Yuri." This demand terrified Yuri. Ryumin hesitated a moment before speaking. "Keep your promise." He raised his scythe. Seeing this, Yuri shouted urgently, "No man, just save Yuri." Ryumin swung the scythe, severing his own head. The three Sang-chun watched maliciously and smiled. At that moment the system suddenly announced, "There is a hidden quest." The scene immediately reversed. Ryumin returned to his original position. The system announced, "Player is escaping the illusion. Main quest, escape the illusion within 2 hours. Side quest, end yourself without hesitation." Ryumin realized it was all an illusion. He recalled the main quest of round 7 was to escape the illusion. Had he known it was an illusion, the quest progress would have stalled and led to destruction. As soon as he entered round 7, Ryumin applied his self-control abilities to the fullest. Because when the time limit starts, the system generates challenge illusions, and if he becomes aware of them, a self-destruct penalty will appear. Ryumin ordered himself not to think of them as illusions until completing the side quest, and he erased his own memory. To pass the side quest, Ryumin had brainwashed himself before arriving in the otherworld to save Yuri even at the cost of his life, and that he loved her. In round 7, the system exploits the player's inner insecurities to generate challenge illusion, leading them into situations where they must end their own life. Ryumin's insecurity was that his identity would be exposed and he would be betrayed by his teammates, so the system used that to create the challenge illusion. The system noticed that Ryumin seemed to love Yuri, so it constructed the story accordingly. Thanks to the brainwashing, Ryumin executed the self-destruction plan without any obstacles, while he was thinking. Arin appeared, running to his side, smiling. "Sir, did you complete the round 7 task?" Ryumin nodded slightly in response. "Yes, you too," Arin said cheerfully. "Yes, I also escaped the illusion. The others don't seem to have gotten out yet." Hearing this, Ryumin nodded. "So that's how it is." Just then, Arin spoke. "Sir, are you surprised that I suddenly said this?" Hearing her, Ryumin glanced at her. Arin muttered, "Actually, I think I like you a lot." This came rather abruptly. Ignoring her words, Ryumin drew his scythe. Arin didn't notice. Arin hesitated. "Do you have feelings for me?" Before she could finish, Ryumin swung his scythe, decapitating her. He grunted coldly, "Stop those pointless games." At the same time, the system announced, "You have completed the main quest, escaping the temptation within 2 hours." Arin's body gradually vanished, and the other players slowly returned. Priscilla, who had been waiting, doubted what she saw, pursing her lips. Is it possible for anyone to wake up at this point? She hurried off and eventually saw Ryumin standing there with confidence. He glanced at Priscilla. She asked suspiciously, "Angel, what the hell is going on here?" Priscilla smiled softly. "You're the first to overcome that enchanting illusion. I send you my congratulations." Ryumin muttered. "It was just an illusion." At the same time, the system displayed a notice. "Wait until the time expires. After compiling results, rewards will be sent to the players." The countdown showed 1 minute 30 seconds left. Priscilla said nothing further and ran off. Ryumin stood still, thinking. After all, the main quest was still the most important, overcoming temptation. The main challenge is similar to the initial illusion. The system uses personal data to create unique temptations, which can be material allure, or the desire to escape suffering, even sexual attraction from the opposite gender if not overcome before time runs out. If defeated before facing it, the player is eliminated. Success is ranked based on task completion speed. Though numbers were unclear, it was certain that in a short time all would awaken, just like before. As expected, the players began to awaken, mumbling incomprehensible things. "What the hell is happening? I already have a girlfriend, what just happened?" Seeing everyone return, Priscilla clapped. "Everyone, focus and wake up." Immediately, a notification window appeared. The main quest for round 7 was to escape temptation within 2 hours. The side quest was successfully self-destruction without hesitation. Seeing the notification, the players protested. "What? Self-destruction is also a side quest. This is mind-breaking." Priscilla ignored them. She smiled smugly. Then the leaderboard appeared. Unsurprisingly, Ryumin was on top again. Everyone protested. "Hat Cow is first again. How did he take the top spot in this bizarre task?" Arin stood in the crowd, looking unpleasant. A moment later, the system issued consecutive announcements. "Congratulations, you achieved first place in the region upon completing the task." Ryumin calmly waited for the next announcements. The system announced the first place regional reward, a random lottery ticket and a special selectable reward box. The angels at the central post were also astonished. Discontented chatter. "His mental power is so strong, flawless." Turns out Priscilla was actually the top. At this moment, Priscilla spoke excitedly. "All right, now, those who cannot complete the mission on time, say your farewell." The players began to disappear. regardless of whether they had the vaccine or not. The system announced that the player who sang the line had officially become the new representative of Area C2SK003. A special reward was given to Hako, who had fulfilled the role of area representative. In the blink of an eye, a pale golden light enveloped Ryumin. The effect of the temporary Dominion skill would change. From now on, HACO could use Dominion once in the real world. Ryumin smiled with satisfaction. He had finally found a way to deal with Yami. Now he could control the player place at any time. A while later at Mr. Guy's house, he woke up with his head still aching. Mr. Guy frowned deep in thought. Had he truly returned to the real world, or was it just an illusion? Were the images of his brothers trying to kill him hallucinations, or had he seen the future? Thinking this, Mr. Guy hurriedly got out of bed. He needed to quickly develop the company to earn recognition from his father. But on the ranking list, the prophet's name was nowhere to be found. What was really going on? This was not a mission requiring combat strength. Had they known the mission requirements but failed to complete it, thus being removed from the list? Or had they intentionally delayed completing the mission? After returning to the real world, Ryumin arranged to meet Zuridian. However, throughout the meeting, she remained silent, her eyes full of thought. She still seemed mentally exhausted. Ryumin looked at her and asked, "Is something wrong not liking the food?" Yuri was startled. Shaking her head, she explained, "Oh no, it's delicious, really very good." Ryumin sensed something was off and continued, "Did something happen in round 7? Before he could finish asking, Julie's eyes reddened. Avoiding his gaze, she denied, "No, nothing at all." Ryumin spoke gently, "No matter what illusions you saw, forget round 7, it's over." Julie smiled lightly, "I guess I have to, it's all right. Maybe I'm just a bit exhausted, everything was so rushed." While they talked, Jeffrey silently observed from the side. Ryumin seemed unaware, speaking softly. "Actually, the reason I invited you to lunch today is to inform you about the first part of round 8. After speaking, Ryumin paused for a moment, either accidentally or intentionally glancing at Jeffrey. "I hope from now on, you remember every word I've said carefully." To gain Christine's trust, this information must be passed through Jeffrey. A few hours later in the FA-C3 chat room, Taehyun stared at his phone, not joining the conversation. His gaze was unreadable. The screen showed countless news about the Brewerpress trading app. Taehyun clenched his lips. Only a few minutes had passed and already new news. Earlier, his father had called him to the office to scold him. "I heard the youngest of Ocean Corporation just succeeded with a project targeting players." Right. 3 years younger but with sharp vision. Remembering his father's ridicule, Taehyun was shaking with anger. Unexpectedly, Prayer Press belongs to that guy. All because of that bastard Mr. Guy. If he also became a player, he could have had a fair match with me. Seeing the news online, Taehyun's face was full of fury. His expression tightened. To prove his abilities and expand influence, he needed to act immediately. Soon after, Taehyun joined the chat room and saw Ryumin disguised as Lascia. Jami greeted cheerfully, "You've arrived," Taehyun replied slowly. "Yes, Mr. President." "Jami, about the previous HR interview. You said 3 people passed that killer test, right?" Ryumin sat silently. Jami, however, spoke excitedly. "Exactly." Taehyun nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "Tomorrow, I will officially carry out the plan." At the same time, at the cathedral in the US, Nathan called Christine over to talk. Christine, perhaps keeping that prophet nearby would be a good choice. This remark caught Christine by surprise. She blurted out, wondering if her father really believed those words. It could just be a coincidence, but she hadn't finished speaking. Nathan cut her off coldly. "I sent Jeffrey to verify and he's not dangerous. I heard he's just a calm young man." Christine fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, she sighed and muttered to herself, "Yet I still can't really." Her words were interrupted by an unexpected voice. "How about this cretin?" Nathan and his father immediately turned to look. Christine saw Jeffrey stepping in. He smiled and said, "I just received the notice about round 8 from that person, huh?" Nathan, surprised, asked, "Round 8? You mean you've heard the new prophecy?" Jeffrey nodded in reply. Yes, this time he revealed quite detailed information. He said if Christine still has doubts, just wait until after round 8 to comment. It won't be too late. Christine hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Then let's hear it." Seeing her yield, Jeffrey nodded and smiled. He began recounting what Ryu Min had said earlier. In round 8, the level of challenge will vary depending on each person's decisions, and the amount of experience gained will also differ according to those choices. After finishing, Jeffrey suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly added, "There's one more thing." He mentioned that a completely new element will appear in round 8. Christine, surprised, asked, "A new element in the next round?" Jeffrey nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, it's the NPC." Ryu Min said NPCs will appear in round 8.